Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans Tourism Investment, and I'm with my good brother, Kala Genesis from Kala Genesis Radio from the Black African Infrastructure Organization. And family, we are the kings of Pan-Africanism and Nationhood, and we are back strong from a short time out or time off. That way we can refocus and re-strategize on pushing this movement to another level. So we're back, family, Bomani Tyehimba and Kala Genesis. And tonight we have a nice special topic for you as we're going to kick off, the summer energy. And tonight's topic is the Dummies Guide to Pan-Africanism and Nationhood, Science to Build a Global Black Business Pipeline. Afrikstan analysis with Kala Genesis and Bomani Tyehimba. Yes, my brother Kala Genesis, greetings and good day. How you feeling?
Good. Glad to be back, brother. It's all great. It's great in paradise. Yeah, I'm grateful to be here tonight. We're going to build. One thing that's missing in the Pan-African world is this sense of duty, sense of unity, sense of responsibility, sense of Black love, and sense of fellowship, right? And me personally, I extend my hand to anybody in the world that wants to do what's right, okay? If we do what's right and we hold each other accountable for everything, and if everything right is in our heart, then we'll be okay. What's happening right now is that people do not know who to trust. People don't know who to listen to and everything. And people think that they can get online, tell people what they want to hear and everything, and don't know what they're talking about. And what we have is Pan-African enthusiasm and nation enthusiasm, right? And we're saying that if Kala Genesis gets out of line and do something, if you love me as a brother, you will come to me and tell me, Kala, that's not right. Kala, you're misleading people. Kala, you're doing this wrong. Okay? That's how we make this movement work. But when somebody is basically above criticism, right? And when they do wrong or they mess up and they don't repent, and we always have this room in the African culture, right? That almost everything can be forgiven, right? We're that type of people. Some things can't be forgiven, but there's some things that we can forgive if you repent and your heart is good. Okay? So we're going to talk about that. Tonight's topic, right? The Dummies Guide to Pan-Africanism, right? The real reason why I say that like this is like when you watch something, it's like a Dummies Guide to home repair, a dummy auto repair, right? It's basically saying how to make things easy. I think we make this thing too complicated, okay? A Dummies Guide to Pan-Africanism is this, right? It's very simple that we as Black people cannot solve everybody's problem. We're all different. I understand now, and I've learned this over the last couple of years, that we do have differences among us. We have different worldviews, okay? I was watching a video the other day, right? And this it angers me sometimes, right? I blow up, but I learn to just let things go. Because everybody have this, but I got to live by my own rules. There was a white guy who said that he should not be responsible for what his ancestors did in slavery. Now, I'm ready to go in like this. And then a Nigerian guy gets up and says, you know something? You're absolutely right. Nobody's like this. No. And so basically all these white people are like, yes, I wish more Black people like you. Okay, I understand. This Nigerian guy don't have the pain history of African Americans and stuff like this, right? I understand that. That's his worldview, right? He does not understand why some African Americans still carry the scars of slavery to this day. He does not understand that. So we have to compartmentalize that. Since you don't understand that, right? When those topics come up, right, you need somebody who's African American to answer that question, right? Not you who does not have that experience. So instead of getting mad at this Nigerian guy, I just understood that he probably does not understand the depth of the psychological, of the nuances and everything that went on between Black people and white people in America, that white people want to be forgiven and they're looking for Black people particularly black people from immigrant background, to come here and say America is a great country, and they're pitting black people against each other, and that's what the tension is in America between black people. Now, how do we reconcile that with a Pan-Africanism? That's a good question. That's why we say with Dummies Guide to Pan-Africanism. Okay, and I've been looking at this for a long time because a lot of people, right, like this guy Kofi the Black Cricket, and the other guy, his name is Black Critic, but I call him the Black Cricket. You know, this other guy, Dwayne Wong Omowale, whatever this guy's name is, right? He writes for the Median and everything, and basically these guys are both from Guyana. And they basically throw Pan-Africanism when it's to their benefit. And then when somebody from America says, well, we don't kind of see it that way. Oh, aren't you a Pan-African? Oh, yeah, but look, we have to look out for ourselves in America. So what I'm saying this, though, how can we get on code where you could tell me about what's going on in Guyana, right? If something like that, we can understand that. If something's going on in Haiti, we want to know about that and we can support you and everything. But when somebody in black people in America saying, this is what's going on in America, right? White people are basically systematically trying to discriminate against black people. They've been doing it for hundreds of years. They burn down our cities, everything like that. It's up to the other black people to get on code. Was like, look, I don't understand that. You know, but since I'm in America, right, I have to do what the majority of people here on code with the majority of people here, right? Too many of our immigrant brothers and sisters come over here and they basically want to ignore the problems and the plights that black people go through in America and just basically take all the wins and take all the goodies that America have and everything. And so therefore that compromises, it makes the Pan-African movement look silly and foolish. You can't be Pan-African when it's to your benefit, right? You have to take the good with the bad. If I talk about a different country in Africa, right, it's my responsibility to know everything that's going on in the country. You know, why don't you like this person right here? Why don't you guys like this group right here? Why don't you like President such and such? You know, why don't you understand that? And then at me as a person coming from the outside, it's not my responsibility to tell them who to vote for and everything like that. If you feel that way, all I can say is this is what I see it, you know? And this is what we're talking about when I say a Dummies Guide to Pan-Africanism. The first rule of everything is respect. And what we don't have in the black community is respect. It's my way or no way at all. And we don't respect each other's individual perspectives. And that's why these ADOS FBA people groups are growing so much, and it's dangerous because no one respected. Okay, look, you got black people in America who feel a certain way about certain things, right? You cannot be dismissive of that, right? You may understand that. Why do black people think that way about the police? Well, with the history, you know? Why do black people don't take advantage of opportunities? Well, a lot of times, white people are saying that if you come and you behave yourself and you be around us and you behave yourself and everything, you get along. And white people do that. If you're willing to go around them and just don't talk about slavery, don't talk like that, you can get along. And that's hard for a lot of black people to do because this idea of race, slavery, and stuff like that always comes up. Why do black people seem like they're racist and black people in America? Why do we feel a certain way when we see a white man with a black woman, you know, or some women? When you see a black man, a black man with a white woman? Why do we feel like that? Why do other black people don't seem to have a problem with that? I was just on the TV thing today, and a lot of you guys call themselves Pan-Africans. They're in Europe, right? And they're dating white girls. They're in Japan. They're spraying the thing. What do you think about black men? Wait a minute. Ho. The Pan-African world we see it as black man, black woman, black child. Okay? That's very basic one. If you're going around the world, right, and you're basically thinking that color doesn't exist and everything, I cannot consider you a Pan-Africanist. I cannot consider you somebody that considers, because what it all comes down to is Pan-African is based on race. And we could put race first, no matter whether you're Jamaican, African-American, whatever you are, that comes first. But we as black people in America, right, we're socialized to be around race. And a lot of our brothers and sisters in Africa, and I saw this on the Kajani channel, we don't see race. We don't see race. So that's a freaking problem. right? And say, well, how's that a problem, Kala, right? Okay, if I go to the African continent, right, and I'm seeing, the reason why I'm coming to Africa, right, because I want a Black experience. I want to be in a Black country. I want to be in a Black conscious environment and everything. I want the laws and the customs and everything. I'm not ready to see white people in a Black majority country holding public office. I'm not ready to see white people walking down hand in hands with Black people in the street. I'm not ready to that. If I want that, right, then I could stay in America and do that. So when I go to Africa, so how do we reconcile that? How do we reconcile the fact that some Africans don't think the way we do about race? And this is why we're falling into this Pan-African conundrum, right? The reality of Black power, all this experience of the Black man, right, has never manifested itself in the Black race, except for one place. And that place is Liberia, okay, where the consciousness of being Black and everything has permeated throughout Liberian society. So Liberia, unlike a lot of other countries in Africa, are very race conscious. You know, they're race conscious for some strange reason. They're race conscious. You know, you do not see white people and Black people holding hands. You don't see that stuff going on there because the history of race, Black people are Black people, white people, that's been bred in the Constitution and bred in the country to be a conscious Black country. You know, you're conscious of race. This is a Black country. Only Black people could be citizens and everything. So that translates to a thing. If you go and marry outside your race in Liberia, you lose. You know, you basically lose and everything. So I wanted to open up with that. But we're going to get back to the Dummies Guide to Pan-Africanism, right? And we're going to make it simple for you tonight. One of the things is when you do not have to be in Africa to be a Pan-Africanist. You do not have to buy land in Africa to be a Pan-Africanist. You don't have to have investment. The Pan-African spirit has to live in your heart and soul. And like I said earlier, it's always about doing what's right and recognizing when people are doing what's right and supporting people who are doing what's right. And when we have those sort of people that give the support, that's more having the right type of support and the groundswell for a movement like we're trying to build is more important than any money you can send us. Oh, we like the money too, folks. I'm not a fool, you know. But the bottom line is this: knowing when you see people doing the right thing, like our brother Bomani here, okay, like myself, when people are doing the right thing, and you're basically supporting that person, and you're basically going the extra mile for us, you know, telling people about the show, spreading the show about the internet and everything, and basically doing what you have to do and believing in what we're doing, getting behind what we're trying to do. If you guys could basically do that, and then this movement is succeed, because we cannot do it without the support. We have to have people that believe long term in what we're trying to do. We're trying to build in Africa. We're trying to connect Black America to Africa and build things tangible. We believe in the idea of the Afrikstan. You know, what is an Afrikstan? An Afrikstan means Black African infrastructure right now. And I'm going to say something controversial tonight, right? Can we really say that any sort of African country is actually free? Can we really say that? Just recently, the Ukrainian president, when all these African delegates went to Russia, the Ukrainian government, which you guys are sending Africans to fight, said, Africans, why are you bringing Africans to Russia? Africans have nothing to do with it. They're stupid. They're ignorant. All they're trying to do is make themselves look big and everything. So Ukraine, a dusty, racist country, right? Basically, South Africa will swallow Ukraine in economy and everything. Much larger than Ukraine, everything in every way. But Ukraine does not have any respect for Africans. Why is it that Ukraine don't have respect for Africans? Because we have not built Africa as a superpower. We keep playing the games with our future. We only get one chance, right? If the trajectory and the mindset of the Black race do not change, right? The next generation is going to inherit our poverty, our weaknesses, our humiliation, and all the stuff like this. And this is what it means to be a Pan-Africanist, right? You want to see Africa win. You want to see Africa strong. You want to see the Black race strong. And we're not going to be strong, right? And we're fighting with each other, and we don't see the bigger picture. And that's what I mean, the Dummies Guide to Pan-Africanism and everything. You cannot worry about your little independent little fiefdom, your little independent little whatever you have and everything. You have to look at the bigger picture. And Black America and the diaspora is a major part of the African story and the African future. And we have to basically harness that. And it's not going to be easy. Why? Because the powers that be, it seems like the people who believe like we are, right, are not in power. The people I love that make the best speeches, Pio Lumumba, have no power. All the people that are great Pan-Africans that can basically like this have been killed, overthrown, assassinated, marginalized, what do you call ridiculed, humiliated, you know, and the people turned against them. And the bottom line is this: the Pan-African world does not have, and the Pan-African ideology does not have any power. And it does not have any power because we basically have not fortified that and made that happen, right? We have everything you see in Africa is basically Europeanism, neocolonialism, Negropeanism, and basically doing the same old, and we cannot pass that on to the next generation. We have young Africans are moving to Europe in large numbers to seek jobs and everything because there's no jobs on the African continent. Can we look? You got large numbers of Africans who are in Brazil and Central America heading this way to America, right? Coming from the so-called DR Congo, supposed to be the richest place on the planet, right? So why are people coming from DR Congo trying to track their way up to Mexico to get inside the United States? Why are people going across the desert, getting enslaved, getting into the Mediterranean, drowning in the Mediterranean to get to Europe? Something's wrong about this. We have to basically stop lying to ourselves and everything. We have to start lying to ourselves and also it's not going to be easy, right? It's not going to be easy. Africa has to develop. Africa has to industrialize. Africa has to build. And we have to basically look at people that's going to guide us there. And also the people that's basically running the African continent, right? And if you don't understand this right here, most of these African kingdoms that you see right here are nothing but puppets of the British and the French and the Royal Dutch Company. I'm gonna say it right now. You know, the Yorubas. You know, there's people always say, "Well, Africans sold other tribes." No, the Africans and the Yoruba people and everything, the Yoruba kingdom knew exactly what they were doing. They were selling other Yorubas. How can you call it? This is Yoruba territory, right? And millions of people are coming out of that area, right? You tell me they're all different tribes? No, they were the same tribe. We basically, as the Black people, have to start holding people accountable for when they do treachery to us, when people sell us out and everything. And so I'm like this: we respect the Yoruba culture, the shrine, everything like that, but we do not respect the political institutions that derive from that, right? Because they were basically put in power by the British power structure. All these kingdoms that you see in Africa right there, same thing in South Africa right now. The Goodwill, the king that died in South Africa, he was a complete puppet of the British. Swaziland, right? All these people, the people, the British and the foreign companies own the country and everything, and they prop up these little fiefdoms of kings so they can rob the people blind, right? That's not Pan-African. Pan-African, when you look at the Pan-Africanist Congress, right, and all these people like that, the Pan-African movement was to challenge all these traditional leaders and stuff like that for what? Power. The Europeans know that if Africa is tribalized and Africa, we can keep kings and despots in power, we're going to rule Africa forever. We can keep Africans fighting against each other. Now the biggest fight is between those who were enslaved and brought to the Americas and those who stayed on the continent. That's the biggest fight right now going on in the wars between Black people, you know? So therefore, as long as we fight with each other, and people think that they have something over somebody else and everything, because the only people that benefit from this, and the enemy is not the Nigerians. The enemy is not the Ghanaians. The enemy is not the Kenyan. The enemy has always been the white man, you know? The white man is the enemy, okay? He does not want to see Black people and Africans rise. The thing is, though, the same trick that the white man put on us, right, which works, right, it didn't work with the Asians. Now, how did the Asians come together and make Pan-Asianism work? So they could basically have these thriving big cities I look at a picture today from Lagos, Nigeria. Oh, Lagos, the Echo Atlantic. 3 freaking buildings after 20 years. 3 buildings. That's all that's there. The same amount of time, Dubai built a thriving city. Lagos, that Echo Atlantic City, 3 buildings erected, and everybody's celebrating. How did the Asians basically, with the Bandung conference, right, say that we're going to detether ourselves from the Europeans and build Asia up? As this good series everybody should watch on YouTube called Pacific Century. It's like a 20-part series. I saw that back in the early 90s, right? And that was basically part of my education about how to do this. The Asians were absolutely serious about freeing themselves. Japan was serious about freeing itself. Japan took out the United States fleet at Pearl Harbor. Japan was serious. Millions of Japanese died. But after the war, the United States and Japan became best friends because why? Blood was spilled. The black man has never went to war for his own liberation. And you're not going to get any place, right, until you go to war for your own liberation. You don't want to, all these programs, the IMF and all the stuff like that, until Africa basically has the military power, right, to force its will, right, on the rest of the world and protect itself. Why is Nigeria too afraid to take over the Royal Dutch Shell Company and British Petroleum, who are friggin' behind all the strife and instability in Nigeria? Because they're terrified. Why is South Africa too afraid to take over the Anglo-American Corporation and De Beers and all these other people in South Africa and everything, all these white farms and everything? Fear. So what we say is a Dummies Guide to Pan-Africanism and everything. You cannot just go to Africa and whatnot and basically understand that you're free. You're not free. You just believing in Africa don't make you free. If Africa is still subjugated to the same global system and everything, you're just as much of a slave living in Africa as you are in America.
Absolutely, great point. And before you continue, brother, let's pause for a little bit on that, and just want everyone to just meditate on some of the things that you mentioned, because we're going into this program heavy. And what I want to do, family, just take a short break and just go through our schedule, because part of this movement that we're pushing is a practical movement to get our people connected to live, do business, and invest in Africa, but do it on a more Black power cooperative economics level. So with that, share with you our program as far as Africa for the Africans and how we do certain things. All right, so let me get into our schedule that we have, and I'll just break down some things. Our family, we literally just got back from Ghana. 2 months before that, we literally just got back from Senegal and the Gambia. All right, so let me get rid of this. All right, so family, yes, this is the journey of a lifetime, and part of that journey of a lifetime, as we're connecting Pan-Africanism and building it towards our nationhood, is getting more of our people connected to Africa. And when I mean connected to Africa, getting them connected to an incredible experience where they can be clear. The last set of videos that I currently have up right at this very moment, and I could even switch over to some of them in a little bit, is our Repatriation and Investment Conference. And this is a program that we've built from 2006 up until now. And that is specifically organized and engaged to where we can literally get our people clear about living, doing business, and investing in Africa. So we do it on that level at the business conference in the country, but also on this program here, we're here to share some of the same connections. And all of these things with me will always be strength in numbers, us sticking together and making these moves. Because as much as I love all the countries that I've traveled to, the reality of it is not everyone sees our vision. And then some people see us as walking dollar bills. Some people see us as a group of investors that they can shake down. And the issue with that is, we're not backed by any nation or any country that give us certain support. The Chinese, the Lebanese, the Indians, and so on, they're backed by their country, plus they practice our cooperative economics. Plus, they have their ties in governments and things to where they're not the ones getting scammed or shaken down. So when people say, hey, Black people from the African diaspora, Black people from America, we should do more in Africa, we should be coming and doing certain things. And I said, hey, don't make it seem like we're not making these moves. We are making moves, but at the same time, too, our moves are being defeated by sabotage and visionless brothers and sisters on the African continent. So just because you're traveling with us and you meet a bunch of nice people, don't mean that it's a reflection of how you're going to live and do business in the country. So this is where we have to give you professional advice and let you know, hey, even though some of the people who call themselves professionals may not necessarily be professions, because people are looking to shake us down, and it's a visionless situation, because once you're shaking us down, now you have less people to work with to build something on a top level. So now you're not going to be able to compete with all the foreigners that are coming in different countries. So based on my last journey in Ghana, I've just told my brothers and sisters here in America and here in Africa and here everywhere else that the foolishness stops. If we're going to do this, we have to do this on the highest level only, and we have to do it to where we're looking out for each other and working together. So I'm one of the people that's telling anyone, if you're doing certain business in Africa and people are not doing the right thing, fire them, get rid of them, replace them with people that can get things done. And that's not as easy as it says, as far as I'm explaining, but that's the reality, because we're more than just trying to do tours in Africa. The tours is a foundation to introduce you to Africa and get us connected and get us to work together in union. So I have to always evaluate our program over the years as far as us connecting to Africa and building a certain experience. So more of us could be a lot more successful. But what we have to understand is, hey, don't just turn your backs on your brothers and sisters from the African diaspora and say, I'm going to go to Africa, I'm going to go, I'm going to deal with this person, that person. And then you also have some of us that's from here, like RJ Mahdi from his fake Africa for Africans, Made in Africa Project, Exodus Alliance. I'm talking about that guy in Senegal, the one that thinks that he's a professional presenter. People like that, then you have to look out for those people also, because those people are also an issue and a problem. So I'm always telling people that, we've been doing this thing for a long time on a high level, and we're just reaching out to more and more people to connect with us, help us build tourism, and help us also build a foundation to where we have setups in every different countries that's going to represent us. And in this case, for us in Ghana, it'll be our Black Star Pan-African community, which will be the only way I would live anywhere in Africa, is if I'm living in that community that we're building as a Pan-African community, where you have brothers and sisters from all parts of the Black world, brothers and sisters who get it and who understand that, hey, we have to organize ourselves on a corporate economic level to where we can literally just compete with everybody else, and uplift our own brothers and sisters. So in that case, all of the fools, all of the people that are just looking for a quick little deal to get over on us, those are the people that we have to be very mindful for. And then we have to make sure that we do our research, because too much of us are trusting people that cannot deliver, and they're not about their business. So as I talk about RJ Mahdi, I'll show you a picture of him. I'll show you his YouTube page and things like that. But these are the people that you have to look out for. And I'll just, as far as people in Ghana and other countries, I'll just speak about them in general. I don't have anyone that I'm gonna posterize on this show. Maybe I'll change my mind and add a few of the crooked lawyers that we have had to deal with. So when I talk about Africa for the Africans and us really being down with each other, that's what this is. It's to build an energy to where we can transform our African content, and because this is what we're working with. So for those who are staying in America, build up what you have to build up in America, and then let's connect and we do business and build an energy from America to Africa, Africa to America. So family, this journey of a lifetime. What I have is on the right side is a list of our last set of tour groups. The one that I don't have on there is our Ghana May 24th to June 5th, 2023 journey. So this is the flyer before I went on the journey. So that is the last journey we completed. And as you can see, you see Senegal and the Gambia, April 2023. And then when you look at these groups, you see us strength in numbers, and you see us rocking our colorful Africa for the Africans T-shirt, which is made up of colors of the country, and primarily colors that are red, black, green, and gold. Colors that represent majority of the countries, but also colors that represent a movement, an inspiration and dedication to our honorable brother Marcus Garvey, who influenced us, who inspired us to make these moves to Africa, and for us to work together to build our own Black nation and represent it as Africa for the Africans. Just like, when we talk about China, Chinese people run that. We talk about whatever other countries, India and so on. Their people run those countries. So it's up to us to build a future in Africa where we control our destiny. So this program is designed to build an introduction, but it's up to us to work together to take it to that next level. So I always appreciate all the brothers and sisters who have supported us and traveling on our tour groups. And definitely the last two groups, appreciate the energy. We came out strong in numbers, and enjoy the journey around the country and build some incredible bond that we're going to be able to take to another level. So I'm always telling everyone that we connect with, that there's more of us that we're getting ready to organize. So as we move forward on our next journey, that's Tanzania, November 16th to the 27th. And Tanzania, this will be our fourth time in Tanzania. And we're just looking to just keep on building that nice energy to where you're enjoying Arusha, Zanzibar Island, which is nice and tropical, remind you of elements of the Caribbean islands, especially if you've been to different parts of the Caribbean islands and then taking a vacation or a getaway. So we're going to keep that energy going in East Africa. We don't have any laid out investments or anything like that, but we always have people that we can always connect with you on, because as we're moving forward, the only country that we're really pushing our investment operation in is Ghana and Liberia, because we have to start somewhere and we have to build something that's tangible in countries that we can work with. So once we close out in Tanzania, the next journey we have is South Africa, and that is December 24th to January 4th. So that is our closeout journey for the year. And that is our second journey to South Africa. During the COVID-19 and things like that, we stopped. So the last journey that we took was right there, South Africa tour, November 2019. And before that, I went to South Africa 2 times before then. So all the countries that I mentioned to you are countries that we've done our tour programs in, and I've also have other experience in those countries. So next country we're moving forward to is Liberia. And this is a country that we're building the highest level of energy so we can travel, live, and do business in Liberia. And this is, you're talking about great future investment opportunities. So we're going to connect you on a grassroots level, and we're going to build a business conference. We're going to connect you with this influential people, and we're going to connect you with this a whole lot of networking, great dining, which is always a part of our entire itinerary. And family, anyone who takes you to Africa and they take a certain amount of money from you, and they can't take you to nice restaurants, nice places for dining, think about it. Why would you spend all this money with them? So one thing about us, all the countries that we have, especially with Liberia, one thing I've asked my good brother Kala Genesis when he proposed Liberia to me and we started talking, I always talk with him about, give me your best restaurants that you have, that you went to in Liberia. And he just automatically knocked out like 3 of them, to where we have a welcome dinner at one, we have a farewell dinner at one, and we have 1 or 2 in between. The great dining, that's one of the things that we should all look forward to, having a great dinner. So I would, so be mindful of some of these people who sell you tour packages where flights are not included or certain things are not included. Make sure you're clear, because some of us, like I always cater to vegan, vegetarian, where they eat meat or certain things. We always make sure if we, do a buffet for you, we type up an incredible menu where you have all sorts of food so everybody can get something nice to eat and things like that. And we go to a restaurant, that restaurant is going to have international menus to where they're going to be able to deliver for you. You know what I mean? You have people that are taking our people to Africa, whether it's Sierra Leone or whether it's Nigeria, and then the best they can offer our people is to eat food on a roadside, eat in shacks and things like that. So, and whoever take any of these things personal, they can take it personal. But we have to, you have to look at the programs. So when you see us in all these different countries, we haven't been doing this business for 17 straight years because we just got lucky and stayed in business. It doesn't work that way. You put the work into it, you take care of your people, you show your people love, and we look out for each other. If someone in a country is doing our people wrong, we don't just say, hey, let them deal with that issue on their own and things like that. We look out for each other. There's no way we're going to build a bond to where we don't do those things together. So I have a lot of things I'm going to be sharing in this program as far as about some of these fraudsters that are doing tourism, especially, and fraudsters who are doing things to where they're waiting for your group members to show up in the country so they can shake them down because they know you're not there all the time, and some people stay over. All of these things we're going to expose and put out there, and we're going to call names, and and we're going to explain certain things. Right now, the person that's on my target list right now, and then we're going to call name is RJ Mahdi. These people are literally having a criminal network, and the issue with these criminal networks that they have is when they do people wrong, some people just write it off and say, I'll let that go. But after time, it just adds up and adds up. So now they get more momentum, gain more momentum, build more momentum to literally keep doing the same foolishness. So people like myself, we have the power, the resource, the network, and we're coming to shut them down. But at the same time too, we're asking you as brothers and sisters who are looking to travel, live, do business in Africa to do your own due diligence, ask for consultation, whether it's free or paid consultation. And then for the most part, read all the details as far as what you're getting into. So all these journeys that you see us have, these are professional itineraries that we'll put together. And if we did an itinerary before, it's always something that we step our game up. We believe that if you can't step your game up and take it to that next level, our people shouldn't be investing in you and shouldn't just be giving their money to you just because you claim that you're a prince or you claim that you're a king. Like, this guy calls himself King RJ Mahdi. The nerve of this guy. What I mean? If you were really a king and if the other one is really a prince, then deliver for our people, step their game up. So I'm telling you, family, we've always delivered, and that's why you see us with so much documentation, and you see us with so many people that's always traveling with us, because we're about our business, and we run business administration and technical administration to the highest level. So when you see our website, Africa for the Africans, or our YouTube, Facebook page, and Instagram page, or any documentation we have online, it goes back 17 years strong, 17 years consistently from 2006 to now. And then we look at the preliminary years, which is 2004 and 2005, I was out there laying the foundation and building energy. So that's why we have this journey to where we're connecting you to Liberia, and we're taking it to a whole different level, to where we're going to expand our investment opportunity and operation, because it's one of the few countries that we have left that we can actually try to work and build something together in. We've tried many countries, and we've seen a lot of our people get shaken down, and a lot of things have not worked out for our people. So I'm working with my good brother Genesis and a few other people, so we can present something on another level, something that's will answer your struggles and your issues of trying to do certain things in Africa. So look out for our featured journey right there on our website, which is Liberia, March 29th to April 9th. And this is going to be, I don't put my name or stamp anything when it comes to tourism or business or investment, unless it's about that business and life. So when you get to our website, just click on the Liberia link, check out the itinerary, the overview, the details, and just, as I talk about once again, make sure you read what's included, not included, and the layout of the itinerary to see what we're doing and where we're going. Because, you have some of these people, they'll take $4,500 from you, and then they'll sell their fake Danfo tour and things like that. And then next thing you know, you go to the country, like I mentioned, you don't have good meals to eat, and, you're staying in places where you're like, what did the person do with the money? And you're wondering, what are we going to do today and things like that. You don't have to question us about that, because anyone knows us. The bus is there ready to leave between 8:30 to 9 o'clock every day to take you out for several hours. We're not going to play around with these things, because when we're doing Black Power cooperative economics, we're putting the money together and we're paying Black owners, we're paying Black ownership, and we're paying Black establishment to the highest level. And in one or two cases, maybe it's someone else that owns some of these businesses, whether it's the hotel or the restaurant. So we make sure that we evaluate these things, because our goal is to support our future in Africa and support Black-owned business, whether you're in America or Africa. That's our mindset and our goal, and to do it on a high level, to where it's professional and it's organized. So think about that, family, because I've seen people reach out to me and they tell me that well, they thought this person was going to do this for them and things like that. I was like, no, family, read the itinerary, see what they're about. And if you're giving them feedback and they're not upping their game on their feedback, because it's like, how many years do they want to run these business that they're running, you know, and letting us down, you know? So it's up to us, family. It's up to you, particularly because you're the decision maker on who you invest, travel, and do business with. I'm always going to present myself at the highest level and make myself available, you know, for all of our travelers, all of our investors, and people like that. But, you know, and you know, I understand that, you know, we don't have tourists to all parts of Africa and everywhere in Africa, but there are respectable people out there that you know, that's going to be accountable. And you know, the people that I mentioned, you know, when I'm talking, they're not it. You know, they can keep on telling you that they're a prince and a king. You know, that's fraudulent stuff right there. As a matter of fact, you know, when you get to Africa, you're going to meet a lot of people that say that they're princes and kings. These are going to be the brokest princes and kings that you're going to ever meet in your life. You know, because we come from a fairy tale of Disney World where we see kings and princesses as, you know, as something different, you know. But these people literally use these titles, and don't get caught into that. You know, you don't owe any of these people anything. So let's be wise with our decisions and things like that. And I'm always going to just lay things out. And you see my number, that's my number in the US, Ghana, and that's all my information right there. So check out our documentation and be prepared. And Liberia is one of those countries where we're going to lay the foundation, and we're going to show you better than we can literally tell you, because right now we have a nice size group. It's about 10, it's 10 of us exactly committed to this journey. And then we're going to just increase the number from 5 to, to another 5 to 10 or even more. That way we show up in Liberia with a nice impact, and then we're going to document our complete experience, no different from what we've done in other countries, but we're just going to do it a whole lot more, because we see a great opportunity that we don't want to pass out on. So we're telling you, family, it's more than enough time for you to think about the schedule and plan it out, and just reach out to me, and let's get you ready for Liberia, our future journey. So after Liberia, then our next journey is Ghana, July 11th to the 23rd. And this is my 24th journey to Ghana, and this will be year number 18. And then we'll have a whole lot more progress for you at our Black Star Pan-African community. And the videos that I shot end of last month, those videos will be up soon. And you'll see, you know, the progress of our community. You'll see the flow of what we're doing, because we're always going to keep it real and show you all of our documentation, what we're working with. We're not going to give you any fake presentations like this guy, RJ Madi, will talk about his Akabalan city that he's building, which he's not building anything. And he'll talk about his program as far as investment, as far as people paying for his their lifetime investment membership, you know? And it's all fraudulent. You pay this guy is the $1,000. He's not going to represent you. As a matter of fact, what he would do, like he did to one of my tour members, he'll collect that money and then say that he's going to help you. And then what he'll do, it will lead you to people, because he does have a network of people there, but all of them are just as crooked as he is. And they try to shake down people because they know you're not in the country, and they know that you got to go back to America, and they know they can pay these little stall tactics. They'll pay off police. They'll pay off people at the courts. They'll pay off people in the neighborhood to protect them and things like that. You know, so when I'm mentioning to you about this person, RJ Madi, family, this person is a really big problem to our movement. You know, he's portraying Africa for Africans. You know, he copied everything I've done, from the tourism aspect to the investment to certain things. And since he's more set up in Senegal, he can actually run and develop that program. But if he was a wise man, he would take the investment money and handle and take care of our people. I remember one of a group of family of 5 came here to my house to do consultation, and you know, I helped them get things set up. And next, you know, they moved to Senegal, and he was one of the people that you know, that they invested in to help them. Next, you know, they're in a terrible apartment, and then next, you know, they have issues with certain things, and they're reaching out to this man, not this man, this little boy RJ Madi, and he won't help them. So these are the foolishness I'm talking about. We don't operate like that. We operate on a level where we're family. We look out for each other, and you know what I'm saying, and we work together. And that's the difference between myself, who represent Africa for the Africans, and fraudulent cowards like RJ Madi, who represent this fake Made in Africa project. And all these things on presentation, which sounds good and things like that, a farm project, this project, and you know, them showing up with their, you know, showing up with their blazers on, and you know, and SUVs that they don't own, that they rent or lease, or things like that. You know, just all profiling. Well, we're not here to profile. We're here to give it to you real. You know, so 24 journey of a lifetime in Ghana, and we're taking it to another level. So stay tuned on that for next summer. Then we're gonna get back to Egypt for our 20th anniversary. We started in Egypt as the second country, and that was April of 2004. And now we head into Egypt November 21st to December 2nd. So it's a whole lot of Nile Valley history and culture. But then also we have, water parks, and we have this, cruises, and we have a whole lot of this incredible element to give you a great experience. And then I'm working on a December journey. I don't know if we'll just do December 2024 and make it South Africa. I'm still yet to really just decide on what we're going to do, but that's what we currently have. And then next year, we're going to head back, not next year, in 2025, we're going to head back to Senegal and Gambia. So that's a journey that we just end up just working it to where it's 2 years apart, and some countries are 1 year apart. And we're just working the schedule. But the more you show interest, the more we can deliver these programs. So family, that is our details as far as our tour schedule coming up. And then you can always just visit our website, africafortheafricans.org, which are just once you get to the website, all of these details that I mentioned is vibrant, live and direct, and you see some beautiful photos, some beautiful energy. The MP3 player is paused, but you turn that on and you have great music. You see myself, different members of my family, mother, father, brother, sister, best friends, close friends, business partners. We're here just sharing an experience. And as soon as you get down to our website, you'll see all of the supporting documents. And I'm going to upload some of our new tour books, digital tour books, which you'll be able to just access right here on the left. That's the Africa Tour Books, The Journey of a Lifetime program guide. And then Black Star Pan-African Community, that information is just always right there at your fingertips, so you can just read through it, check out and process. And this is just the schedule that I went through with prices and things like that. So the prices are very competitive. Our goal is not to try to just gouge us, and our goal is to use the maximum budget to deliver a great tour program. So you can just view the details by just clicking on the links, and then you scroll down some more, you see a history of all of the tours that we have done. I'm about to put up our latest group photo for Ghana, and then you see all the countries over the years that we've done. That's well over 30 different journeys across about 8 different countries that we have on schedule. So that's the journey of a lifetime, family, reconnecting you to the African continent. And so let's get back to a regular scheduled program. All right, greetings, brother Kala Genesis. We're back up, and I had to just read through and go through that. And before I continue on RJ Mahdi, because I'm going to post his videos and his pictures up, because what we're talking about, family, is a Dummies Guide to Pan-Africanism and Nationhood. And part of that, you understanding that, family, is the fact that if you're here in Atlanta and someone from Atlanta lives in another country in Africa, it don't mean that you automatically just jump into bed with that person and do things with that person. You're definitely, you're gonna have that energy, like, okay, this brother is from where I'm at, and we're supposed to be cool, and we have similar energy going. But this is also a trickery of what's going on in the game, family. So that's why we're providing this guide to you, so you don't get yourself caught up in Africa and then waste your money. Because the last thing I want any of us to do is go to Africa and have bad tour experience and also bad investment experience, because that's the name of our business, Africa for the Africans, Tours and Investment. So we're always going to do our best to educate, share information, look out for each other. And we advise you, if you having issues and struggles with some of these people, send me a message, because ever since I did my video on RJ Mahdi, and about 10 people have sent me a message saying, hey, yeah, I paid him for that lifetime membership, and when I needed his help to do anything, he didn't help me, or if he did help me, he connected me to somebody else that shook me down. So that's what we're dealing with, family. So we're dropping some serious jewels on you. And then if you're going to Ghana and you think that's because you run into a lawyer or somebody that say they represent certain things, don't mean that they're going to be the same lawyer that you're used to in your state or your city. Now, this is a situation where you have to do ground research and things like that. And this is a situation where you need your core person, which is your consultant, to have your back and look out for you. And and this is how you survive making these moves in Africa. Because one of the things, family, as we're talking about this guide, when some of us go to Africa and things go bad for us, and whether it's a Ghanaian shook us down, which has been popular in Ghana. And I've been in Ghana for 17 straight years doing business. So it's very popular. You have people that smile in your face, talk nice to you, but they're being slick behind your back. And you may not find out what they're doing to you until several years later. And one thing I'm going to go on, quote unquote, and say this and be real to everyone. I've never had one Nigerian scam me or take $1 from me. So, but when I go to Ghana, our people in Ghana at times try to call out the Nigerians. So then it's the Nigerians. But I'm always telling them that none of my members or people have ever been scammed or shaken down by any Nigerians. And I always want to put that out there, because I know sometimes we give our brothers and sisters from Nigeria a hard time. But I'm also going to say, you know, most of the people from Nigeria you're going to meet, they're going to be real people. You know, are you going to run into some bad ones? I'm sure you will, especially if you go to Nigeria. But in the case of Ghana, no, that's not been our situation. We've dealt with more crooked attorneys and people who claim that they're with us and they're down with us and things like that. So be mindful of these things. And if you're not clear about what you're getting into, stick with those of us that are about that life and about that business that have delivered all the time. So let me turn it back over to you, our brother Genesis, so we can keep on educating and getting our people on the right track so we can build a strong movement. And as you hear me talk about Liberia, I'm telling you, we're going to bring this network of people there. And, you know, and you already know, you've broken it down many times over and why we should make this move to Liberia.
Yes, because like I said, I've been watching from a sideline a lot of stuff that I see going on in the repatriation movement and stuff like that. And one of the biggest problems I see is people say that I need to get out of America. I understand, right? Especially when George Floyd happened, Trayvon Martin happened. I gotta get. But the bottom line is this: you know, you take you where you go, wherever you go, you know, and so therefore, when you say you want to leave America and everything, you're not ever going to really leave America, because to leave America means you're giving up that passport, your citizenship, and you're settling in after you're taking things. If you want to do that, that's fine. But look what you're talking about. You're talking about basically having no health care, no Social Security to rely on, you know, no anything. And you're starting from and also you're competing with local people and you're not adding any value. And let's be honest with ourselves, right? One of the reasons why we get a lot of attention is because we come from the West and people automatically expect us to have a little something more, and have something to contribute and stuff like that. So when we go to Africa, we can't overpromise. We can only do what we can do. You know, we only can do what we can do and make things work. That's why I believe, like when I talked about Liberia, I see and I've been dealing with Liberia for decades now, you know, and I created a group called the Association of African Americans of Liberia, which I basically built a relationship with Liberians. It was not easy, okay? Because when I first came in, who's this black man from America talking about he's going to come to Liberia and everything? And then over the years, right, people have basically seen my vision, what I've been talking about, right? How, and I pointed out the fact that during the time period, and unfortunately, a lot of Liberians didn't value what we had to offer. The Omegas, female sorority, raised $500,000, right, to build a new market in Marshall. You'll see that when you go to Liberia with us. A market for the women, you know, women's market. You'll see that when you go there, right? Formerly the Omega Tower, that used to the United States Omega Tower station was torn down. Now it's a marketplace right there near Chimpanzee Island. Black doctors donated their services to Liberia. Black fraternity chapters reopened chapters in Liberia, right? And Liberia, the Kappas and the Qs and all the other people opened up chapters in Liberia. And basically, what I'm saying is the connection between Black African American institutions and Liberia go back almost 200 years. So all we're doing is building. We're not introducing anything new. All we're doing is rebuilding what was already there. And all we have to do is basically understand the history, that connects us with this country. And then they say, well, what does that have to do with? I said, look, we need a strong place on the continent, right, where we operate at the highest level with the top percent of 1% of Liberians at the top, right, where we can influence policy, where we could do things what we want to do, purchase land, buy property, open businesses, have business license, everything. The only thing right now hindering is the visa, and right now Liberia needs that visa money as income. So you have to pay for a visa you could buy 2 years, whatever. But I do think there are ways you can get a residency visa. And some African Americans have long-term visas where you can stay permanently if you have a business, whatever like that. And very, very flexible when it comes to us, Black people, because they want to encourage Black people in America to live in Liberia, retire and stuff like that. There's billions and billions of dollars the African Americans are going to spend over the years in retirement. Let me give you a perfect example. The countries like the Philippines and Belize are benefiting from retirement communities. Retirement communities where people build condominiums and everything. Do you know how many African Americans or white Americans who are living in Mexico now because it's cheaper? Okay. You have people in Belize, like people buying homes and living their best life in Belize. What's going to happen? What's happening in America right now is real estate is going so up so high that you might not be able to retire in America anymore and live comfortably. So this is what you're looking at. And so, like I said, not just Liberia, there's all these other countries where you have people, African Americans who are buying property in Gambia and stuff like that. And I encourage anybody to go to any African country. But the thing is about Liberia is all the problems I'm seeing that the impediments other people have in other countries we won't have. In Liberia, for example, the culture difference. The culture is very similar to Black African American culture. When you go to Liberia, you will feel like you're right at home. Some of the music, even the stations and everything like that. Basically the culture of Liberia is very similar to Black America. The themes and everything like that. The civil rights movement, Juneteenth, whatever you want to talk about, Martin Luther King. All these things are basically in Liberia as very familiar with you. And therefore, when you basically are living in a country like Liberia as your retirement and everything, and also not just retirement, school. I'm seeing right now, our sister Wayne sent her 2 sons to Liberia to go to school. So why you do that? Why? Because they're at that age where their kids are becoming teenagers, right? And I guess you don't want her kids being influenced by the negativity that's permeating American culture. She don't want them to lose their identity. So she sent her boys to Liberia for school. I don't know if she's doing it permanently, but I know she sent them for 1 year, sent them to Liberia or back and forth. So what I'm saying is this, though. If you want to live on the African continent, right? I always call Liberia Africa made easy. It does not have to be hard. Okay. You do not have to struggle. You don't have to struggle. You don't have to struggle. You should not have to struggle. You should be able to buy a home. You should be able to have savings. You should be able to invest in a business. You should be able to get with different investors and stuff like that. And another thing about Liberia is you're going to meet a lot of Liberians that lived in the United States for years. And there's a very thin line between Liberians and Black America when you really get down to it. You got Liberians that have been living in America most of their life, 30, 40 years. So they're basically African Americanized. So when you go there and you want to open up a business, right? We understand how business works. You need a lawyer, you need this, that paperwork and everything. So we operate on the same wavelength as far as business and stuff like that's concerned. And so therefore, there's a lot of stuff that I'm seeing, the problems I'm having. I'm not, trying to knock anybody tonight and everything, because I don't know all the setbacks that happen with these, with RJ and everything like that. But to me, when you go to a culture that's completely alien from your own, and you basically just, like I said, the Dummies Guide to Pan-African, you didn't pull your Dummies Guide to Pan-African up. Do these people see the same thing that you see? You go in America and you grow up in America. To you, when you say buy a piece of property, that means you have a deed, you own the land, it's yours, blah, blah, blah. You could take out a loan on it, you could take an equity, you could use it as collateral and everything. But when you go to a country where they're like, what are you talking about? You can't get a loan on this. You don't actually own the land. It's just a property deed. You got to pay this king over here, this chief over here, royalties every year on your property, or you got to pay all this stuff like that on top of the taxes and everything. So you're saying, well, I thought I owned the land, and that's what happened in Fiancra. So therefore, what I'm saying is, when a country like Liberia has a similar land laws and set thing as we are accustomed to in America, if you buy a piece of property, the property is yours. The boundaries on the property. I was intrigued when I saw that in Liberia, right? Because one of our partners, right, he has a piece of property on the beach he wants to give the BAIO, and he says his next door neighbor is one of the senators in Liberia, right? And he has a fence right between a wall, not fence, but a wall. You know, they have the walls, and it's a mansion that's being built for. He said, man, he's been building that mansion for 10 years for his girlfriend, whatever. Nice mansion on the beach. And he says, well, his mansion, his fence is 8 inches over on my property. And I said, that's only 8 inches. He said, look, he's going to move that fence, and I want my 8 inches back. Now, where does that come from? The idea of land, property, and stuff like that is something that we brought from the United States. You know, this is my property. This is my land. This is my property. So we understand that. We understand that that property right there, the property line, this is where your property is. This is my property right here, right? The land, in any court, if somebody tries to say, well, that's my ancient ancestral land and everything, the deed to that land that's registered and everything is yours, is permanently. You know, same thing we have in the United States. Someone can't just come to your house and say, oh, that land was my ancestral land of 10,000 years ago, and that's it. No, by the laws of domain, that land was sold to you. When you close on your house, that land is yours. So long as you're paying the mortgage, you own the land from the surface to the air. No, you own the land from the air to the core of the earth is yours. So therefore, that's right there is what I mean by Africa Made Easy, where you could enjoy owning property and stuff like that and building wealth because you have land and everything, and you could invest in business and everything. You don't have to do all the U.S. dollar is used there. And so therefore, all the things that basically people hinder other people, you know, where hinder other people in other countries, you don't have in Liberia. That's why we're introducing Liberia to people. And I know this is going to be a success when people go there and they say, look, I'm on the African continent, but I don't have all the problems that I see other people on the African continent have as far as like land disputes and stuff like that. So this is why we're introducing Liberia to the Pan-African community. All we're doing is, and people don't realize that Liberia was the #1 destination of African Americans and diasporas returning all the way up to 1980. You know, most people went to Liberia. Large numbers of people don't realize this. African Americans and people from that went to the Congo, went to countries like in South Africa. Some went to, let's see, what other country? Some went to Tanzania. Jackie Robinson's son went to Tanzania. And so therefore we went all over the continent. But the country that was able to attract the African Americans in large numbers to build was Liberia, because the country was set up, this constitution was set up for just that purpose of resettling Black people from America and the West who can come and bring skills and new ideas to a new country. So we're saying we have to be a people of ideas, okay? Some of us have, where I'm trying to look for, some of us have a lot of machismo and everything, but you have to be a man of ideas. Chinese revolutionary leader said there are men of ambition and there's men of ideas. He considered his protege Chiang Kai-shek a man of ambition and military, but he wasn't a man of ideas. Sun Yat-sen was a man of ideas. The reason why people took to him because when he spoke, he gave people a vision of what he wants to do, how he believed he could make China work, a great country, a great republic. A man of ideas, and we need people with ideas. You know, we have enough people we have enough charlatans. We have enough. We need people with ideas. People that have ideas of how to build a new society, how to build this Pan-African world, how to build industries, how to build businesses, how to build the cohesion that's going to need to sustain this. How do we solve problems? We need people of ideas. And then when people have those ideas, right, we have codes and laws and everything that we live by, that we can live in peace and harmony. Well, we don't have to have all these problems where people saying, I feel like I've been cheated and stuff like this, because everybody understands what's right. And that can only happen when you have leaders with ideas, leaders with vision. And right now, we don't have people with vision as far as the Pan-African world is concerned. Everybody has their own little project. They want to do this. They want to make a hustle and everything, but there's nobody with any really ideas. Brother Bomani is a man with ideas. Genesis is a man with ideas. Whether people are going to listen to us and put that trust in us, that remains to be seen. And so therefore, all I could do is say this, what I've been working on in Liberia, and like I said, and I told Bomani this, right? I always was working with Liberia, but, it wasn't until actually I went there 2 years ago that I settled that this needs to be the country that we work with first, as far as like repatriation. To be perfectly honest with you, right? Before I actually went to Liberia, all that people say, oh, Kyle was talking about Liberia. Yes, Liberia was like an afterthought. I was always like Angola, South Africa, Ghana, the Congo. And then when I went to Liberia 2 years ago, right? And I saw how well, and then it dawned on me, why is Liberia, and I saw all these things. I saw people running a country, right? And people pulling crates off of ships and building things in factories and stuff like this. And I said to myself, my God, I said, it dawned on me. This country is 200 years old. So, of course, they knew how to do things. I saw mechanic shops. I said, I had the idea that we're going to go over there and teach these people how to do this and all that. And I'm saying to myself, seeing young guys building computer systems. And I'm saying all this stuff like this. I had my furniture made in Liberia. And this guy said, okay, so he had a bunch of bamboo and foam and everything. I'll make you a whole living room set. Guy made me a living room set. Other guy said, look, he took some wood panels and everything, made me a bed, painted it black. I was like, owning my life. And I said to myself, you guys got all this talent in this country. All these young men and women that got all these skills and everything. I said, this should be the country that we build with. People say they're going to do something, they're there on time. People are honest. I've seen people with street vendors, right? Will have crates of money sitting on the street corner. They can walk away from it and nobody steals it at night. I see people with their wares on the street, on the sneakers, brand new sneakers, Jordans on the street corner. And when they can walk away from it and nobody's going to evict them. And I said to myself, man, this is the sort of country that we need to connect with. And I said to myself, this is the sort of country, I said, that the people were just very peaceful and friendly and everything like that. And I said to myself, this is what I said. We think that we're going to teach Africa something. There's a lot that Africa could teach us. Because badly, we definitely need that healing. That place we can go to where I believe that the problem you see in Black America is that we're living in a country where the African American particularly have no escape. Now, our brothers and sisters from the Caribbean, they got some sort of escape. They go down to the islands and everything like that. They can be around majority people and stuff like this. Black people in America do not have any escape. So this is why we act so angry. We're so confused. We feel like we're trapped and everything. I do believe for the African American, the Black people in America, Liberia, and Africa in general, but Liberia in particular is an excellent country to go to for that escape. You go there, you want to invest, you want a vacation, build an Airbnb house for yourself and everything. You go there, get rejuvenated and everything like that, get into business and spend your money and everything, bus transportation. With buses in Liberia, they got public buses, and Bomani is working to have buses and stuff like that. We're going to have that.
And before you continue, I want to give WizKid a shout out and meant to post this earlier up for him.
Okay.
Let me go over this. WizKid say, how do we get into manufacturing and production how can I get into manufacturing? I'm not an engineer, but I have a degree and license in welding. Where do I start from? Also, continue the great work, Colin Bomani. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you for the super chat, love. And you know how we do with Black Cooperative Economics. You know, we get the cash flow and we spend it with our people, and we spend it on building business and investment. So, family, keep on showing love. Colin, you want to respond to his
now manufacturing in Liberia? I just sent you a thing, Bomani. He showed Liberia Heritage Society.
Yes.
He's going to answer his question. In the WhatsApp Wayne's group, I want to show you some of the products that's being manufactured in Liberia. Manufacturing easy to get into in Liberia, very easy. You got young Liberians who are making vodka and some of everything using local crops. You know, manufacturing of everything from soaps to cocoa to everything like that is very easy to get into everything. If you have the capital and stuff like that, if you have an investment capital, you definitely will have partners and stuff like that. It's very easy to get into manufacturing in Liberia. See that rum, new rum, it's a Liberian product. We always showcase Liberia. We call the Liberia Next series, you know, Liberian made products, right? That's a rum. And the one girl, young sister, Liberian sister, made her own vodka. You know, that's in there too. You know, so you have all these people that do this. One guy has his own vodka, another one has his own vodka and everything like that. Now he's selling this in the United States and everything. So you have Liberians that are basically making their own products in Liberia, branding them and selling them into the United States. You don't see that nowhere in Africa, you know. And then one sister right there, she got her own vodka and everything. You know, we're going to buy some of that when we get there, you know. We're going to be, we're going to get lit off that shit when we get there, you know. We're going to go and visit her thing and buy her out and everything. That's Tule. She owns the, no, that's Baku Tubman. You know, she's a Liberian, but she's big into African American culture, and she's been bringing African Americans to Liberia for a long time. They're from Maryland County, you know, the Tubmans, you know, and so basically, you know, what's going on in Liberia is reconciling its history. They're embracing their heritage from America, Black America, and Liberians are connected with Black HBCUs, Black churches, Black institutions, and everything like that. So it's just that sort of country that's basically tailor-made for Black people in America. You know, there's tremendous investment opportunity on the continent, you know, in the country. You know, that's Booker Washington Institute, founded by Booker T. Washington. You know, that's in Covington. You know, the original building is right there. You know, it's Tuskegee. So we have a whole history inside this country. You know, so when you go to Liberia, you're just basically being part of something that your ancestors already were part of. That was an unfortunate situation with a young Liberian brother. He was shot by a white man by knocking on the wrong door. You know, that goes to show you. And then we look at his brother. He looks like a regular brother. He could be your nephew or son, you know, and he's one of us, you know. So, and he had tremendous support in the Black community for what happened to him. You know, he went to go pick up his little brothers. He actually knocked on the wrong door. So a white man shot him, almost killed him. You know, so white racist, you know, saw a Black person at his door and shot him. So like I said, and music, yeah, like I said, Liberia, the Lebanese got a little miniature-sized fairgrounds and like a mini theme park somewhere in Marshall, you know, and somewhere in Marshall. I couldn't find it. I was there. And also there's one place where there's ecotourism. They got water slides there and everything. So there's a lot going on in the country, you know, a lot going on in the country, a lot of exciting things to see and stuff like that, you know. And so, so also somebody said indoor plumbing, electricity. Liberia has indoor plumbing and electricity. The country is 200 years old. You know, people don't realize that. You know, Liberia is a 200 years old country. You know,
this person, man,
the guy
never take a break before they come back, man. It's 8 hours person. They just love us, man.
Yeah. So the bottom line is when you go to Liberia, more people are hooked up to the grid. When you go to Liberia, drive to Liberia, you'll see the transmission lines all down Roberts Highway and all through Monroe. You're going up to Robertsport. Those big transmission lines and everything, you know, and every part of that area is hooked onto the grid. You know, they got substations and everything. So this idea that electricity, running water, and stuff like that, you know, it's already there. You know, this is the oldest country in West Africa. So a lot of stuff that people that other countries are still struggling. And also Liberia has a very small population. That's another thing. It's a very small population. It's not like you got millions of people living off the grid. More and more people, another 5 years, almost 90% of the people are going to be hit on the grid. Not going to be no electric. And this time, when I went there 2 years ago, there was a lot of people that use gas power generators, stuff like that. This time I see it, most of the people were hooked on the grid because what they found out is those kerosene generators are expensive. We got to keep putting kerosene in that thing, and fuel is expensive. So basically, the improvements in the LEC, Liberia Electric Corporation, has been good, and also people prepay with their through the app. So problems like electricity and stuff like that are being solved. So, like I said, and also if you coming from America, you tell me you can't afford $30 a month for your electricity. Of course you can. You know, those $30 a month. Why are you going to basically go out there and build some expensive windmill and solar panels, thousands of dollars on that way? You can just pay $35 a month to be hooked up to the grid. You know, so like I said, there's one brother that basically. I don't know if you want to play his video. He basically got 3 properties in Liberia right now. I know his brother's been listening to this show. He said, yeah, I've settled in Liberia. Why don't he just say, look, well, I listened to Bomani and Kala and I decided to go to Liberia and I was able to buy 3 plots of land, you know?
Yeah, we can play the video. You can just send it to me fresh and I'll load it up, or any video that you have, where we can just show people what we're working with in Liberia. Because we just got to keep on educating people and keep sharing information in this, and then, like I mentioned, family, once we get there in the country, nobody does it like we do. We record and document everything. I got a team of with me that's what we're gonna be doing from night to day, documenting and enjoying every aspect of Liberia, so we can show you things more tangible. Because I know people have been asking me about documentation in Liberia, but the issue is more and more of us have to put things in a search engine, because what people are gonna always see when they do a Liberia search, I mean, and it's what it is. I mean, it's Charles Taylor, it's
somebody said that,
and things like that, and which is the reality of it, because any one of us can do a search right now. So we do have there are nice videos and nice documentation, but we have to encourage the rest of the brothers and sisters in Liberia to show us more of the beautiful country, show us more of the culture, the history, show us more of this many things. And little by little, we're going to make this, the Pan-African capital of our movement. And that's what me and Kyle have been pushing and talking about. But, me and him can only do so much. So we're dependent on the rest of you brothers and sisters to just join us to where we just restore our ancestors' glory. Because, after, Kyle has broken this thing down so many times to where when you look at it, you're like, man, I really appreciate our ancestors for having the heart to build what they built. And unfortunately, there's a breakdown in the situation, in the system. So we just can't just like write it off the map and say, which I think that's what happened, brother.
Yeah.
Because that's where you have all these new countries now that's ahead of Liberia. But at the same time, too, the momentum is there. And, we're sharing with you like family, especially if any of you have been to Liberia recently, you want to come on and talk with us, you want to share things, we're just pushing that reach out, because at this moment, the way the movement is, I'm not happy with our movement. So it's like all hands on deck. And then, we're delivering something incredible to you. My brother has broken it down from the beginning to the end. He's talked about his book, talk about the different aspects of Liberia, how it was a shining glory, and we see Air Liberia and so on. So look at that as something to work with, because I'm telling you, family, I love some of these other countries that I go to, but I'm already even telling people about some of the dirty stuff that they do in these different countries, all because of one thing, because we don't have the laws on our side. and an American passport doesn't carry us much further, you know. So if nothing else, you know, give Liberia a chance, or even nothing else, open to us sharing with you what we're going to share with you.
Right. I'm gonna say Dummies Guide to Pan-Africanism. You go over to Africa, right? Do not shit on America, whatever like that, or just basically. You got people go over there, shit on America, they shit on Black America, and they talk. I see it all the time. I cringe. They don't understand. You're making yourself vulnerable. People are like, oh, that means he ain't gonna run to the embassy. That means he ain't got. You dumb fool. It's like if you go to a new neighborhood, right? You don't go around your neighborhood. Have you ever moved into a new neighborhood, Bomani, a new neighborhood? What do people always say? Yeah, I got my boys over here. Yo, if you fuck with me, man, they're gonna be over here. You know what I'm saying? You ever see a new kid? It comes to the neighborhood. He always says, "Yeah, man, my people over there, they're right around the way." And I'll say, "Oh, you bring some of your old homies from your neighborhood to your new neighborhood to let people know you got back, whatever like that." You know,
Right.
You know, dude, the same common sense. You know, you have to show strength. That's just what it is. That don't mean you hate Ghana. That don't mean you hate Liberia. That don't mean you hate Nigeria. But you let people know that, you know, you ain't weak. You know, we're the only group of people that think we're going to operate with weakness and strat and everything. When Nigerians, everybody else come to America, they're squatted up.
Yeah, absolutely. Without a doubt.
You know, they're squatted the fuck up, you know. Like, look at Mike. Oh, yeah, we Nigerians in Houston. They tell on themselves. Like the Afrikstan was talking about, yeah, Sonike. We know a Sonike and stuff like that. You know, whatever it is, you know. Black people in America, they think because we're so large as a power, we're supposed to be weak. No, we're going to use our numbers and power to gain. You know, we have large numbers and powers and stuff like that. So we're going to use that to our advantage. Why should we basically like be crippled and handicapped and whatnot? That's not Pan-African. Pan-African don't mean you be a fool or you be somebody's punching bag. You know, everybody else, when a Jamaican goes to Ghana, he's a Jamaican. They look up a Jamaican, the Jamrock, and so like they let you know, okay, I'm in Ghana, I'm enjoying this, but I still got my Jamaican heritage. Like somebody, you know what I'm saying? You African American, you got to squad up with your own people, you know? Let them know, yo, look, yeah, we're here, we're trying to work together, everything. That and we have to get out of that nonsense and everything. You know, everybody got their tiptoe. They got one toe in the Pan-African movement, right? The rest of whatever the hell they try to do. Black people in America, you ain't got no laws on your side in the country. You just dive in head first. And this is why I really don't feel sorry for people who get taken in Africa, right? Because they put that, I don't like America no more and whatnot. You know, you throw people your money, you trust people you don't know and everything. Then when you lose, you're like, oh man, like no, blame yourself. You know, blame yourself. You know, blame yourself why you made the wrong decisions when you went out there and you don't have anything. Also, like I said, in Tanzania, they said the Black people in America, African Americans don't talk to each other. There's no cohesion. A lot of it has to do with somebody said it's NAP. African right now. I don't know what the hell NAP mean. You know, there's no cohesion. You know, how can you talk about Pan-Africanism and you cannot build anything with your own people? Charity begins at home. You know, yeah, it's individualistic. That's why I said, man, it's funny how people will talk all this unity and everything till it comes down to actually doing it. You know what unity means? So you know what happens like when people aren't educated, right? One of the books people should go read is George Orwell's The Animal Farm. Okay, when the animals took over the farm, right? They said the pigs became the elite and everything like that, and the horses, and basically they said some pigs are more equal than others and stuff like this. And basically they found themselves in a trap. While the same people that told you to rise up against a farmer, they became de facto oppressors themselves. And Black people in America are, I don't know. So Black people in America, we don't basically, we don't operate like that. What we want to do is when somebody tells us everything's bad, listen to me. So, okay, when we put these people in power and everything, and you have no say so, and then you say, "Oh, where's all the money and everything like that?" You don't have anything in question, and then you realize that you left one oppressor for the other, and that's what it is. That's not Pan-Africanism. Everything that we do should be about doing good and doing what's right. Not everybody that basically says they're Pan-African has got your heart in mind. Look at JT, the bigger figure. So I don't know anything about RJ and everything like that, but I do know about JT, the bigger figure.
If you don't know much about RJ, he's out there.
Yeah,
so
he's
out there, and I'm coming after him. Nobody else have to say anything, but because I'm one of the few people the balls to go after this criminal mastermind.
I don't know this. I don't know this clown. I knew JT, the bigger figure. I know $10 million, right? And then he goes and he meets with Farrakhan for the Savior's Day and all stuff like this. And people's like, "Where's my money?" I don't feel sorry for those people, because if somebody basically is a rapper and he's telling you about Africa, Africa, just because somebody said they love Africa and everything, give them. I always tell people, give somebody 5 or 10 years. Now, if he's still over there doing what he's doing, everything after 5 years, he built something, then trust him. This guy's not there a whole year, all right? And people are already sending him money to a so-called invested land in Kenya. It's a country they know nothing about. But it's Pan-Africanism, People think anything investing in Africa is Pan-African. Just because you have an investment in Africa or you think you're investing doesn't mean you're contributing to the Pan-African movement. You're contributing to somebody's pocket. You're contributing to a system of corruption. Like I said, you get behind people. There's a lot of people on the continent that are building schools, that are building hospitals. You want to do something? Donate money to those people. Find those people that got charities and whatnot. Find a thing where you could do a book drive and you could send books over to the continent and whatnot. We could build mini libraries or mobile libraries for children. Let's raise money to fund Africa's clinics that need things like needles and medical equipment. That's how you can help. Shouldn't be all about, I'm going to get me a big house and I'm going to go here and do this. Like, no, start with the little stuff. And like I said, in Liberia, the time comes, I got a whole list of people that if you want, that are reputable people that if you want to donate to children's fund or schools, stuff like that, we have dozens. I have literally dozens of Liberians that operate their own schools on the continent, take their time and build. So one Liberian brother from Philly, I met him at the airport, His brother, man, he's kind of like a little thug too, right? He's a school teacher, right? He's a school teacher in Philly, in the hood. And he has a school in Liberia. I read him in Liberia. He said, "Yo, man," he said, "Yo, I'll tell you, motherfucker, right now, and look, I'll fuck you up." But I like this brother, man. But I didn't get a chance to meet him when I was in Liberia because of scheduling conflict and everything. But his brother is like really on point. And he has a school, he has a soccer team, everything like that, And I said, man, one day, I introduced him to BAIO, the social network and everything. He joined and everything like that. I said, one day, man, I'm going to put it all together. I got so many people that when the time comes and everything like that, somebody needs, I want to plug with somebody who wants to do this. I got so many people that I could plug people with as far as business, as far as education, as far as healthcare and everything like that. We have all the thing on. Then when you do stuff like that and you're connecting with people that's on the ground and you're helping and you're building and everything like that, then you're a legitimate Pan-Africanist. It ain't all about just getting land or and investment and all stuff like this. It's doing the little things, making a difference in somebody's life. So we definitely have the people in Liberia. I can't vouch. I know a lot of people around the African continent and stuff like that. We have chapters and everything, but this is a country I really know. And I know a lot of people that's doing a lot of great things, extraordinary things. That if we basically start our sister city projects, educational exchange between students here, like Dr. Kula's doing. You know, she's bringing African American students over on tours and stuff like that. You know, we look. I'm telling you right now, you will fall in love with this country. You'll fall in love with this country, and you'll basically say, "Okay, I got a second home or first home in Africa, and everything." And you'll be part of this one. You'll be part of the Pan-African world. You'll be doing your part of the Pan-African world. That'll be your part of the Pan-African world. Let, like the Bible says, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. That means if somebody, what's going on in Nigeria, we can't do nothing about that. What's going on in Congo, you can't do nothing about that. What's going on in South Africa, we can't do nothing about that. Zimbabwe, the sanctions, we can't do nothing about that. But this is some place where we can really make a difference. And the Bible says, blessed art be thou who kills the least little Babylonian. What does it mean by that? Yeah, Collar, you're a reverend. You can call me Reverend Collar tonight. That means you start with the little things. The little Babylonians. You know what Babylonians were? Babylon was a sinful place. So when you have those little things that basically that sin, or the little things that's a challenge, right? If you don't deal with those little things, they turn into big things and they destroy you. This country right here had been all but abandoned by the black world. This little tiny country. And we don't basically take care of this little thing. We could forget the whole entire continent. I'm going to repeat that again. Blessed be out thou who kills the least little bit. That little problem of our ancestors, they built this country and we don't do nothing about it. It's still lingering with us. And when I was over there, right, let me tell you something. I'm not no racist. And I know Liberia is going to need all kinds of people investing and everything like that. But I see that if we don't do this, right, the white people in America, the white Americans is the worst, are going to come to Liberia, and in a few years, we're going to be locked out because we didn't do this little thing. We're all over the continent, everything like that, you know, and getting nowhere. Instead of locking down this little thing, this little tiny country, this little thing that we created, this little tiny idea called Liberia. Once we do that and secure that, the whole continent and the whole world will be at our feet. From Liberia, we can access the whole entire continent. And that's where I made my mistake. I wanted to jump into Angola, Zambia, and all this place like this, you know? Because they had more bridges, they had more roads, they had more infrastructure, they had oil, they had all this stuff like this. And I like this. I said, that's fine. Then I went to Liberia. I said, this was the answer all the time. This is what I was looking for. This little thing. So we have to do our part. And when you do that little thing, if you find, connect with Liberia with us, and you find the school and everything like that, if you say, I got $100 I want to send every month to your school. The money I spend on cigarettes and everything, I'm going to take $100, right? And I'm going to do send wave. I'm going to send it to your school. You can make a difference. You say, you know something, you have a company or whatever like that. I'm looking at my brother, Terrence Steppenrod, right? This guy's a financial genius, right? I talked to him the other day. I said, man, I need you in Liberia. He said, let's make it happen. He just got his certificate to do loans, and I don't know what he's finance. I don't know anything about finance and everything like that. I said, we need this in Liberia. He said, let's make it happen. So I got people, they see my passion, my enthusiasm for this country, and they're ready to come on board. We're going to need people that are bankers. We're going to need people that can build a new stock exchange. We're going to need people that are financial analysis and everything that can do manufacturing and stuff like that. all the things. We're going to need more educators. Little things. And when you do little things and everything, little things add up to what? Big things. And then when we do that, the socialization, next thing you know, we're a part of something. Black America is not just defined by the borders of the United States. We now operate freely and on the African continent. Now we're a part. Black America is basically regaining its heritage that our ancestors, thank God, they created for us. We're creating something new, something that was already there, but we're recreating something new. So, like I said, when we start little tiny things, don't have to be a lot. You know, people think that the bigger investment you have, the bigger of a Pan-African, that doesn't mean anything. It could be a little thing that you do. It's little things that you do. The little things mean a lot. So that's what we're doing. So when people start coming to you with these grand investment and they don't have any track record and stuff like that, you know, you don't need all that. And so therefore, like I said, we're trying to do things the right way. This is not a get rich quick scheme. Hey, Bomani, you want to play the videos?
All right, absolutely. Let me load it up.
Play the last one first.
I was wondering what that sound was. All right, here we go. Stop, load.
That was my heater. Mute myself.
Man, is that cold there? All right, perfect.
No,
Here we go.
AC unit. It's actually my AC unit.
Oh, all right, gotcha. There we go.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Rod from Diaspora Kicking the Bobo. Hey, as you all know, for the past 3 years, I've been trying to figure out what African country that I was going to move into. The choices were Ghana, Gambia, Liberia, or Tanzania. And I've studied those countries for a little bit over 3 years. I talked about saving money to move, to build there, and changed my mind a couple of times. But the country that I've chose to move there part-time is Liberia. And here's the reason why I chose to move to Liberia. One of the reasons is that Liberia is probably the country where most of its people understand African American. They speak English, and not only that, because of the war, a lot of their people came to America and they lived around African Americans. So they understand African Americans, and African Americans understand Liberians. And what I've learned about Liberians is that they are honorable, respectful, hardworking people, sort of like I am, you know. So after I made that choice, I went and bought 3 plots of land, you know, and I'm pretty excited about it, you know, really excited about it. More excited than what I look, you know. I figured that Liberia is one of those countries that has the potential to be great, greater than what it is today. You know, people have left there, went away to America, to Europe, to the Bahamas, to the Caribbean. They're coming back educated more so than any other African country. Once they decide to put their heads together, that is going to be a glorious country. It's good, and it's going to move real fast, you know. But before I continue, I would like for you all to subscribe to my channel. You know, I'm at 376 subscribers right now. I would like to reach 500 by the end of next month. If you can do that, that just lets me know that you are out there listening. I like to provide content, even better content than what I'm providing today. Thank you. Now, as some of you all know, I went and got a DNA check. On my mother's side of my DNA, I am Nigerian and Liberian and Gambian. 12% Liberian. On my father's side, I'm 100% Guinea-Bissau, Balanta. And even though I'm not fully Liberian, I believe that that country is going to be great, and I want to be a part of it. You know, I'm also in the process of about to buy some beachfront property. You know, I'm trying to get everything done before other people get involved and want to, take those opportunities from us. You know, just remember that Liberia has the potential to be really great. I've talked to other people, about it. I've talked to other Liberians about it, you know, and they agree. I almost changed my mind several times about Liberia because some of the older Liberians remember the old Liberian from Liberia from the war. And they say stuff like there's a war going on, which there's no war, that it's really bad there. It's bad everywhere. There, even in America, you know, I lived in Harvey, Illinois, uh, West Chicago, West Side, you know, ain't no worse than that. You know what I'm saying? So there's dangers everywhere, you know. And it is something that I want to do. Now, my permanent move is going to be in my plan. I still have a year and a half left, even though I'm ahead of schedule. I still have a year and a half left, and I'm going to probably move that up. You know, I'm going to stay in Liberia from January the 2nd to June 1st, and from June 1st to January the 1st, I'm going to live in Minnesota. You know, that's how I'm setting it up. And I'm going to have fun. I'm going to live my life as life was meant to be lived by an African American. Now, some of you might ask yourself, why are you moving to Liberia or why are you moving to Africa? You see, I'm not moving to Liberia because I hate America. I don't hate America. I love uh, America. I also love Africa. You know, of course, America did some bad things, you know, but I don't have had time for hate. It's too much hate, you know. But those who do hate America that are moving out, I understand. I'm not myself going to do it, but I understand why you do. Oh, trust me. I understand why you do it, you know. My family knows that I'm going to be moving to Africa. I haven't told them yet Which country? You're the first to know. You know, you're the first to know actually that I bought my land. The person that I bought my land uh, from, I'm going to be mentioning her in my next video because I've learned to trust her. She's an upstanding young lady. I vetted her, found out that she's an honest person. Everything that I asked for, they did it. I asked them to put trees in my backyard, they did it. You know, no question. You know, but I'm going to give up my business because I'm tired of doing business here in America. That's just, the field is saturated and there's just not enough money to be made, you know. And of course, you can make money in America, but you know, the field is saturated and I'm trying to get out. But I just want to come on and let you know that I made my choice. And that choice is Liberia because of its people and the relationship that we've had with the Liberians since they've been here in America. With that, I'd like to say, remember, hit share, like, subscribe, and leave me a comment. You know, hey, talk to you later. Bye.
La Roche-Posay, I'm feeling.
That brother broke it down, you know.
Great breakdown. Great breakdown.
He broke it down. He just said basically, hey, look, you know, he didn't go through no, you don't have to go through all that shit, you know, with some balance, some king or some whatever. But Liberia is the guy got 2 plots of land, about to buy another one. And he said to live in his best life. He could open a business there, he could do whatever he want. And the key thing he said was the Liberians understand us. You know, Liberians don't ask you why you're there. They only ask the question they always ask is, why aren't more of you here? That's what they always ask. Why aren't more of you here? This country is perfect for you, you know? So we, like I said, you know, we're going to keep preaching this thing. We'll give more testimonials like this. And he bought the proselyte for that sister, you know, Zemina, whatever her name is, L.M.
Yes.
Yeah, hard to get a hold of her. I tried to get a hold of him. I can't get a hold of him. That's the whole thing about YouTube. People who got YouTube channels, right? You got to put an email where you could be accessible. See how Bomani puts his information up there where you can get a hold of him? You know, please, YouTubers, right? If you want to grow and expand, you want to expand your channel and everything, you got to put your information out there, you know? You know, how do we get in touch with you? You know, how do we network with you? We got people that want to buy property and land in Liberia. You know, we might be able to close deals when we go on this trip next year, you know? But we got to have the people. And plus, I already got people in Liberia. But I like the people the people that I know in Liberia haven't done any business with African Americans yet. They got land and everything that they want to sell and sell everything like that. But the best thing to do is start off with somebody who's done this already, you know? Who's skilled in getting all the stuff done and everything. That sister right there, Zemina, whatever her name is, she's perfect person to start with, you know?
Yeah, please don't vouch for some of these people, brother. I'm not trying to tell you what to do and things like that. It's just the thing of it is, if people can't respect those of us who are real about our business, reaching out to them and things like that, they're not worth me promoting or worth of pushing their name and things like that. And things like that. So I'm sure she's a wonderful person. She's doing what she's doing and things like that. But so is RJ Marty, and so is a bunch of other criminals and crooks out there and things like that. Not saying that's what she's doing and things like that.
We don't have that. She's got a track record. She got a lot of people.
But I didn't say that she was doing anything. But at the same time, too, don't be on the quick defense about Liberia, because the stuff that RJ Marty pulled, he can come to Liberia and run circles around you guys because he's a mastermind criminal. And
he would.
Like
Like
but my main point with the situation is, if you're gonna call yourself real in this game and things like that, and then people have to chase you down to communicate with you and chase you down to do certain things, especially if you see an email from those of us, me and my brother Kala, reaching out to connect with you and things like that, because I've had the same issue. And that's why I don't reach out to nobody on YouTube. As a matter of fact, the hell with all them people on YouTube. That's why I stay focused on my network and things like that. And that's why I don't go around and just prop people up and things like that. And one of the issues that I have with our people 100% is they waste too much of your time, and then they talk a lot of stuff about business and a lot of stuff about this and that. But then when it's time to show up and connect and network and things like that, they're nowhere to be found. That's why I don't, and I don't want to make it seem like only thing I have to say about people is bad stuff. Yes, I'm one of them people that call out the people who come after the people in my network and shake us down and things like that. And that's why the best thing with the network that we have, we're just going to build it as we need to build it, because we have to protect ourselves against future crooks. And one of the things you're saying right now is many things won't happen in Liberia. But one of the things that we have to always look at is Ghana was a floodgate of people that came in. And then when people were coming in, the local people saw that. And with that mindset, they literally went to work and literally started developing devious tactics to get over on our people. So the same thing that went on in the countries where they have a high percentage of us coming, it's the same thing that can go on in Liberia. So the only thing I would have to say for that is that
operation in Liberia, and the bottom line, everybody that is going to be thoroughly vetted on the ground. So
so it's just a warning I have for people, because I'm not putting myself in that situation, and I'm telling people the next person that try to get over on me and try to do whatever, we're gonna have serious problems to where it's gonna not end well for you. I've already fired everybody in Ghana, almost everybody that I have working on certain things, because number one, lazy and just foolish with no vision. So I'm getting myself ready to make another move. So the same thing I'm telling people, that we're coming to Liberia, we're coming bringing our network, we're coming to show love, we're coming to build what we need to build, and we as a people have to work together. And the people that are out there that's promoting Liberia, same thing. Let's connect together, let's band together, and things like that. Don't think that you're gonna be the end all be all. We have to build things in a network, because if we don't build in a network, that's when we give life to to criminals and crooks like RJ Mahdi. People like himself build what they build based on these elements. I've watched people like that with their smooth attraction and things like that. So again, like what Kala said, make sure people have a track record, like he mentioned about the sister. I'm not going to call her name because it's just only going to call people name who actually want to communicate and reach out to us as a people. Because if you're going to talk all this stuff on YouTube and things like that, and then you want people to reach out to you, make yourself accessible and things like that. Now, I understand we all can't answer every email, text, and things like that. But then at the same time, too, not everyone is going to reach out to you on serious business. When we reach out to you, we are reaching out to you on serious business for us to connect and build things together. And if you don't want to reach out, it's no problem. I'm not here to chase you. And the same thing with people who want to send me their name, numbers, and email address, and they want to send me messages and say, oh, yeah, I want to go here, I want to do this. Then I reach out to you, and then I got to call you, keep on calling you, or keep on doing this chasing game. We're no longer with those things. You know what I mean? I'm tired of fake Black people. And the biggest issue that I have is a generation of useless Black men. And they're not all just in Africa. You know what I mean? They're everywhere. You know what I mean? And so when a Black man like myself is trying to reach out to connect with real people, expect to build something. It's like I met that little big head midget fake king RJ Mahdi in Senegal 2021 on my journey before the last journey. And he literally, first he was trying to con me to pay for his fake $1,000 investment membership. I just asked him to do a basic investment conference, and we'll put him on a map and we'll share some information and educate our people. But the only thing that he saw was like, oh, well, pay for one membership and all your group members pay for $50 each, and we'll do a 2-3 hour conference. I was like, dude, bro, we don't do those kind of things. First of all, you have you have not put your work in for you to get that kind of money. We don't operate like that. So then he didn't communicate with me, because I made him an alternate deal, and he didn't want to take the alternate deal, because people like himself, it's all about money. They're not about establishing or building anything. And as we talk about this Dummies guide to Pan-Africanism, literally at family, I have to explain all of these things to you, because I have the longest track record in this game as far as us connecting to Africa and doing things in Africa. And I've had many horror stories dealing with our people who work in circles around, because I can't sit there and watch and monitor everyone. And unfortunately, some people like to blame the victim. I don't believe in blaming the victim. Once you're part of my network, we operate together. And what I noticed, what people like RJ Mahdi do, he preys on people vulnerability, literally preys on it to where he knows the game and he knows the situation. Because he's been there. He came to Africa for the first time. He's seen many things and he learned the game. And then instead of him saying, you know what, let me help Bomani and his people coming, because Bomani is not trying to do any investment in Senegal. And he has a few people that's interested. Let me just do the right thing and help. Instead, what he does, charge him $1,000 for a lifetime membership, and then with that lifetime membership, promise you that he's going to get you invested into Made in Africa, that run project, farming production and things like that. And I mean, it's a whole bunch of scams that they have. It's a criminal network of them. And instead of them doing the right thing, they choose to not do the right thing. So I'm not going to be like Dinah Samir every minute, just having people, propping people up. And next thing you know, Lou Major and his criminal network shake down all of our people. We have to be accountable. We have a space on YouTube where people follow and listen to us and things like that. And it's up to us to give them the right advice. And once things go left with people, then I got to double back and say, you know what? Let me share with my brothers and sisters who trust me and down with me that these are people that they need to keep away from. And if they choose to do it, that's fine. But most of us moving to Africa are going to be very vulnerable. And that's how a lot of people have gotten taken advantage of in countries like Ghana and other places because of that situation. So either we decide that we're going to look out for our people and help them, or we're just going to let them keep on being victims. So what we're proposing is always our Africa for Africans tours and investment. Reach out to us, let's connect with you. And that's why I'm building with my brother Kala, so we can provide people in a direct option to living and doing business in another country. The only thing I would say to him and everyone else that's connected to Liberia, deliver and complete the work, be about that life, that business and things like that. Because one or two situations happen, then next thing you know, we're going to be hearing this about Liberia and things like that. So I don't play fantasy Pan-Africanism. I deal with real, and then the real situation, we have to really get to deal with our people on a level. Because I remember just sitting down, talking to a group of brothers and sisters, all men in Ghana, all men that I end up firing every single last one of them. Instead of them saying, hey, you know what, Bomani is onto something, let's work together and do this and things like that. The money is nice and that they're getting, but it's like, okay, then they don't do the work. And then next thing you know, you get stuck and you have issues with other people. So if anyone have ever seen me with issues with other people on YouTube and things like that, yeah, you don't know the story. The story is the people that you trust that's supposed to do their jobs. And some of those people are consultants and attorneys. Some of those people are also chiefs. And some of those people are also other people. You know what I'm saying? So when we're dealing with this, for those who listen out there, let's be real about this business, because I'm fed up with the foolishness. And I'm fed up with a generation of weak, useless black men who literally are profiling and make it seem like they're down with a movement, and they're not down with our movement. They're just copying it. Like one copied my tour, like a few of them copied my tours and investment business. And that's fine, because business is business. You can, do what you need, but don't copy my business and do it wrong to where you don't deliver and take care of our people. Because that's when now you're going to have a problem with me. I didn't work hard for the last 20 years. Because, in 2003, we're studying what we're talking about now. And then from there on, we're just out there making moves and trying to build. But unfortunately, if we had a group, if we had a generation of real black men instead of these fake black men that's on YouTube running these little fake channels, acting like they're celebrities and stars and prince and kings and all these other foolishness, I mean, we'll be somewhere further. So yes, in an ideal and realistic world, people like myself, RJ Mahdi, and a few of them, I don't even want to even call their name. I'm so disgusted with some of them right now. I'll just leave another show to call their names out. Would have really been down with black people, all of us would have been able to build something special. So that's why this is the Dummies Guide to Pan-Africanism, because everything that you think is real is not. And everybody that's running their mouth talking about this and that is not. And that's why the main thing of anyone working with me, my network, only thing I'm going to talk with them about is us delivering and us being real. We can explain things in science and theory to the highest level, but at the same time too, we have to execute and be down for our program. Like this one fake wannabe clown who calls himself a prince, literally telling me, hey, let that person and that person figure that out themselves. I was like, you expect me to leave one of my good brothers and sisters vulnerable to a mastermind criminal that will run circles around them? We have to be able to stand for our people. And that fake prince, I have no respect, no love for him. I have another show that I'm gonna deal with this punk ass. You know what I mean? Because any of y'all getting in my way, I'm shutting y'all down because almost none of y'all are serious about this movement. So once y'all encroach and then y'all mess with people in my network, we having a problem because I'm the boss of this, and and all they gotta do is say, "Oh, Bomani, this person did this to me," and things, and we coming after you. You know what I mean? Because then now that's a loss of investment of us doing things in Liberia, Ghana, and other places. We're at the point now, it's enough information out there to where, or enough situations that have happened to us as a people to where, we can't just leave our brothers hanging and then and things like that. So, your family, don't let these people trick you because they look like, cute little models, you know what I'm saying? And things that I remember last video was going off on RJ Marty, and some people say, what does this have to do with anything? I was like, because people like himself, they come with their little cute little attitudes and their little cute little presentation and blazers on and SUVs that they don't own, and they profile, make it seem like they're successful and they're doing things that they're not. And you got another one claiming that he's a Nigerian prince, went to Nigeria and got a passport. And the Nigerians are smart. They're like, let's get this fool a passport so he can promote our country. Next thing you know, he's talking about Nigeria should be the Pan-African this, and we should be investing in Nigeria and doing this in Nigeria. I'm like, how about this, you clown? How about you go there and you try the program and let's see what happens. You come back and saying that. Now, all he's good for is just eating bushmeat and taking people to eat at shacks and restaurants. And y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm sparing none of these people. I'm coming full hardcore on all of them, because what y'all have done is y'all have ruined a movement that we built strong. Repatriation was dead and we took it to another level. And now y'all all jumping into the game, trying to be copycats. And then instead of y'all doing the right thing, y'all leading people astray and y'all destroying a movement to where nothing is being built. And all I see is just people complaining about, well, this person was supposed to do this for me and look out for me, and they didn't do it. So now I'm telling you, all you weak excuses for Black men, don't reach out to me unless you're about business and things like that. And if I hire you as a tour guide or consultant or attorney and you literally play games with me, I'm going to literally put you out there as a poster child. As a matter of fact, I have a whole list of them in Ghana I'm about to put out there and to say, hey, this lawyer right here ripped us off for citizenship, residency money, this person here and things like that. I'm literally coming full blown. I got a whole bunch of programs I'm doing solo. That way no one is just me. And I'm telling my truth and my experience and dealing with Black people, especially Black men, whether it's in Africa and America, and the need for why we need to build a generation of real Black men. So for those who are men out there, raise your sons to be men, warriors, and leaders. Other than that, we'll just be looked at as we'll just be a disgrace to our ancestors. And that's what these people are turning our movement into. So as the vanguard of this movement, and as someone who have been, work his way in this movement and deliver the work, I'm telling people, yo, be mindful of these people selling you fake presentation, and you have some of the fake history and fake things that they're promoting. And if any of them is real, you ask them, show them to show you what they're doing that's real. Ask them when the last time you support Black-owned business, when the last time you actually look out for one of your brothers and sisters versus just leaving them to this getting chewed up. You know what I mean? Like, y'all all remember a situation with Lou Major and Taiwo. Who led them to the slaughter? You know what I mean? Enough said right there. Let's continue the program, family. Continue the program. We're gonna save the energy on another show for that clown that I'm talking about, because all of them are fake as hell. And nothing real about them. They don't come out and network and build nothing with anyone. Everything is about how they can shake our people down for money and not deliver. So this is your guide. This is your guide, family, from someone who's a professional in the game.
Yeah, right. That was good. What you call it? We're gonna play the next video.
The next video sucks. That person needs to learn to go back to video school. The video, when you play the video, you see only 25% of the video. It says it's smaller the picture, and then the rest is just all blank screen. It just it's an embarrassment to play. I'm sure you took a look at it and see. And that's another thing too. I can't push out things that are just crappy out there. People need to spend time and learn to use their equipment and things like that. I'm not making excuses for anybody else anymore. Step your game up and things like that. I know everybody want to be a YouTube superstar. Subscribe to my channel. Hit them likes up and all that stuff. How about you put out some good videos that looks professional?
what he was saying when that video was really on point, as far as like the ease of doing business in Liberia and stuff like that. That's a point I was trying to make. And like I said, in a couple of years, it's not going to be like that. Because trust me, the people, the whites, they're coming. You know, even though what's protecting Liberia is we still got a constitution that don't allow white people to own property in Liberia. But some of them still do. You know, some of them do. But what they do is they very cleverly will partner with a Liberian. And so they'll be like silent partners in Liberia. That's how the China Mall was built in Liberia. A young Liberian guy, you know. The warehouse looked like it was brand new. It was probably an old building sitting there on that property. They tore it down, built a new building. And the China Mall thing is you go there, you can get anything you want, appliances, anything you want in Liberia. Household wares, everything you could probably want. And at first, when I went there, I was like, man, what the hell is going on here at China Mall? I was in there really impressed. And I found out that, in order for you to do business like this, you have to have Liberian partners. So then you go there, all the people working there are Liberians. The security around the place, the cashiers, the people helping you, the people pushing your cart for you and stuff like that, the people who go and get stuff for you are all Liberians. So they're creating opportunity for Liberians. Like, how can I be mad at that? So I had a good experience. I bought like $200 worth of stuff for our apartment when I was there. Just used it for 2 weeks, but wife took stuff back to her house, brand new cups and cooking ware, pots, pans, dish pans, all stuff like that. So I bought everything for the place we were staying at for 2 weeks. And so it's really, really good. So you basically, as far as like this country, and we need people to join us on this tour next year. And it's going to be a tour of a lifetime. I guarantee you're going to have a good time. And I look forward to people, even before we go, people have an idea what they could probably invest in. There's going to be people that you could partner with. I know I have one brother that's a good brother. He's my driver. And he's starting his own sanitation business. And I said to myself, I'm going to help invest. I told him I'm going to help invest in his business. He said, I'm going to give you like a percent. I said, I don't really need that. I need that. I'm just trying to help you. That's what brother to brother. But for business sake, I might just say, okay, just give me 5% of your business, whatever. Just pay me this per month, whatever like that, But it's my duty to help out, my duty to partner with people and stuff like that and make money at the same time. So, like I said, I can't speak for other countries, but I do know what's going on in this country right here. I do know the opportunity. Somebody asked about what kind of opportunities. One thing you have to do is you have to go there. You have to get together with the people I have on the ground and the network that I have set up in Liberia of people that can help you do things, help you get your paperwork, help you get your documentation and stuff like that. So therefore, you're not just basically dealing. Now, if you go there and you don't use our network, you don't use people that we recommend and that we vet and everything, and you make the mistake, hey, it's on you. Now, I'll be mad and whatever like that, but ultimately you have to listen. You go to a country, I'll never tell anybody to do something with somebody that I haven't thoroughly vetted. That I can't say 100%, yeah, this person is legit, it's legit and everything like that. I will never do that. So if people want to do that outside me, hey, it's on you. So, but I'm careful about who I bring into my network. And I'm careful about who I do. I watch people do business, and everybody that I know in Liberia have done business. They've been in the country for years. They've been doing stuff, and they're reputable people. And those are the people I keep around me. And fortunately, I don't know too many Liberians that do any shady business and stuff like that. It exists. Trust me, it does exist. But the thing is, though, everybody knows who's legit, and everybody knows who's not legit. Now, one thing you will have in Liberia is you'll have two people that's legit, and they'll tell you somebody else is not legit because they want to do business with you. Now, both people could be legit, but Liberians have this thing where they'll say, "Oh no, you don't want to deal with him," but and it's not like they can't tell you why, but they'll find a reason. Oh, he's no good. This person's no good. You don't want to deal with him and everything like that. And I found out that you can't really do that. You have to basically know how to discern people and make your best judgment, because people will try to tear each other down, and everything like that. So, that's another thing to look out for. No, you can't trust this person. And also, there's also a lot of Liberians who live in America. Now I said people need to go to the country by themselves and make their own networks. No, look, you don't start. This is the thing I'm getting tired of, right?
Who's this village idiot giving bad ideas?
Check this out.
We go ahead and I'll tell them my story about why we don't recommend that.
All the people that when I went to Liberia, I hit the ground running. The people that hosted me in Liberia, I've known for years. I've known for years. When I was in Liberia, people were shocked at how many people were coming to see me and knew me. The people had known me for like 10, 12 years. They weren't just basically like, oh, middleman. It's not like that. There was probably, oh, yeah, like this. All the people that like, no. I had all the people in place, before I even went there. So what I'm saying is before somebody go there, check with us, because we have the people in place. This ain't the same thing as other countries. Just go there, everybody middleman and cut. You don't have that because we already have the people. What do people think that, when I went to Liberia, man, it's like I already had people at the highest level who knew me.
That was beautiful, bro. That's a great setup you did. You put the work and the research, and that's great.
My boy Sandal Morris, right? He lives in Delaware, right? And he's like a pastor. He was in Liberia at the same time, right? And he came to my engagement party and said, "Yeah, I'm in Liberia." My boy Hassan Fachita, he's a Liberian broadcaster, right? He came down. He heard I was coming to Liberia. He came down to Liberia and met me at the Calabas. I said, "What's going on?" I said, "Me and him been battling on Facebook for years. I thought this dude was gonna punch me." But meanwhile, we were hugging, smoking cigars, chilling and whatnot. That's my brother. But these are people I've known for years. They know me. They know who I am. They know what I'm about. So the bottom line is this: when you say people make their own network, that's when people make their mistakes. We already have the freaking networks in place. We got to build and consult and add on.
You got another one for you.
Networks, Don't say nobody knows you like that. Okay, well, whatever.
He's trying to, brother. Why is he trying to call you out, man?
So
anyway,
what do I have to gain by misleading somebody? I'm trying to make this work. The more success I have, the more I gain. I gain by people being successful. We have Elder Overton, right? He bought property in Liberia. I got Ross to get him property in Liberia. Let
me just
my connection, So what the heck are people got to go there and just build networks for? We already got the freaking people. We have the Black African Infrastructure Organization local chapter there. What the heck we need other networks for? That's the freaking problem. A Dummies Guide to Pan-Africanism. Go there and just establish your own. No, get with reputable people that you know. You got to build before you even let the ground. You got to know people. And that's why you won't fall to scammers and everything like that. You want to set up your own freaking network. Are you stupid? We have the friggin' network. We have the people, reputable people. We're gonna do find your own. People like I want to find my own. I mean, that's what people always do. I'm gonna find my own. I'm gonna do my own. Go right the heck ahead. Then when they get scammed or whatever like that, that's why I don't feel sorry for people who don't listen.
Brother, do you know much of those situations that have happened? Based on what every year I've traveled to Ghana or every time we travel to Ghana, we always have a business and investment conference or a repatriation and business and investment conference, whichever way people want to title it and look at it. And it's specifically designed to educate people about the things that they end up doing. You know what I mean? Because they're following this guy advice about, oh, go do your own thing. Oh, don't, you know, and it's, you know, it's not saying, hey, you got to use our people and things, but it's like, if we're in a network together, that means we're looking out for each other. But then you running along and you don't know how treacherous some of these people are. Like I'm telling people, some of these folks that that we have in Ghana that do business, and I'm not trying to down the whole country and everything. And, you know, it's a country that I love and I got a number of respect for. And that's why I'm there doing certain things. But enough people are in this pipeline that's claiming that they're going to help you do this and help you do that. And all they're doing, you're just a meal ticket for them. And then what they don't understand is that they're ruining the future of a visionary who wants to do certain things. So that's why knowledge seeker, that's why we explain this to people. So you can, you know, you can go there and do what you want to do and things, but you're not going to give any of us any advice to do foolishness like that. Everything that I've built around is a network, you know, where we're built to where we're work together and literally connect people together. The first person I had moved to Africa was he came with me in 2007. Met him on a radio program of one of our good brothers, Kidi Awadu, the Conscious Rasta, out there in LA. And you know, brother said, you know, he's ready to just move on from America, and he's retired, and he was ready to go to Africa, and he just liked what we was talking about. And you know, what did we do? We didn't just like bring him to the country and let him there to figure it out. I left all my best people there to look out for the brother. And you know what they did? They look out for the brother, and the brother's still there. As a matter of fact, I did a recent interview with him where we did a few presentations. I'll be sharing that with you, and each telling you in his own words what someone like myself did for him. And I was very young in the game at that point. But one thing I learned is that you have to have your network of people that's down with you to where we look out for each other. And that always works well until you have someone coming in and try to corrupt the system. So like Kala said, you know, he's making sure that he has all the right people and elements so we can work together, because at the end of the day, that's what we have to do. You know, we have to keep the people accountable. Since he's there in the country back and forth, and he knows people and he knows certain things, he's a better person to give you advice and things. So I'm telling people, stop thinking that you know everything and listen to people who have experience. And my brother clearly have his experience, and he knows what he's talking about. So knowledge seeker, thank you for trying. But well, how about you just join us so we can discuss this more, because people like yourself give these bad advices and cause people to ruin their lives.
Go there and start your own thing. You know,
remember that one comment about that lady you sent me?
yeah. I looked at it. Go black to Africa, man. I'm 62, no social security, healthcare, but I can go ahead and start my own business. I wonder how that lady turned out, you know?
I'm sure she didn't make it to Africa.
I just have a vision of her knocking on Go Black's door one night. She's there one night, Go Black, like, yo, you tell her, well, I need a place to stay. You know, you can't stay here. You know, well, you told me. It's a different thing when you're dealing with somebody's life, you know?
Yeah.
If somebody's throwing your door, man, I came to Africa because of you, you know? And you're like, yeah, I tell you, but yeah, I got no money. I can't start a business. Can't start. Go Black said he made $140,000 in the, yeah, if he got $140,000, man, he should be able to invest in people, right? You know, if he got that sort of bread and everything like that, you know. But the bottom line, people tell you anything. Man, another thing what you got going on right now is you got people on YouTube, right, who are basically putting out false information. This African Americans are making millions of dollars, and how the hell you going to freaking go to Ghana in 1 year start making millions? Get the hell out of here, you know. And so the bottom line is that you get there and people are going to invest their life savings and everything. And next thing you know, they're going broke. And they say, oh, it's not our fault, you know. So the bottom line is get rich quick schemes and everything like that. Friends with Liberians say, just because somebody lives in the States don't mean they're going to help you out. Wouldn't Wayne tell you that? You got to be mindful of some of these Liberians, you know. Not every Liberian is a Pan-African or believe in what we're doing, you know? The people I've been dealing with, they know me. I've been fighting with people, Liberians, that hating them and they loving them at the same time. They come to fucking love me. You know, they know who I am. They know what I'm about, and they see my vision after all these years. It took me a long time to build my name, my brand in the Liberian circle, you know, in the Liberian community. You know, and then there's some Liberians who don't mess with me at all. You know, the tribalists and the fools and everything like that, they don't mess with me at all. They don't have no vision and everything like that. Those are the people you're going to end up getting hooked up with. You know, those are the people you're going to end up hooked up with. Oh, man, it didn't work out. Well, who was you messing with? You know, are you messing with somebody that was Black African Infrastructure Organization, connected with the College Genesis Association of African Diaspora Liberia? You know, are you in Liberians that basically network with us and know Black America and stuff like that? You know, not all Liberians are the same. You got to know what type of Liberians you're dealing with. You know, and you can only do that when you got people that can vouch for other people. Like I had to vouch for Brother Ross to Sam, right? Sam, man, say, he said, man, I'm so glad you introduced me to Ross. And he's the most incredible person I ever met in my life. I said, yeah. I was introduced to Ross by my girl Sine, who hosted me, right? I stayed in her place. I bought her new furniture and I stayed in her place the first time I went to Liberia. I met Ross and I was like, God, man, it ain't a cough. I got a cold. You know, it ain't my cigars, so I got a cold. And so therefore, I didn't know Ross when I saw this tall guy. We hit it off. I then found out Ross knew some of the people. He knew Marcus Overton and whatnot. He knew a lot of people, you know, and he heard of Bomani, you know, and he heard of Dynasty, he heard of Bomani. He said, yeah, I know, I follow all you guys, you know. And so basically, you know, him and I hit it off. 2 years, man. This guy's got me everything I needed. You know, I need a business license, corporation, got that. I got a diplomatic visa to travel to Liberia, a diplomatic visa on arrival. I got that, you know, whatever I need, paperwork, anything I need, I got that. So I vouch for that. And the people that needed property or whatever like that, he got that for them, you know. So therefore, I say the people that I deal with, the tourism board and everything like that, he's helped Sam out. He's helped all the people out. He helped Elder Overton out. He helped Julius Larry out. He helped Dr. Henderson out. And so what I'm saying is all the people that I know in Liberia, when I say they could deliver, they could deliver. Now, you want to go there and find your own people and start from ground up, and they don't know you from Adam. And also, when I'm in Liberia, you got to understand something, right? All the kids, when I went there 2 years ago, right, something was missing out of my room, right? And I do believe my wife, I think she just lost something, right? Well, one of the houseboys, somebody said, but she thought the houseboy stole some her jewelry, right? And I said, you probably just lost it, you know, let's forget about it. Well, anyway, some of the neighborhood boys heard about this shit. They heard about this shit. They knew who College Genesis was, right? Because they're out there flashing the A sign, you know, yo, you know, they talk about Komai, flashing the A's and everything like that, you know. And bottom line is they wanted to kill this little boy. I said, this kid's only 15 years old. They said they want to kill him because you came to Liberia and they look at you like this. I said, look, I'm not that important. You know, they said they see you as somebody that's great. And then I met Charles Taylor's son when I was there. You know, he came over and he wanted to meet me and everything like that. I met Charles Taylor's son. So I was right next to my house I was staying at was right next to Jules Howard Taylor, the vice president of Liberia. Her compound was right next to ours and everything. So some of the people and everything I would see, the high level government people I would see and stuff like that. And the last time I was in Liberia in April, in March, and I was going to dinner with the Assistant Chief Justice of Liberia Supreme Court and a lot of other people with Dr. Kula. And so basically what I'm trying to tell you is that I'm connected with high level people in Liberia, you know, and people that I know if people would say, okay, you know, this person's good. The problem I have in Liberia is that Liberians, like, even though all the people I connect with are good, they're always trying to undermine each other. You know, Liberians don't like working with each other. You know, if you could ever get Liberians working together, right, they always want to be number one with you. And no, like that. But I already chose all the people that I know, and other people, okay, I'll take some advice from them. You can help me out and everything. But I pretty much know who I could deal with, you know, because why? Although these people are all good, I go by who's proven himself to me. You know, if you have not proven yourself to me, you know, and show me what you can do, you know, and it takes a period of time to earn my trust. I don't just basically, oh, this person is legit and everything like that. And I've never done any business with them. You know, I don't do that. You know, You know how many people have gone to Liberia, good experience, and you're trying to share. No, I'm not saying that, right? I'm saying you could do what you want to do. You know, but why reinvent the wheel? You know, why reinvent the wheel? You know, why reinvent the wheel? People can go do whatever they want to do. A lot of people went out there and did their own thing. But if you want to do stuff on a high level right here, then you talk to us. I mean, it's easy to go to Liberia and you said you want to buy a piece of property, whatever like that. You know, I would suggest you, and I have a Liberian lawyer. Like I said, before you buy property in Liberia, you better make sure they do a title search. If someone's trying to sell you land without a title search, you don't do it.
There you go. This guy got a lot of stuff he's saying about you, man. Knowledge Seeker, why don't you just come on? The link is down there. Come on, Knowledge Seeker. Come on.
I'm not saying everybody team, but some Liberians already got networks on the ground. They know what they're doing. You know, I'm saying as an African American who don't know anything about this country, come to me.
There you go.
Liberians know they got family there and stuff like that. They got land in the hinterland. They got land up country and everything. That's I understand that. They don't need me. But I'm talking about for this audience, as an African American, right? Listen to the show that's interested in Liberia. You contact me, and I can help you as best as I can. You know, yeah, people have gone there, but you know, okay, they've gone there, you know, something like that. But you know, yeah, I'm not saying that they can't. You know, there's people that can do it all the time. But I bet you any amount of money, they went through a lot of bumpy roads and they went through a lot of pitfalls and everything. They could have avoided a lot of stuff. You know, if they knew some of the people I know. Negroes are just hard-headed, man, you know?
Yes, brother, that's what we're dealing with, man. That's what we're dealing with, family. So Knowledge Seeker or whoever else want to join us, family, join us so we can talk and discuss our topic of the day.
Like I said, a Dummies Guide to Pan-Africanism. Don't go there to Africa on your own and not network with the right people. You know, that's rule number 2. You know, you don't go there. I'm gonna build my own network and whatnot. Okay. Like Bomani, he wants to do the tourism, right? I plugged him up with our sister. You know.
Exactly. Why would I not reach out to my brother who been to Liberia a few times and have a network of people to work with? Why would I? So that makes sense. So basically, that's what Kala's explained to you. Myself, never been to Liberia, so me and him connected, and we're working together.
Now, did you have to go, like the Knowledge Seeker says, you would connect with Liberian officials. Did you have to connect with any Liberian officials to do anything? No.
And sometimes, sometimes that's not always the way to go. And not everyone is just going to connect to officials and things like that.
For example, perfect example of that, right?
Right.
Now, there's some investors that want to invest in rubber tire production. And like I said, one day we're going to make this happen. Now, my brother Sam has 300 acres of land in Marshall, right? We're going to put some of that land in the land trust. That's what we're working on. We're going to put that land trust, right? Now, the people that we want to do this with, right? They want to come there with a private sector investment to build like an industrial zone, whatever like that, right? They're going to say, something, we want to build this. We're going to build this, in Liberia. Now, if they went to a government, what's going to happen? Somebody in the government will say, oh, if you want to do that, right, you got to build it on this land over here. And guess what? Conflict of interest is always big in Africa, right? Guess what? The land will be somewhere on their land, which they benefit from. So government officials, that's not like America. They'll say, okay, yeah, you want to build this? We got land for you right here. And they'll be their land that they're doing instead of the land that our brother Sam and I have. So going to a government is not, and then all of a sudden that same government official will try to hold it up because he wants to get his cut because he'll say, okay, you got to build on this land or you can't get this permit, whatever like this, Okay, well, no, my business that I plan on establishing in Liberia is going to have an office, right? And yes, we're going to charge a fee for all the stuff, the documentation, lawyers, stuff like that. Even a network, we're going to build a database of everything from plumbers to electricians, everything. So therefore, construction, everything, whatever you want to do, you're going to be able to do this, right? And then our company, right, is going to charge a fee for all this, right? That for our services. That's what the business is. But we're going to basically do everything for you. Notarizing, getting your land, your documentation, whatever like you want to buy, your licensing and all stuff like this, you know, lawyer, you know, go into a lawyer's office. You're going to pay for lawyer fees. You know, you're going to retain a lawyer. So therefore, when you come there, you're a real credible investor. That means you have enough money and you can pay for the service and everything. You're going to get what you want, but it's going to be up thing. What happens is this. Somebody will tell you, I can get you everything like that, $5,000. Well, the land itself for 2 plots, right, is going to cost like one plot is going to cost you $5,000, right? That's what the price is going for right now. One plot is like $3,000 to $5,000, depends on how close you are to the beach, the closer you are to Monrovia, right? Well, you know that you got to get a title search. The land has to get marked, right? You have to do all the stuff like that. And you got to get the paperwork, the documentation, everything. The lawyer has to do that, right? So the lawyer is going to charge you $700 for a fee and everything like that, something like that. The lawyer's fees and everything like that as we taken. Then you got to pay your taxes and all stuff like that, your registration. I was like, that costs money, right? So therefore, if the person is going to handle that for you, right, he's going to say, okay, this is what we're going to charge, right? Because I have to send a person out there. I have to pay for this surveyor. I got to do this and everything like that. And then you're going to get a real accurate price on everything, what it's going to cost. In the end, you'll have property or whatever you're trying to do. That's the type of business I want to run. But a fly-by-night person will tell you, oh, yeah, they'll tell you anything so you could cut them that $5,000 and they disappear. And then you out your money. So go right ahead and try to establish your own networks and everything like that. Oh, he said it's going to cost you a total of $8,000. Ah, man, I can get that. I get you a piece of property for $3,000. Once they get that $3,000, they're gone. You know, title search and deeds and everything. Liberia has a very good land title search and deed system. You know, the one thing our ancestors built in that country and everything. You know, the original families, the Parkers, the Coopers, and everything own most of the real estate in Monrovia. The Caesars and everything. The Caesars own Caesars Beach and everything like that, you know? And so therefore they own the land. They got the deeds registered and everything like that. It's a very orderly country. But people want to go out there and do their own thing, you know, and get some Joe Blow that they don't know and everything like that, you know, because everybody, the real people in Liberia know who owns the property, know everything. Oh, that don't sound right. That person doesn't know what he's talking about. They're not reputable. Not saying all the time, but the bottom line is why mess with people that you don't know?
This guy that's typing up things, and I don't think he's even reading what he's typing.
Impatient. Yeah, well, people, like I said, if you want to do property in Africa, Liberia, I know what to do. I know who to talk to. I know who to network with and how to get all this stuff done. I'm going to tell you fancy what it's going to cost. It's going to cost, you know. If you're ready to pay for these costs and everything like that, then you can get property, then you can be a credible investor. And when you come there as a credible investor and you're going to get property and you're going to build it up and everything like that, you know, you're going to be creating employment because you got the skill, tons of skilled laborers that can do everything from bricklaying to plumbing, piping, everything. You're creating jobs and opportunity for local people and everything by your project. Yeah, you're adding value to the country and you're paying taxes to the country. Yeah, you're you're a credible investor. They'll basically treat you like gold. When somebody tell you that they're going to give you free land and all this kind of freaking nonsense, you know, that's freaking bullshit.
And the free land always get people, brother. we got a bunch of them in Cape Coast, Ghana right now, thinking that they're gonna enjoy free land, and they got a rude awakening coming to some of them. But you know, the smoke hasn't cleared yet, so who knows? But don't get set up.
Anybody tell you they're gonna give you something for free and all stuff like that, you know, and all stuff like that. You come there, you know, stop talking to me about my citizenship and all that, you know. You got more power with that U.S. passport than you ever would with a Liberian citizenship. Like one dude was saying, live 6 months in America, 6 months in Liberia. You know, that's how Liberians do it. That's smart. Most Liberians live in Liberia. They'll live there for 5 months and 7 months in the States, or 7 months in the States and 5 months in Liberia. They're happy. They're going back and forth. No, knowledge doesn't mean one man's free. They're willing to learn. Ignorance when right on middleman. No, I don't believe in middleman stuff like that. I believe in broker. You know, you can have a broker, somebody who's a business person, somebody that can get your stuff done. Not no middleman saying I can do this and all stuff like this. You know, somebody has property for sale, whatever like that. You know, you get a realtor and everything like that. We can steer you to the people that sell property and stuff like this, you know? Air is free, sunlight is free. Sunlight's not even free. Ain't nothing free in this world. Anybody tells you that they're going to give you something for free, run from them like you would a cobra. Free land, free this, you know? But I wanted somebody to come on and ask me about investments. So we showed the video, the thing where you got young Liberians making their own vodka and stuff like this, you know? There's plenty of opportunity to get into manufacturing, small scale manufacturing. And that's the thing about black people. Black people say, why are we going to get manufacturing? Well, labor in America is very expensive. Cost and overhead in America is very expensive. Okay? But I was staying at the compound. I was thinking about this. The compound I was staying in, right, was a hotel. And the other side was like a bunch of shops and everything. And a bunch of little Chinese man, Bangladeshi man living there, whatever they're building in there. They're basically gearing up to do major business. Like one Bangladeshi guy owned a borehole truck. You know, and I'm saying to myself, man, I said, these Chinese guys, these shops, this is a warehouse, these little industrial warehouses, whatever. I said you could set up small, tiny factories and stuff like that in there. So, and also in Liberia, there's so many abandoned warehouses for sale and stuff like that that you can easily set yourself up in business if you had an idea, something that you want to make or manufacture, whatever, for cheap. In the AGOA African Free Trade Zone, you could export your product to the United States duty free. So those are people think they want to get into they got a product they want to make and everything, whether it's clothing and everything like that. That's a perfect place. Africa is a perfect place to do this stuff. We can export to the United States and everything like that. You know who's doing that? The Chinaman, the Indians. They're manufacturing in Africa right now and exporting to the United States under AGOA. You know who's not doing it for the most part? The black man. Pan-Africanism, Dummies Guide to Pan-Africanism. Do you know how China got powerful, what it was? The Chinese government was, China was not, people think Chinese is brilliant people. They weren't. A lot of Chinese brain power went to Hong Kong after World War II. Hong Kong had a fusion of Chinese that had boat bags and chests of silver, right? Went into Hong Kong and converted that to Hong Kong dollars and everything like that. The rest has been history, you know? Most of the Chinese people, when the communists took over, most of the Chinese who were rich fled the mainland to left their properties, took all the cash they had, and went to Hong Kong. All the people who had the brains, the people who were skilled and smart went to Hong Kong. So China was lagging behind the rest of Asia for decades. And then what happened was during the Civil Rights Movement, right? Somebody decided to give the Chinese people with the Civil Rights Act free college education. So you had all these Chinese, they got all this education, right? In America in the 60s. You know what the Mao Zedong and the Chinese did? They started recruiting these Chinese back to China to help build China up. You say, you're still Chinese. That's what it means by Pan-Asianism or Pan-Sino, Pan-Chinesism. You know? The black race has not done that yet because we as a race do not value human capital, human potential. For hundreds of years, we let human capital be stripped through the transatlantic slave trade and the Arab slave trade. So we still have a brain drain in Africa where young Africans feel that they got to go to Europe and live in Europe for years and send money back instead of building their continent. So this is what we have right now. We're trying to reverse that, where we got a place where young people from the diaspora can go and build and invest. The Chinese were given free education because after the Boxer Rebellion, where America got reparations for the Boxer Rebellion, the United States used that money to educate Chinese, and then in the 60s they increased it. Well, what would I say like this? Nothing free in Africa. Things are given away free in America, but at a cost. So the Chinese people got education, college education paid for by U.S. tax dollars. There were no Chinese people going to college in this country. Chinese people didn't even learn the language. They lived in their Chinatowns and everything. And somebody decided, you know something, part of the civil rights bill, we have to do right by the Chinese. We have to give them college education. So therefore, what happened with all these Chinese people and Asian people that got a college education? They was able to help build their homelands back up. Stop talking nonsense. That guy, I don't know if he's talking to. Maybe he's talking to IC3.
They talking about IC3. IC3 in the chat room trolling.
So that's where we are right now, you know.
All right. Trying to see if anybody else want to join us, but it doesn't seem like people are ready for us tonight. So family, we are live and ready for some of you to join us. When you do join us, make sure you bring it so we can have a great conversation. And then talk about this incredible topic, you know, as we provide in a guide to educate our people about this movement, because most people don't really understand these things that goes on in Africa. And you get with the wrong, you know, set of people that run circles around you and you won't even know it for years. So thank us now, or you can thank us later. It doesn't matter, but thank us because we're saving a lot of people's lives.
And like I said, I repeat this, Pan-Africanism doesn't always mean that you're going to be a big time investor and get rich in Africa, you know? It could be just simple thing as you connecting with someone on a continent, right? Contributing, donating, and then, like I said, building your own contacts and everything. And next thing you know, the opportunity will hit you. You'll have your aha moment, you know? You know how much you contribute by just visiting a country and spending money?
There you go.
You know, you go in there and you're spending money in the markets. You go in there and you're showing up at the nice restaurants and everything, and you're tipping the waiter and waitresses, whatever, and you're making yourself seen. Do you know what that does and everything when people say, yeah, man, these guys from the United States, black guys from America, and they came here and everything. That spreads our name, you know, our image around. Because you're competing with the white people and everybody else that come there. If you're going there now, the black people have an advantage in the Gambia, you know? Why? Because the Gambia is set up where most of the hotels are owned by Russians and all these other people and everything. So the local Gambians, what I'm hearing, don't benefit from the people coming in as tourists. You know, they don't benefit from that. People spend their money in the white area, the areas where the white people control. We're trying to change that so that when we go to places like Liberia, we're spending money in the market, and you've got plenty of market street vendors and everything like that. And we're spending money with them. And we got so many nice African-owned restaurants in Liberia that, you know, we're basically spending money with our own people. You know, so we're spending money with the people. You know, we're spending money with the people, and we're helping the economy. If that's the face of what you're doing, then you're contributing to Pan-Africanism. If you're going there spending money with local people, buying stuff, and connecting with people and everything, and people saying you're contributing to the country and everything like that by spending your U.S. dollars, that could be more of a Pan-African than you coming up with some harebrained scheme for some investment that you're going to lose money on. Don't let people think, oh, you got to pull out $10,000 unless you're a real Pan-Africanist. I'm a real Pan-Africanist, man. I just gave, what's his name, JT the bigger figure, $10,000, man. I mean, you just lost $10,000. You didn't continue no Pan-African fool.
Talking about JT, where's JT at right now? Isn't he in like Kenya or another country? And is he doing the same foolishness, or is he doing something productive?
Move on. People get tired, stop talking about it now. Every once in a while, people talk about it, everything, but people just say, I've lost my money. That's the whole thing. They know people give it a couple of months, it dies down on social media, and everybody move on.
Yeah, brother, they say time heals wounds, you know, and in some cases, I'm telling people, there's not enough time that's going to heal some of the wounds that people like myself and our people have been through. So we're going to keep on exposing you crooks and criminals and people literally just in this movement to just fake our people out. I mean, it's unacceptable. But as far as JT himself, that's always an interesting thing, because I remember at one point people were telling me about, and this is when it seemed like he was on a good path. I don't know how. And he was like, yeah, he's in Burkina Faso, and I was like, Burkina Faso. And this is when I used to give people credit for going to places, the weird places like Burkina Faso. Like, there's nothing up there in Burkina Faso. The only thing that was ever great about Burkina Faso is Thomas Sankara, the great Pan-African leader that was betrayed by his own people. But beyond that, there's nothing going on in Burkina Faso. But it may have been a visionary move, but I'm hearing that this other move that he got in Kenya is even better.
Thing, people
don't call it a comeback. JT, like, don't call it a comeback.
What gets me is you don't have to friggin' invest in land to be a Pan. That's the whole thing. People, that's the thing I get annoyed with, right? People think that Pan-African is always about. I mean, I have nothing against capitalism and everything like that, right? But people think that, I got to make money and everything. I'm not a Pan-African because I got money, I got land, I got this project going on and whatnot, And they don't understand, okay, you got project land, but the bottom line is this. It's easy to, let me tell you something, right, Pose? It's not hard to get land in Africa, right? It's going to be easier. Why?
I'm not trying to develop it.
Develop it and put a factory. What I don't say, this is what I meant to say. I was saving this, right? I said, I hope I remember on the show, right? Things I don't. Now, the one brother Wiz Kid said it good, right? Because I was going to criticize this, right? I rarely hear anybody say, Kala, do you know any warehouses, that I can get? Do you have any, what about construction equipment? How's it like this? Everything is about building a goddamn house, Africa, if you're going to really invest, do it right, building, warehousing, logistics, and stuff like that, importing and exporting, manufacturing, bulk breaking, all this stuff like that is essential in a country where you could do something. You can make a difference because you're creating jobs and opportunity. You're moving the needle forward. Everything is not about you buying a piece of land and having a vegetable garden in your backyard, and then crowning yourself a Pan-African. That's not it. Now, I'm not knocking anybody's hustle. That's what you want to do. That's fine, right? But I still want to see people that basically are talking to me, at least, about investing in things like farm factories, animal husbandry, building things like a chicken coop, Africa imports billions of dollars worth of chicken every year. Modern marinas, fishing marinas and everything. Has anybody talked to me about how can we build modern fishing marinas, right? Where we have motorized crafts and stuff like that. Yeah, logistics, I have never heard people in the so-called Pan-African world talk about things like this. This is what I want to hear people talk about. It's always about trying to get some land and build. What are you going to do if you get this land in Africa? Like I said, what are you going to do for work? What are you going to do for work? What are you going to do to earn a living? That's what I see the Lebanese and the Chinese and everybody doing. They're in Africa. We're not opening up warehouses and everything. They're doing things like rock quarries. They're doing things like making cement and stuff like that, mixing cement and stuff like that, having cement trucks and everything like that. You know how much money you can make if you imported, sent over an excavator and bulldozer? Your phone will be ringing off the hook because you got so many people over there that I need this road built. Can you bulldoze this road right here and whatnot? How much you need? $5,000. You can make $5,000 in one day. Just doing road construction, clearing roads. I never hear those sort of talk. That's because the people in the Pan-African world aren't the people that do hard manual labor. We need those sort of brothers, Oh, I got this skill right here. I could do this. I could build this and everything like that. How could I open up my own factory because I make windows, I make doors, I do this stuff like this. These are the things I want to hear. I am tired of hearing about people talking about they want some land, so they can sit on their ass and do nothing like navigate, Talking
about navigate, we have a hot one right here on live ready for you.
Okay.
Right. Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood.
That's Judith.
Almighty Judy.
That's Judith.
Greetings, brother. Welcome to the call. What's on your mind?
Hey, Bomani. What's good, man? What's good, Kala? What's good, Bomani?
Everything is good, brother. Everything is good. We're just here talking about a guide to educating our people and sharing information so our people stop making bad decisions and things like that, and try to encourage and help our people to work together in a network. So that's what today's topic is right there, right on the screen for you. So let me know what you have to say in reference to the topic.
Oh, man, I have a lot of things, man. I was trying to come in on my other phone, but it seems like you blocked.
No, I don't have you blocked.
Huh?
Go ahead. You're playing the show live. You're gonna have to stop something.
You have the show. You have the other show.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that anymore.
All right, brother, fix your stuff and then we can connect you back, please. You can't play the show and then join the show at the same time.
Yeah, that's why you have the show in the background.
I mean, is this guy just a typical village idiot? I mean, he's like, you go to a village and people, they were like, what is this right here? It's a cell phone. Oh, wow. It's so shiny and just bright. Well, let me just start playing with it. You know what I mean? use your tools for what it needs to be used for. I'm add you back in, man. But if we keep on hearing this background, I'm just gonna remove you completely. Yo.
Yes, Bomani, I'm sorry, man. Can you unblock me on my auto service? That's why this that I'm using is not good.
We don't have you unblocked, man. Here we go again. I'm really gonna block you. Kala, go ahead and let me try to see what he's talking about. Me having him unblocked.
Right. Yeah. Like I said, this is not hard, folks. This is not hard. You know. The bottom line, that's fine, right? But what I'm seeing is when people start going land is we need industrial agriculture, large scale agriculture. You know, I always see people. I've never seen somebody go to Africa, right, and see them do a continuous agricultural project. They started, right, but a year later is done. They'll grow one crop, right? The crop will go back because they don't know anything about when you grow a crop. You have to have a market, a place. You have to have buyers and everything, and then the excess you sell to the local markets and everything. But you gotta have buyers like combines and stuff like that. That's gonna buy your stuff in buy your stuff in bulk. So when you do farming, right? For example, if you're gonna do a good business to get into is growing corn, right? Because corn makes corn feed. Who uses corn feed, right? Chickens eat corn, you know. I believe cattle eat corn and stuff like that. So therefore, when you grow stuff like that, you bag it, right? And then basically, instead of the local country importing expensive corn, chicken feed, you could basically have it locally produced, and you have a ready-made market. So like I said, I'd like to hear those conversations. You got a lot of Liberians and Africans that are doing that, right? Those are the type of investments that I need to hear people talk about, you know, not just building houses and stuff like that, you know, building farms and building warehousing and logistics and stuff like that, you know, and food and distribution. You know, that's what we need. Refrigeration. Okay. Refrigeration is very, very important. Building freezers. I've seen freezers now that they got now where they're backed up by solar energy. So solar power could power 30% of the freezer cost. That will bring costs down and everything. Freezers and packing and meat packing and stuff like that are very, very lucrative. But I don't hear people in the Pan-African world talking about these things. Everyone's talking about the same thing. We can't all go over there and start be land real estate tycoons and everything. You have to start producing. Right now, they said Nigeria alone imports 200 million pounds of fish a year, you know, from the Chinese and the Vietnamese and all these other people. Why it got the richest fishing grounds in the world? You know, does anybody get into the fishing industry, you know, and the frozen fishing and the fish cutting and stuff like that? All these things right there is lucrative. And a thing. I asked a question. I said, you know, I love Liberia snapper fish and cassava fish. You know, how come I can't get that in America, right? That would sell big in America. You know, West African style fish, you know, West African shrimp are giant, you know, West African lobster, you know. And so Liberia used to have a frozen fish industry. They sell shrimp, lobster, everything to Japan back in the 70s with the Maserati group of companies. So all the templates, all the stuff like that was there laid for in Liberia for decades ago. So this is what we're talking about when we talk about Pan-Africanism and everything like that, or building and stuff like that. We got to change our mindset, you know? And when you start talking about stuff like this, right, you got to have reputable, real business people, you know? You have to have finance. You have to have all these things. You have to have buyers lined up, you know? You have to have trucks ready. You have to have shipping ready. You have to have containers. You have to all this stuff like that together. Those are the sort of networks you have to build, right, to make things work. And when we start doing stuff like that, then you'll start seeing more success on the African continent with people going there to invest. Then your investment means something. Where you're investing in a company or corporation that you're a part of and everything. You're getting monthly dividend checks because the company is profitable. But we're not doing that. Everybody wants to be, I'm building this business, and they don't have a clear vision about what they're building. All they know, we're building some cable on city and all this kind of stuff like that. And they get involved in this stuff, and they lose their money and without being thick. What do people need in every country? They need food. I'm not saying housing is not important, right? But it's not, vital for things, because you could go to any country in Africa and buy a house that's already built and rehab it. So you don't necessarily have to build a house from the ground every time you set foot in Africa. You can go to Africa and rent a property for a year. You can rent a property for a year. Pay the year for a year. You got a country like Liberia, you can get a nice house for $200 a month. Paid up for like the year, it's $2,400, and you live in the whole country for a whole year. It's already paid for. So bottom line is this. Yeah, most of those building houses end up going back to you have to build stuff that generate income. Things like fertilizer, chemicals. All these things like that are essential and needed. You always find out what a country's importing. In Liberia, my friend Armstrong Jabba is now growing Liberian rice. He sells 50-pound bags of rice for $15 US, $15 US for a 50-pound bag of rice on the Liberian market. But some Liberians still like this imported rice from India and stuff. But he's making very inroads because he's growing Liberian grown rice. He said there's a market right there for what he's doing. And also, for the first time in Liberia's history, they're growing onions in the country. So they don't have to import onions. And also canning factory, making juices, fruits, all the stuff like this are really good investments. Investments that don't take a whole lot of capital, but you can put. Now, my good friend, Great African, he's making palm oil, and he's selling palm oil in the local market. I gotta get back on how his palm oil business is going. He's making palm oil up country because he has a palm oil farm, and he masses the palm oil, right, and puts it in jugs and sell it to the local market. But these are the type of people that I know that if you say, okay, I want to invest in something, they'll tell you, okay, this is lucrative right here. This is good and everything. But if you don't know the right people, you're going to go there on your own. You're going to lose your money. It takes a long time to study a country and see what you can do to this. That's why Knowledge Seeker said those who build a business end up closing. Well, depends on what type of business, right? I'm not going to go to a country, right, and open up a vegan restaurant.
You don't like vegan food, brother? Come on, man.
do a vegan restaurant where right next to you they're selling bushmeat. You're a country where everybody
that would work.
Come on.
Also, Judea, I found a way to remove whatever I blocked. I think I blocked you guys' channel, so I removed it and saved it. So go ahead and try, because we want to hear what you have to say. But
I'm still blocked, man. But I mean, I don't know. This network that I'm using might not be good, but I'm still blocked on my original, profile and stuff on your channel.
Just went in there and I looked in community, and so just log out and log back in, because we can't hear you.
I'm using both panels. So this one is okay, but the network that I'm using is not good. But my original network that I use on your panel, I'll keep logging in. It says you have been blocked.
Well, how about you try now, because I got to remove you because you're playing. We're hearing ourselves. Just go and get it. Go and get it, try, brother. Trust me. I went in there and looked to see the hundreds of people that I have blocked and you've been clear.
Oh, so you saw me on it?
Yes, I saw you and Zango and all the other irritating ass people that we calling getting on our nerves. Let's talk
Okay,
about
let
nothing.
let me try, man. If you
There you go. There you go. My favorite button is the block button. And you call me and you waste my time, you automatically just get blocked. People like myself, I have low tolerance for foolishness.
What's that dude? What's his name? That goofy one that says he's Indian.
Oh yeah. It's like I block this dude and like he come up with another account. Then I block him, come up with another account. I'm like, why are you so obsessed about joining our call? I mean, there's nothing that you're gonna tell me to change my mind on what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Yeah, and the favorite thing is always to tell me to go back to Jamaica, why don't you go to Jamaica and do something there? You know what I mean? It's like, yo, I don't have time for your foolishness, man.
A coon.
Yeah, that's it. A coon, Al coon. This coons everywhere.
Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about, and that's what I like to see when we start talking about investment. And so, as soon as somebody starts talking about housing, I run the other direction. Except for your project, right? Because I know a lot of work. When anybody else, man, I run the other direction. If somebody's coming, they can't bring. If you go to the continent, you can't pull investment together, and people got jobs and everything like that. It's not hard, right? If you can get, if in America, right, we should be able to bring U.S. In addition to our small scale manufacturing and everything, we should be able to bring companies like FedEx, UPS, you know what I'm saying, and logistic companies to the continent, and because I remember years ago when I was with the Kemetic Pipeline, FedEx had talked to the Bon Bell because they wanted to open up an office in West Africa, because right now DHL got a lock on everything, and so what I'm saying is manufacturing and stuff like that, for local products and local stuff like that, that's not a whole lot of capital. You can go to the Overseas Private Investment Corporation, Let me tell you something, folks. Let me put you on a game. This is the way you have to do it, right? This is the way you have to do it. Although banks and everything say they're going to give you money, Small Business Administration, you still got to come up with what, 20%? They want you have 20% down. That's the way it is. You buy a house, right? You could afford the mortgage, but you got to come up with a deposit, down payment. That's just the way everything is. If you want a $2 million loan from the government, the United States government has millions of dollars, billions of dollars that they invest in these countries. You got to be able to come up with that 10%, 20% down. So between all the people that I've seen invest in Africa, right, it's been millions and millions of dollars, right? Imagine if JT, the bigger figure, he brought in $10 million. What if that $10 million was put towards securing building a new, let's say, a geothermal plant in Kenya? He would have at least, let's say, $10 million. 10% is 100 million. Okay, let's say, 20% would be $50 million, right? He could get a $50 million long-term loan or $10 million cash that he has, right? And they could own a corporation with all those black people that invested in him could have been owners of a power plant as selling electricity to the Kenyan grid. And you got Kenya. I say, Carl, that's far-fetched. Do you know there's Kenyans that own their own geothermal power plants? The Africans own their own, run their own power companies and stuff like that, coal power companies and everything, right? And the government basically buys megawatt tariffs from them, and they generate millions and millions of dollars a year. So these are the type of investments, or basically, imagine if he finds a company that's struggling in Kenya, right? That's doing pretty well. He could have bought $50 million. He could have bought a company, a major industry, right? Imagine that sort of investment, we're talking about. But everybody want that piece of land and everything like that. What are you fools going to do when you get the land?
Nothing.
What are all those people do when they get their land in Kenya?
Absolutely nothing.
You know,
Well, JT say I guess JT's working on something new. I just saw the video with him and talking about basically saying that he warned people about Burkina Faso. So after he brought them there and invited them there,
but they all
then
follow. You know, that's where he made all his money. And the bottom line is all that money went because everybody got their hand out. You know, if you say, look, we're going to build this, we're going to buy this, we're going to buy this factory. You know, this factory right here is and also, let me tell you something, folks. Let me give you another game, right? You have to be on the top. We have to get up on the top end of the supply chain. Now, who's at the top of the supply chain? The manufacturer. And then the manufacturer usually has his own distribution system. And then the rest of it, right, is outsourced to other distributors who have their own internal use for a product and everything, or they has retailers. Black people, right, we're always on the low end of the supply chain. We're either the end consumer or we might be a retailer. We're never the actual manufacturer and distributor. But Carla, what about Sean John? Sean Puffy Combs don't control the supply chain of Sean John's products. He doesn't control that. There are white manufacturers that manufacture and distribute his stuff for him. And he markets it and he has his label on it. We have to basically get to the top of the supply chain. And you can only do that when we get serious about making things, building things. You know, building things, building industrial equipment, building appliances, building all this stuff like that. Right now, we're the end consumers. Where's all our appliances in Africa come from? China. You know, I did see in Sierra Leone, right, where these Sierra Leoneans were making machines, right, that were basically construction equipment. And I think another country too in Africa, I can't remember what, they were taking steel and fabricating steel to make excavators and stuff like that. And I said, that's the whole thing. We have to get to that point where we're manufacturing. We cannot be an end consumer of consumer products and industrial products. We have to get up on the supply chain. That means we have to think. That's the future of investment. I don't think we have the means right now to make things like excavators and stuff like that, but we can make things like tractors. You know, a tractor is only a couple of, I look at a tractor, I seen one on eBay, right? Where it's only a few parts, You mean to tell me with all the technology and everything, we can't figure out how to assemble and make these things?
I thought it was just easier for everybody else to do it for us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I didn't know that we couldn't do it.
Yeah, ourselves, And so that's what I'm talking about. We have to basically build things like tractors, It'd be nice if people start talking about building cars in Africa and build things like tractors and industrial equipment, right? Which we could have large scale farming and everything like that. You know how when you have a tractor, how much work can get done when you have a tractor and your how many fields you could plant and everything and harvest and everything. But we don't think on that level, And I seen on eBay where there was a tractor for sale, right? It was like $6,000 somewhere in Virginia. The Craigslist. I said to myself, man, if I had the money one day, I'm gonna freaking buy something like that, ship it to like Ghana or whatever like that, and rent it out. And rent that bad boy out.
You sure you're gonna be able to clear the port? Let me just put myself back on. Are you sure you're gonna be able to clear the port drama?
Yeah, that'd be another issue.
Yeah, that would be another issue. I'm telling you, brother. I'll be wondering, like, with all the money that they scam from the ports, and family, I'm talking about seaports. I want to know what do they do with the money? Because I don't see anything being built by anybody other than the foreigners. Yeah.
One thing I do give about Liberia is people, you go to Freeport, man, you be seeing trucks going in and out, whatnot, of stuff, of stuff.
So hopefully the shaking down is not that bad there. Hopefully it's a lot cleaner in business.
Actually, really good. The only thing about Freeport is if you want it's so busy, right? You probably have to pay somebody extra to push your stuff up to the front of the line, but there's nobody basically trying to, shake you down. Or they'll get to your shit, but it won't be, a thing. So when I got people ship stuff to Liberia all the time, and they never really have any problems,
Well, that's good, man, because in Ghana it is not so easy. And
well,
I'm
I
not
saw
saying
this
that
video.
everybody gets shaken down, but it's family. For those who are in the different countries you're talking about, get your people together, get your people organized, because this foolishness has to stop. You know what I mean? I had we at one point, I'm gonna tell a quick story. Back I want to say maybe it was like 15 years ago. We raised some money on LIB radio network. My brother Kidi Owadu, and it was a bunch of us, man. We all contributed money, so one of the schools there in Ghana could have a radio station there. So it was basically radio equipment and things like that for to basically just build a nice little studio for the students and everything. I don't think it ever got clear. I mean, there was so much shaking down and foolishness. Now, naturally, if we had better connects there at that point, that would have worked. But it's like, why do we need to do all of that? I'm here bringing something for students. It's not benefiting me at all. It's not putting any money in my pocket or anything. We're here trying to bring something for students. And so when you explain that to the people at the port and things like that, they don't care about any lick of what you just said about their children. You're raising money in another country to get equipment so the children in this school can have the technology that they need to get into media and production and things like that. And this is the issue that I have. And I'm not gonna just throw Africa under the bus, because it's the same foolishness that goes on in Jamaica. That's why people like myself ship nothing. Nothing's getting shipped. But yeah, if for the countries that are gonna have their people understand these things and say, you know what, these are my brothers and sisters. I'm not into the shakedown. Whatever they're bringing in is gonna help the country or be a part of the country's growth. But then people don't think like that, because people just be on some this about themselves. Now, I'm only speaking about Ghana because we have that experience there, because we're always trying to get people to move and things like that. And I'm not saying it happens all the time, but these things have to just stop. Because what we're doing is losing people who want to actually invest and bring things into the African continent. So I'm telling people, if you in different countries, if you are educated people, don't let the village idiots put you in a bad situation. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, what's gonna happen is, what's gonna happen is y'all gonna lose, which means our people in Africa is gonna lose, and the children are gonna lose out. So we're gonna have to just step our game up as a people, the expression in the African continent. So, like I mentioned, brother, countries like Liberia can deliver. That's where people are going at. Because I remember one time people couldn't get to Ghana and South Africa, the two more popular countries where people are trying to move to, and they end up going to Tanzania, and they all got a rude awakening in Tanzania. They all realized that the system was set up for them not to just give them extended stay, and it's a bunch of people that's had to leave and things like that. But it's like this foolishness in Africa has to stop. I mean, I would like to think that there are more educated and smart people than that I possibly think, because I think the education level is very low, like on average, like a 6th grade education, maybe less than that. But it's like we have intelligent people in the country, and it's like intelligent people got to take a stand, and because y'all always gonna lose out.
And that's what I love about Liberia, because you got a lot of Liberians who ship. There's Liberians who ship containers all the time, and they do all that stuff on a regular basis. And like I said, my brother Naya, he said, man, if you want to ship stuff to Liberia, let me know or whatnot. I can show you how to do it. So they know how to ship stuff to the continent and stuff like that. They always shipping barrels and stuff like that in containers and everything. So whatever is going on, I have never heard anybody had any problems as far as like shipping in Liberia.
Yeah, people ship things all the time. Like example, my family and other people ship things in Jamaica all the time. Now, certain things you're not going to get shaken down for. Certain things that it's not that bad. But when I'm talking about you shipping heavy machines, heavy equipment, and things like that, and that's when a lot of things just goes wrong.
I heard about is in Liberia, right? If you're going to ship cars, right? I think your cars can't be. Tell me if you're going to try to resell it or whatnot, That's the only thing. Automobiles. Everything else is easy to ship to, and they don't give you any problems. But you're gonna try to resell it. So it's a free port. You remember? So it's a free port. So in other words, you could ship stuff to Liberia in the free port and don't get charged duty free if you're not using it to resell. So it's a free port. It's only free port in West Africa. So you can ship stuff there. People have been shipping machinery and stuff like that to Liberia for decades because it's the only free port, and it can stay there for up to a year. And let's say if you're gonna use it domestically, so long as you're not reselling it, whatever, you don't have to pay any tariffs or anything like that. So that's the difference between Liberia. Liberia is a free port.
That's a good deal. That's a good deal. But yeah, that's those are the things that people used to have that have issue with, and it's not just Ghana. I'm not picking on Ghana. It's a popular thing that goes on with us as a Black people. We see other people trying to bring things into the country to help our own people, and we just feel like it's our payday because hey, they may be trying to get and I mean, yeah, the whether it's a car or whatever may be expensive and everything, but don't mean that people that's filthy rich or they just got money to throw away. Almighty Jadiah, I'm not sure what happened. Hopefully you're on the right network, but hopefully we can hear you. But you're no longer on my my infamous list. So brother, unmute yourself so we can hear what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me really good, but I'm still blocked on my original panel. But this is the thing, right? Bomani.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. This is the thing. We just hope that you guys are doing good in Africa. The businesses you guys are running, we hope that you guys, come and do great. I'm glad Carla is talking about manufacturing and all these things that they have in mind, to doing now. That's good. That's good. That's good. But one of the problems that that caught my attention was all this violence, all these problems that we see. You going head to head with RJ Madi in Senegal. There's this one. There's all these problems. These are the confusions. When we talk of Pan-Africanism, we're talking about Ubuntu, togetherness. Pulling out your brother if he is having a problems. Solving problems, togetherness, like calling your brother out and say, hey, you did this wrong, you did this wrong. You don't take the same way you solve problems in America and take it to Africa and want to solve it in some kind of way. It just doesn't make sense.
Right.
So
I can answer what I can answer you on this one. It's somebody I reached out to personally when the family of 5 came over and I sent them over. And all they had was nothing but nasty things to say about him. I called him like a brother and I talked to him. I begged him. I was like, brother, please, just work it out for them. Whatever you can work out for them. I was like, it's not a good look. And they came here to my house and we sat down and then, I told him, basically in so many words, told him that you're an okay guy and things like that. Because at that point, I didn't have a bunch of dirt on him. But and then the last time before that video was made, I sent it to my make it right with my brother, or this video stay up, and I'm gonna make more video and say certain things. So, I was in Senegal. Last time I was in Senegal 2 months ago, I didn't see him because he was arrested. RJ Madi was arrested because a few sisters filed cases against him. So it's like, how do you Ubuntu with people that ain't about nothing? And then you have another one that just let Taiwo and Lou Major to shake our people down and took no accountability. So I have no respect for these fake princes and these fake kings. And they're dealing with Bomani Tyehimba, the warrior. You know what I'm saying? So, and I hold my people down. So I don't know if people want me to make peace with that, that big head midget king RJ Madi, but there's no peace. The only peace we're gonna have is when he's resting in peace or he's gonna be in pieces. That's it. That's
Bomani, don't forget people also accuse you for a lot of things, right? The same thing that is happening. Like this is
shut the hell up with your stupidity.
No, I'm just saying. I know, these are the things that are happening.
Listen here, there's no one accusing me of shit.
Right.
I show you what we do. Now, if people want to run them out, that's the one thing. Now, no one is accusing him of anything. It's not an accusation. This is what he did. I have my members that connect with him to do things in Senegal. And how many more do I let keep on getting shaken down?
No, I know, but you say you still your line of business.
Remember when guys like you were in grade school and out there and didn't understand what this world like, people like myself gave up careers and gave up a life to build a movement so we can do this in Africa. And trust me, fam, I'm gonna hold it down. Now, when you know, whether it's Nigger P said this, is like, why you think he stopped doing the stuff he did? I went to the country, I went to the country and shut him up.
Oh, you went to Netherlands?
No, listen here, and I want you to listen here carefully. Do you notice Nigger P just disappeared?
Right. So, but he lives in the Netherlands, right? Where did he live?
No, he disappeared because once you have fake information on me, you're ashamed because I'm gonna always prove myself.
That's good, man.
I'm always gonna prove myself. So yes, you can have people run their mouth about certain things, but then you turn around and say, okay, is Bomani doing this? Where's Bomani at? Is this community there? Is people living on land? Is people building on land? Is people doing different things? So that's the thing that y'all all gotta shut the hell up on. No one is accusing.
No, but money, this is the thing, right? Because you guys have an image. Africans are looking up to you guys. This is the thing that you don't know.
Well,
Africans on the
listen to this. Most of the scammers, I just explained to people earlier that I was in Ghana for 17 years, and the amount of Ghanaians, I've never had one Nigerian that scammed our folks that we have in our network. It's always the Ghanaians there in the country. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, y'all talking about y'all looking at what y'all looking at? Most of the scamming stuff that we're talking about comes from the people in the continent.
Right, but it comes from the continent. But when we see other people bringing it as well, it draws. It's like in America, right? There are crimes that are committed in America, but when immigrants commit crime, it's more of an attention than what the people that are committing crime in America do. So this is the thing. When you do things on the continent illegally, it's more of an attention than what people are used to doing on the ground. But my point is, you guys, you doing a good job, at least. But you say he stole your line of business. But what I've realized is everyone that is going to Africa has only one line of business. Taking people there, creating a little place and calling it Akebolan or calling it Pan-African environment or whatever. It's the same old story. Nobody has that, vision of saying creating manufacturing plant like Carla was talking about, building.
This is why you guys say black, because you guys are not smart and educated. Let me explain this to you and the rest of the village idiots like yourself once. You have black people leaving from America, giving up everything that they have, and they're making moves to Africa, and they are out there trying to do these things. But do you know what happened? I just explained to you about the crooked chiefs, the crooked lawyers, consultants, and other people in the countries like Ghana that shake our people down. Now, if you're an intelligent person, you tell me how much Chinese, Lebanese, Indians that get shaken down. None. We don't hear stories of that. Number one thing you have to understand about all those nations I just mentioned, even war-torn, Lebanon is still a powerful country, and they have their people. Our people there on the African continent are cowards. They only come after their own people. Do you know how much Ghanaians I speak to in America that tell me that they're scared to do things in Ghana and they rather do things with some of us because their people, especially like their family members, are going to rip them off? So the thing that y'all say, y'all look at a one side, sir. Why don't y'all come and do manufacturing? Come and do this. Do you know much business people I've sat down with and begged to do certain things and said, you guys have the thing made here, and they told me one thing, and then I had to just shut up and just be quiet. They said, Bomani, we love what you're doing and we love the energy of Africa, but it's like we're not going to be protected by the governments there, and we're not going to be protected by the law there in the country. And if you don't believe me, let me explain to you a few things that have happened to some of our people in our network, not my network. These are people, because I'm here in a beautiful state of Georgia, and you have a whole bunch of successful black people, and some of them are not going to give you the time of the day because you have village idiot scammers on the African continent waiting for us as a people to shake them down. And that's why some of the governments is even doubling up to where they're trying to create land trusts and do a bunch of things because they're tired of crooked chiefs and crooked lawyers ruining their country. So the reason why you don't see us in drove doing anything, and y'all like to just be funny talking about we're not doing certain things, is because enough of us are getting shaken down, and enough of us have been victimized to where other people say, you know what, I'm just not going to deal with Africa. So the reason why you don't see more Black people from the diaspora in Africa doing things is because of Black people in Africa and the foolishness that they put up with, and the level of this village idiot mindset of where people just literally just where people, the first thing people say when you offer them an option or opportunity and things like that, I can do it. You know, as people tell our people all the time that they can do things and can't do it. I just fired my tour guide / consultant because he's a village idiot. He has a big ass head and a little ass brain in it, and I'm tired of training him. I'm tired of educating him, talking to him, because he's supposed to be a professional person. And these are the people that cause issues where we are not progressing, because the diaspora, the way it is, only thing that we need in Africa is to get access to where we can do what we need to do. But then when we get that, when we go in, we're getting shaken down by your people in the continent.
See, you have this differentiation. You have this differentiation between my people, and look, this is the thing, we have to work together, man. You know, I don't want Carla Genesis to end up being like JT or in Liberia or I can hear you.
Yes,
go ahead.
Stop talking about we should be working together. We are coming there. We're leaving our livelihood. None of us have to leave. None of us have to leave our life and make our move to Africa. So when we're making our move to Africa, the foolishness.
But money, you weren't forced to move to Africa, though.
Are you gonna what happened?
Were you forced to go to Africa? You weren't, right? You did it out of your own passion, right?
I'm not supposed to go to Africa, but you got to hear my point, because stupid people like you run your mouth.
Oh, come on, man. What is all wrong with all the insults?
That's why I block you, because I don't have anything intelligent to
talk to you. Oh, come on, man. Let's do one-on-one discussion, bro.
You have no sense, and you have a listen here. You have a talent pool beyond no other in this country right here. And not just talent, the financial resources. So don't put it on us as a people to where we can't do things in Africa. The people are scamming and doing foolishness. And right now, the only one I'm talking about is this guy, RJ Mahdi, as far as I'm calling out names, because he's supposed to be someone from here.
There are a lot of African Americans that have done crazy things. JT, RJ Mahdi, a lot of females in Ghana that, even in Tanzania.
What's your point? I'm calling out the person who has victimized my members and my people directly. So this is not a situation where someone is talking about JT, the bigger figure. None of us know who any JT have ever done anything to. And that's why I don't go on. Right, and that's why I don't personally say much about the man, other than just not say certain things, and because we're not affected. But the people that are affected, whether it's that fake prince or that fake king, are people that I know. And that, and when you mess with my crew, my network, we have problems. I built a business in the world of Africa tourism and investments. What do you see fake King RJ Mahdi do? He copied.
So he stole your line of business. Is that what you say? He stole your line of business?
He copied the business that we do. And this is, I'm going to explain one or two things to you before I drop you. He copied what we do. And then instead of copying it and building to where we as a people can grow and progress, he do it and take advantage of our people. And I'm not going to keep on repeating all the things that he does, because
I know. But the question is, you had an interview. You wanted to have you had an interview, talk with him. Why didn't you ask him why did he copy a line of business? Why it was after when you guys
I did an interview with him, and we were talking about our vision of
right.
Mine is Africa for the Africans, and his is Africa for Africans.
Right.
So we're on the same page. And as far as people coming to Senegal or people coming to Ghana, we have those in common. We help.
Why didn't you tell him he stole your line of business during that interview?
Listen here, and if you say that stupid line again, I'm just gonna block you.
I'm just asking. Don't king me up. Like, we need to talk.
I said, listen here, he didn't steal nothing. I'm still operating my business, so no one stole anything from me. Him, just like other people, copy what people like myself build. I built a world of international Africa tourism investment. We took repatriation to another level. Before I came along, what you had was scholars doing roots and culture tour. I sat here with my partners here because we're doing study groups, and we build a new energy in Africa. And that energy had more and more people open to doing what we're doing. Because you can go back in the era of online and go back and keep on going back and see who started really pushing the things as far as what we're talking about. building community, doing cooperative investment, and not just doing roots and culture tour. So like I mentioned to him, and use the exact word, he copied what I did, quote unquote, and made his little version of it, and then turn around and shake down my direct members. And direct members mean people who have traveled with me, people who do business with me, and things like that. And so that's where the issue is. So am I supposed to just keep calling this man and begging this man to I begged him the last time about the last person, but, and I told him I will remove the video down. I'm just trying to get your attention. And, he told me,
Bomani, can I speak?
Go ahead and talk.
I knew RJ Madi ever since in Senegal. He has always been in Senegal. He has not moved into other African countries too. I think the closest he went was Gambia.
Point. What is your point?
Let me finish. Come on, man. It's gonna be a point in time. It's gonna be a point in time where you're gonna leave people talk. This is the thing. He has always been in Senegal. He has his own group that they come to Senegal. I know of what's his name? Diners always take people there and they mingle around, and so he's been in Senegal. I've seen a lot of things that he was doing. So but the thing is,
and fake King RJ.
Let me finish. Can I finish talking? You have always.
I want you to get to the point, because you're very.
I'm getting to the point. My point is, you have always been to Ghana. You have always been in Ghana. It wasn't for long that you started traveling to Tanzania and other African countries. You always take people to Ghana.
Listen here.
But now
in March
you went to RJ Madi's. You went to a country that is.
In March of 2004, I landed in Senegal. In April of 2004, I was in Egypt, and I can keep on going on and on. And you let me know if these people are traveling and things like that, because.
But you did not take people with you to Senegal in that time, during that time.
All right, brother.
You did not take people.
Listen here. The first set of people I took ever to Africa was in 2005 to Senegal. Africa for the Africans did not exist. Then I took another group of people to South Africa. I spent my years, and hold on. And I'll show you what we're talking about. These are old videos.
Kala, I hope you just don't end up being like, all this, you seem like a good guy, Kala. And you keep talking about Liberia, but maybe,
Hold on. All right, hold on. Let me just blow myself up big so you can see me. This is the quickest one I can grab at this moment. I can't even read it real quick. But that's 2005. That's a documentary I did there in Senegal and Gorée Island, 2005. So RJ Madi does not own anything in Senegal, anything. And
right, as long as you also do not own anything in Ghana, because any person can come to Ghana and start their own business, running, right?
What is your point?
My point is there is no line of business. Everybody can create the same path and go in every other country they want to venture in. So people should be able to.
All right. Let me remove him. Judy, you're an idiot, and I don't like talking to low intelligent people like yourself. I'm gonna give you one more chance to get back on, because what you're turning this into is foolishness and things like that. I'm explaining to you about a direct situation, and so I don't know if you're justifying about the people that are left in Senegal, and if you're justifying that it's okay for RJ Madi to take advantage of them when me and him are supposed to be, I can't even say friends or anything like that. We know each other because we even did a live together a few years back, and things like that. So that's what I'm talking about, Judea. Stick to the subject. And what I'm talking about as far as copying my business, our business deal with tourism investment. He copied the same thing, even changed the thing. Instead of Africa for the Africans, he put Africa for Africans. And a lot of things he talk about, those are the things that we help people in Ghana. So these are things that we were doing way before this fool ever even showed up in Senegal. And that's why I have to show people old videos of what we did, because I didn't just start going to Senegal a few years back. We did 2 back-to-back great tours in Senegal, 2001 and 2021 and 2023. And I was there in Senegal, and I was asking my people, "What's up with RJ Mahdi? Where is that?" And the only thing that they can tell me is that he got arrested because some sisters filed a suit against him because people are frustrated with him, making shady deals. So I'm telling you, I have people in my network that I do business with, and if you come against them, we're gonna have a problem. You know what I mean? And you're trying to cheat people that I'm leaving in a country, and and especially if I'm introducing you to them. I show an interview with me and him in 2021, and while me and him doing that interview, there's a member in the audience that we left behind, and he took advantage of him. I mean, the guy, is a nice guy, and like most people that we have are naive to the way things work in Africa. So I'm not gonna let people think it's okay to keep doing that. I'm gonna stand up for my people that we have to where we do certain things. So your conversation is talking about something else that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. And this is why it's hard for me to talk to you, because just like most of the people in your country, you have a very low level of education. And that's my issue.
All right.
That's why we have a lot of
Bomani,
problems in Africa. We
thanks,
have low IQ people, who don't understand certain things. And
right. Thanks.
We're gonna have a vision to build this. Oh yeah, he's gonna come up with a lot of money. So let's just take the money and just play around with it. I mean, I'm not.
No.
Like I mentioned to you, if you want to defend RJ Mahdi, you tell me.
No, I'm not defending. I'm not defending anyone.
Tell me that he did not speak up for him and say RJ Mahdi wouldn't take advantage of my associates, and that means you're gonna.
I'm not defending. I'm not defending.
So what are you defending, then, brother? What is your point? Because I go after people who mess with my crew and my family.
Bro,
it's no different from any other people. You come against me and my crew, my family, we have a problem. I'm gonna defend my people. We're gonna stand together. That's what Pan-Africanism is about. Pan-Africanism is not letting what fake Prince Dinah Samir, let Lou Major and other fraudulent fools like that lady Taiwo come on his platform and lure his people in.
What about Go Hard Gambia? All these people are in the same box. All these crooked people. Go Hard Gambia. What's his name?
Which one? Like Kwesi Boy. Kwesi Boy is somebody.
Kwesi Boy. All these people. I mean, RJ Mahdi. All these. I can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm talking about somebody directly that have affected my network and caused problems in my network with members that we have, friends we have, associates that we have. It goes way deeper than you think it is. Now, if you're talking about Kwesi, if you're asking me a question, ask me a direct question. Why am I not going after Kwesi Boy? If that's what you want to know, I can give you a direct answer.
Right. I mean, why are you not going? Because he did the same thing to you. Right. I mean, Kwesi did the same thing to you, man. Like, I mean, he had the same line of business then. But this is the thing. I'm gonna cut it short.
Yeah, you better cut it short because you keep on talking about line of business. It's not no line of business. The world of people going to Africa, a lot of people are involved in that business. Like I mentioned to you about RJ Mahdi, it's a quote unquote simple thing. We do Africa tourism investment, and he copied the stuff.
I'm trying to launch the same business in Cameroon as well. Africa for the Africans. I'm trying to launch that same line of business, Africa for the Africans in Cameroon.
Then launch it.
So,
what is that going to do with me? My problem is not about anybody launching anything. My problem, if you understand, that's what I'm saying, you have a low intelligence. My problem.
No, I understand. He deal with your people,
It has nothing to do with that. It has to deal with the fact that I left my brothers and sisters, and I already told you, I already told you I had a family of 5 that was moving. They shipped their stuff over to Senegal. Their lives have been ruined. They will never get their life back again. So
that's crazy.
I'm talking about impact dealing with my network directly. And I don't play that. So it's up to me to educate my brothers and sisters and say, hey, you know what? I've had a group of people with me, and then several people several of us are having issues with RJ Mahdi. He collected money for his lifetime membership. And then whenever we call him or need him to help us do anything, he just disappear on us. And now he's being rude and disrespecting us. So you think like I told fake Prince Dinah Samir about this stuff right there, and then he's telling me, oh, let your boy deal with it himself and RJ Mahdi. I was like, first of all, and then I started going off on his punk ass because he don't stand for nobody. He don't stand for anybody. All he does is let people get lured and think it's okay. Fake ass punks like that. All of them is getting it, brother. And if you and anybody try to come and defend them, I'm shutting all of y'all down. Because you're not the one that's dealing with the situation. You're not the one people calling and crying and calling and crying because they trust you And remember, people have to spend money to get to these countries with us. So they're doing business with us and spending money with us, and they trust us, and they depend on us to steer them in the right direction because they're not experts in Africa, and things like that. So, like I mentioned to him, if anybody cares about RJ Madi, you go tell him to, like I mentioned to him in the last text, I was like, brother, fix this with my brother because I don't need him calling and complaining to me and things like that because it doesn't look good in our business. You know what I mean? Because what is he going to go back and tell his family? Well, Bomani took me to Senegal and Gambia at the best time of my life. But you know what? I decided I want to stay back. And I was introduced to him I was introduced to him by a guy named RJ Madi. And even though his tour guide and other brother, they literally just let him take advantage of me. So then he's gonna tell his family, he's like, none of y'all don't travel with Bomani. He's just gonna set y'all up with people that he know in the country, and then they're gonna shake you down. And that's how this works. It works to where next thing you know, people are saying that you're in on it. So all these people I'm calling out, and I'm being real about it. And anybody who don't like it, they can call me, holler at. Last I remember, my phone number, my email address, all my information is there, and things like that. But I'm not putting up with the foolishness. You know what I'm saying? And whoever don't like me calling out anybody, well, tell them stop messing with my people. Tell them stop doing foolishness with my brothers and sisters that I work very hard to build relationship with and build a network with. And when we're in the network together, we look out for each other. You know what I mean? And I know people like yourself, all you think about is yourself. And that's why people like yourself in the country that you're in don't progress, because all y'all think about yourself. We roll as a family unit. And that's why we're building Black Star Pan-African community, a community full of different Black people from all over the world in a community together that's going to work and put the energy together to compete, because we get tired of being shaken down in these countries by our own people from America and our own people in Africa. So that's what we're doing. So if you see me say anything about RJ Madi, unless you have something constructive to say, I mean, I don't care who's watching.
No, man.
I don't care who's watching.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Upset. Because, like I said, this guy is a mastermind criminal and a disrespect, degenerate, big Ed punk midget who think he's a king that needs to get kicked in a ditch. I mean, you're not the one building this business only to have your brothers and sisters get disrespected by other people that's supposed to be holding them down. So up until then, the first and second incident, I had no problem with the brother. I mean, I always thought it was fake as hell. I always thought he was just profiling and things like that and running his mouth with his fake Exodus Alliance. You know what I mean? But now once you start doing that, then a bunch of other people have been messaging me and sending me stuff on Facebook with all the stuff that he's doing. So I'm reading through it, and it's like most of them don't have a platform to share anything. Most of them don't do like I do, just pop up a video and just talk and record it and share and get on a panel like this and educate people. So that's why people like RJ Madi has gotten away with what he has gotten away with for a long time. And then it's my fault because I should have never gave him a break the first time. You know what I mean? And that family, I just you try to give people the best advice, but at the same time too, once he did this to the next person and then another person, it was just on. And there's nothing. So whoever from Africa or wherever want to look up to me and say, I like you and you should be a lot nicer. You shouldn't be on YouTube doing this, and you shouldn't be talking about how you fire people and get rid of people. Well, like I told people, the crew of people out in Ghana, literally, they just had to go. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to talk about every single last thing that they did. But the only thing I can say to you, if those same people work with me at the Atlanta airport, out of the 10 chances or more that I've given them, they wouldn't last a day. They'll be fired the first day. The incompetence is at a high level. You know what I mean? And so instead of people like yourself worrying about us, work with your own brothers and sisters and educate them to show respect to our brothers and sisters in Africa that's coming. And
come on, man. I cannot do that. I mean, respect is respect is earned. It's not given to people. And his respect is also reciprocal.
People sold into slavery, and our people are moving back.
If you are not respectful,
our people are there trying.
If you are not respectful,
when you talk about respect is not given, no one is asking nobody to give anything. We as a people earn our respect. We as a people have given up a lot and trying to make a reconnection.
Respect is not earned if you yourself do not know what respect is. If you yourself do not respect your own people, how can someone respect you? Come on, man. Come on. You have not been able to respect people on your panel. You have not been able to respect the people that and then you think
Well,
people
brother,
can. No, it doesn't work
you
like that, man.
village idiot savage. Am I supposed to respect somebody like the people I talk about? I just explained to you over and over what these people have done.
Right,
So am I
right. I understand. Yeah, yeah,
am I
but
supposed to be
still,
nice about it? Look at Kala Genesis right here. This is my dearest brother. I got nothing but love for him. We get along great. You know what I'm saying? It's Kala I can roll with. You know, Kala told me about Liberia, and I gave him my commitment, and I'm telling him every few days, I'm telling him what's going on. I'm telling him, like, brother, I'm not gonna disappoint.
I mean, he also told me about Liberia. Maybe I might be going to Liberia with Carla. I'm trying to invest in that land.
Well, maybe you can. I mean, but I don't. People like yourself think everything is a joke, brother. I'm a serious person. You know what I mean? I'm not into foolishness. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not here to entertain.
Let me talk to Carla, man. Let me talk to Carla, Bomani.
If anybody,
show, bro.
Go ahead. Let me see what he has to say to your Carla.
Let me talk to Carla, man. Carla, I heard you say you are looking for bankers and all these people, nurses, to go to Liberia with you. So that's good, man. I mean, I like your projects, but we're just hoping that it shouldn't be a water law. It shouldn't be a project that we fail in a long run, because you guys not think about the impediments. You guys just rush into things without actually knowing how, what is going on. How can the foundation, we just rush. I mean, what plans have you gotten that when these people come, they will be able to have the same earnings that they earn in America and all these things? How do you know that you won't have a failure? Go ahead.
Can I answer that question? Right. I understand that most people who go to Africa, Liberia, understand that you're not going to make money like that unless you're in construction. So certain things in Liberia, you can make a lot of money if you do things like construction and everything like that. But that's not guaranteed long term, because you will have competition. If you start a construction business, right? Let me give you an example. Where I was staying at last time I was there a couple of months ago, right? Some Bangladeshi guy, the compound I was at was part hotel and part was like a bunch of warehouses, right? Some Bangladeshi guy had a borehole truck, right? And this guy he parked it outside during the daytime, brought it in the inside, or when he wasn't doing jobs. The bottom line is this: he has this borehole truck. That thing was the biggest thing I've ever seen in my life, right? He's making a lot of money because a borehole job is like $4,000 a job, just doing a borehole, And so what I'm saying is this, though, and also the shops right there was warehouse. And I said to myself, you had a Chinaman sitting there, Chinese guy, probably there illegally, right? Had his shop there. I don't know what he was making in there, but I heard a lot of machines going and everything like that. So he's doing business and everything. What I'm trying to say is this: the people, the Liberians, right, that are coming from, we have two things in America, right, in our thing. I have a lot of Liberians. I have more, actually, in this Liberia project, I have more Liberians than I do African Americans, and the Liberians and African Americans work together. We just click and we work together. Our cultures are similar. And so when you go to Liberia, it's not like you're going to a foreign country. It's like you're in America, because a lot of people there are from Detroit, they're from Philly, they're from New York, they're from Atlanta, and they're basically back and forth. They go to black colleges. A lot of them have African American relatives and stuff like that. So it's not the same thing. Most Liberians go to Liberia. They spend like 5 months out of the year in Liberia, and they basically come back and everything. A lot of African Americans, like the video we played earlier, the guy said he's going to spend 6 months there, 6 months there, because, we're still tied to the United States, as far as like making money and stuff like that. But we want to invest in Africa. And so therefore, Liberia has a lot of stuff on the ground. We have our HBCUs, black colleges, that are helping out with the medical system. We have black doctors from America in Liberia. We have black people that are investors and stuff like that are partner with Liberians and everything. So it's not the same thing as we go into some country we don't know and everything. So it's a different thing. Now, I'm saying that you don't have to be an investor to participate in Liberia. You can go and donate, invest in, let's say, school uniforms for kids. You can go there and donate books for kids and everything. You could do things. At the same time, you could buy property. You could easily own property and everything like that. So there's a lot of ways you could participate in the Pan-African movement in Liberia. One of the things I always say is, when you go to Liberia, you're spending a lot of money in the country. I spent thousands of dollars when I was there. You know, you're spending a lot of money and you're buying from locals, you're eating in local restaurants and everything like that. You are helping the country, you know? And so we bring that energy. Black America has trillions of dollars a year. And what we spend, African Americans spend almost, as they estimate, in hotels and travel, $100 billion a year in hotel and travel. We're the most hotel rentinest, the most traveling, the cruise ships, and any other group of people. We travel and we spend a lot of money on vacation. You know, they said estimated $100 billion a year. It was 80 billion 10 years ago. So it's probably well over $100 billion a year. And most Black people that travel don't go to Africa. They go to Europe, they go to Asia, they go to the Caribbean, they go to South America and stuff like this. So we're saying if Black people from America start going to places like Liberia and investing and traveling and renting hotels, when you go to Liberia and you stay 2 weeks and you're renting up an Airbnb, you just made money for the people. So the people in Liberia, like, you know, they're making money, and we're contributing to a country we help build, and we're putting money in Liberian pockets. So it's more to it than just, you know, to traditional investment. And then after you get accustomed to the country, you'll come across business opportunity. You'll meet the right people, you know, because you made Liberia part of your life. And so we're not trying to save Liberia. Liberia don't need us, but they do need our partnership, you know. They do need our partnership and they need our friendship. So we're not trying to go over there and save. Like when I was in Liberia, I was surprised how many skilled people there are, how many businesses and stuff like that there is run by Liberians that run really well and everything like that. You know, mechanic shops, computer manufacturing. I've seen everything, you know, furniture making. I had furniture made the first time I went there, you know, amazing. You know, I had a bed set made, you know, and I'm like, wow, you know, so the bottom line is this: when you go there, and like I said, I had my bed set made. I got a video of it. I think it's on YouTube. And this guy made my furniture. He took a whole bunch of bamboo, made my furniture, and took the foam, made me the cushions for it and everything. That was the most sturdy furniture I ever. I know bamboo could be that sturdy. And it had the glass in the middle. When I cut the glass out, put it in the middle, and everything like that, and have it delivered to where I was staying at. And I'm saying to myself, my God, man, you know, so there's so much here. And everything, and I'm saying to myself, and it only cost me $300. So I put $300 in this brother's pocket, you know, doing my part as an African American coming to Africa, spending money with Africans. So it's more than just trying to invest in everything like that, you know. So my whole thing is take a trip to the country, you know, and spend a little money and get to know people and everything like that. And all the stuff like that will happen organically. You know, I don't have any real big plan and everything like that. That's what people make their mistake. We're gonna go there and build this. Now I do have people that have land for major investment and everything, but that's going to take maybe a couple of years. You know, that want to do major investment and everything like that. That want to do manufacturing and stuff like that. But that's going to take me many years to build that sort of pipeline. You know, so I'm not trying to, you know, rush nobody. Oh, let's go to Liberia and build something. No, I'm not like that. I'm not going to tell you send me $10,000 and you're going to be. No, it don't work like that. What I am going to tell you is there's things that you can do, you know, to contribute to the country and enjoy the country, you know, and I think Black America needs that outlet. They need a place that's their own, you know, that they can participate in and build and connect with and stuff like that and feel a sense of freedom, you know, where every other group of people have another homeland that they could talk to, they could go back to and stuff like that. And I do believe Liberia could be that place for Black America, you know, because all the problems I'm seeing happening in other countries, being shaken out the port and all stuff like this, you know, crooked stuff, you know, and we have a lot of Liberians in our network, lawyers and doctors and everything like that, and they understand us. You know, they work with us. They work with us in America, and they work with us back in Liberia. So it's like a synergy. So, you know, and Liberians have been going to our colleges and everything like that, going back. We have Dr. Kula, when you know, she made the movie Providence, you know. I met her when I was in Liberia. I introduced her to Bomani, and she brings African Americans from her school to Liberia, young kids from her school all the time. She does a trip every 2 months. She brings groups of young people over there. So we're trying to tell Black people in America, you do have a homeland. You do have some place in Africa that you can call yours. You know, that's all we're trying to do. And then later on, the big wigs will come in, you know, so who knows, you know, the African-American investors and business people might come in when this really takes off. You know, we're just doing our part. We're pioneers.
And absolutely, brother. And the thing of it is, we have so many of them watching us. And I mean, like I've talked to people and they say, we're watching you guys make moves in Africa and things like that. But when they see us deal with the level of scamming ass punks, you know what I mean? It throws them off. They're not, I mean, and these are, if you're a serious person and you got, you can handle it like that, you're not trying to mess your money up and deal with any risky business, and things like that. So if more Black people want to see us in Africa to do many things, trust me, family, I've spent the last 20 years of my life just networking. At one point when I was even in 15 years back, we used to just get dressed up in suits and tie and go out in just different events, whether it's an event of all lawyers or whoever, and then we just network, and we just meet people. And then we just, so we're out here doing the work and things like that. The issue is Africa is not delivered. Africa is not delivered because we have too many scamming punks on the continent that only have strength for us. They don't have strength for the Chinese, the Lebanese, the Indians, or any of them people. Then people have no problems in a country like that. And then, yes, if more of us would band together and stick together, like what we're talking about, building these Pan-African communities and this Afrikstan, it's going to work. So we figured out the solution. And that's what we're moving towards. But too many of us have gotten burnt to where they're done in the game. Me, good luck on trying to sabotage and shake me down. I'm not built like these other people that y'all just get rid of. You know what I'm saying? So I don't let one or two things happen. What I do is double up, educate my folks, and come back with a better game plan. And that's what we have. That's why we have made our progress in Ghana. But if it was a country like Kala said, like Liberia, and we had the droves of people coming to Liberia, it'd be a better setup. And I agree with him 100%. And that's because the laws of the countries are different, and the historical aspect of the country is different. And then then the language situation is a lot different. I mean, most of the places we go to, I mean, it may be an English-speaking country, but only maybe about 15% of the people, maybe 20% of people speak English, and maybe about 5% of them understand English. Because that's another different thing with language. Speaking and understanding is a different situation, And as a technician, that's one of the things, that's one of the first things that we learn, that you have to read, write, and understand the written language of what you're studying. So if you want to see more of us do it, you be a patriot and say, hey, what I'm saying? My fellow countrymen, stop being disrespectful and dishonest to our brothers and sisters from the African diaspora that want to come to Africa and make African continent their home, and they want to do good stuff. Let's try to help them and work things out. Like I have a good brother there in Ghana, and I thank him every day. And I was like, brother, you know what? You saved my life, because you literally, instead of going along with the stuff with your people, you literally put the stuff to a halt, and you checked all of them, even though you weren't the one getting paid as a consultant, and enhanced you my new consultant, and you earned this, and all this money that was wasted with these people you should have gotten. And I thank him every day. And I was like, brother, this is what we have to do. When we have dishonorable people, like if I have dishonorable people from Jamaica doing business and things, that I'm not going to let them mess it up for the rest of us or wherever we are. Judea got off because, I'm like I said to you, brother, that's why I block these guys, because it's hard for me to talk to them, because they have a very low IQ, and then they come on here with their little games on their panel and start talking about people are watching us in Africa, and like, you're watching me calling out somebody that's hurting my people, that's hurting my brothers, and then it's affecting me. You think I like getting phone calls about this situation? And things like that. So that's him right there, family. RJ Mahdi. You'll see these posts pop up on all the videos, because I'm putting them in the system. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. And it's not gonna stop. It's not gonna stop. And because the next life I save may be your own. You know what I'm saying? Because you're like, okay, well. And then for those who don't want to believe me, and you literally want to deal with this dude, you deal with him. Because who else know more about all of these people in the game? Like I said, all of these people came after what we're building. You know what I mean? And they think they can just.
This guy now says Liberia's like, no, Liberia's not like every other African country. We don't have kingdoms and friggin' chiefs and all that stuff like that in Liberia.
You're going to pop this up right there. You got to break it down again, brother, because some of these people just don't get it.
It was up to me. I would abolish all that stuff years ago. Let me tell you something, right? When people say I'm a chief, prince, whatever like that, and all these people that hold on to like what's his name, Amara. I'm a chief. I want to be a chief. It's all because they're gonna not that they're gonna contribute anything or do anything. It's because they're gonna personally benefit for whatever bullshit setup they have. Well, I'm a chief and everything, so he's gonna basically be a big wig in politics. It always translates to politics and economics and advantage and everything like that. That's why nothing ever gets solved, right? Because people have these titles and everything like that basically derive from the slave trade. You know, if you got your power because you were treacherous over hundreds of years, selling people and selling something, you think I'm going to recognize that stuff? That's why our ancestors didn't respect in Liberia, didn't respect these so-called, they let them have their way and everything. But once you're part of this country, you know, you were part of the government. You could have your own tribal village and everything like that. But those are all dying out because most Liberians want to join the modern world, you know? And so all this stuff like this, so that doesn't go in Liberia. You don't have to seek no tribal chief to own land or property or pay somebody off and everything like that or everything. So Liberia is not like every other country. Liberia, they have what we call a constitution. The Constitution is the supreme law of the country, like America. You know, we don't recognize titles of nobility and stuff like that. You know, so that's where Black people in America could have an edge up. You know, there's nobody saying, "Oh, this is royal family. You got to bow down to kiss this person's feet," or all stuff like this. And people give you a name or rename you and shit like that. They're trying to rename you and all this kind of foolishness and everything like that. We don't have that. You know, it's a place where people, since we got that out the way, we can just sit there and concentrate on building. You know, we don't have to do all that. You know, we don't have to do all the. Now you could. There's still the African culture there if you want that. You know, there's African culture, dance, and all stuff like that. Arts, craft. You can enjoy all that. You can enjoy Africa, without it being imposed upon you. You know, without it being an impediment to you. So that's the thing. You know, like I said, I watched this one video not too long ago where there's police stations all over Liberia. There's military, everything. Go there acting up in Liberia. See what the hell happens. You know, I think there's no police station. Okay. Go to Liberia. You see those police are everywhere. You know?
And that's why I appreciate you breaking this down, Kala, because it's a lot of miseducation about Liberia. And then you have this, I don't know who this Frank, wherever he's from, and there's another low IQ, bush-eating village idiot savage. And people don't like when you don't like when I use these terminology, then deal with it, because the reality of it is intelligent, educated people don't make stupid comments like people make. Intelligent, educated people literally do research and they literally analyze things. They don't just make comments off these stupid videos. And that's what I was saying to you, Colin. That's why I'm so focused on this recording a ridiculous amount of documentation in the country, because people they just Google Liberia and all they see is stuff like 20, 30 years ago. And it's just not fair.
Right.
It's not fair to the country or the future of the country. And then nothing is talked about as much as far as what our ancestors built. And everything is about, you know, what's going on, what went on 10, 20 years ago. So that's what I'm saying, reaching out to all of the Liberians out there on YouTube or wherever you are. Let's document and show the country at its highest level, because people really, really don't, you know what I mean? You tell me about all the fights that you have to get into with people online, because, you know, and I know it got to be frustrating.
I had one today.
Better, and then so you can't even accept that. So I'll be like, hey, that's not true. That's not correct. Where do you learn this foolishness from?
Usually I just bypass. I had one today, right? Where this guy just basically like, you know, I was like, you know, let me see if I can read the comment, you know. I can read the comment, you know. It just pissed me the fuck off, man, you know.
People do crazy stuff now. Next thing you know, people say, Bomani, when you and your folks go to Liberia, be careful before you get kidnapped and get eaten.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that's the kind of dumb stuff that, you know, that people are thinking in their mind.
Yeah, and people are just ignorant, you know.
Are we supposed to just let ignorance go, or do we educate? And that the best way we can combat ignorance is by educating people and talking about certain things. And yeah, I'm not here to be on some old cute little nice little thing. That's not who I am. I've never been that way. I'm a real person about real things, and I want to see my Black nation rise. It's like, why would I dedicate so much years of my young life to this movement? You know what I mean? If I wasn't serious about it. And I come from, you know, a strong professional background. So I'm telling people, you're dealing with the right one. You're not dealing with, you're not dealing with one of those little low IQ YouTubers who just started going to Africa and just found out that they could make some money doing business in Africa and things like that. You're dealing with someone that's dedicated to this movement, someone that's, as his life is committed to this movement until the end of time, and is committed for generations. You know what I mean? That means I'm getting my generations involved, you know what I mean? To keep things going, because it's like, what am I supposed to do when I'm sitting down and I'm talking with an Indian owner in Tanzania? Like last time I was in Tanzania, I was talking to the owner of one of the hotels I was staying at, and me and was talking, and then also my tour guide was explaining to me that his parents or four parents fought in their war, and they committed so much of their time to the country. And it's like, that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with other nations of people who have gotten themselves set up and established and things like that. And they're working and they're doing their thing. But it's like, okay, well, now we want to do something. What's our biggest challenge we're facing? The biggest challenge we're facing is the enemy within, our own people who literally just see us as just an opportunity to take advantage of versus just doing something.
Back to the topic, right? A Dummies Guide to Pan-Africans, right? You have to stand on your square, when you go to Africa, right? You don't just automatically like, oh, I'm not African American no more. Give me a new name. Give me a new identity. They'll fucking take you for everything you got, because you look weak, and you're saying to yourself, look, I'm still a citizen of the United States. I'm not going to be ashamed of that. I was born.
Wow. Well, then I got finished saying, let us have to have that up, man. Because...
So I'm like this. So when you go to a country, it's all about mutual respect, right? You can't, a lot of black people in America, right? They think the Pan-African means that other people could shit on you, shit on your culture, shit on your food, shit on everything you got. And you basically sit there. And they'll say, if they can shit on your culture, if they can disrespect your culture, they don't acknowledge you as a black person, African like you are, right? Then what do you think they're going to do to you when it comes down to business? They're going to fucking take, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you already said, fuck America, like that. So they're like, okay, we know he ain't going to go to the embassy, he ain't got no ties in his country and everything. So he's basically alone by himself over here. So what do you think is going to happen? But when you're over there and you're in numbers and you're basically going back and forth, you're investing and you're stern with people. This is what I want. This is what I expect. Everything you speak with authority and everything. And you're not no punk or you're not no pussy. They're going to respect you, and that's how Africans respect you. But you go over there, and one thing people don't like about Ricky and Bag, Bag family, when that Ricky, say what you want about him, but he don't seem like no punk, and the Bag family, he just said, this is what I want, blah, blah, blah. And he got into it with a lot of Gambians over there, but he's still standing, you may not like him and everything like that, but he's standing on his square. And sometimes that's the way you have to carry yourself, So we're not going over there basically weak, beaten and defeated and everything like that. And then we're not going over there to dominate over anybody. We're just saying there's a synergy. If I can see all these white people in Africa or not, and I'm saying to myself, man, when I was driving, you're driving through Sinkor, right? In Liberia, that's the fanciest part of Liberia, Congo Town, right? And you see all these white people out there and whatnot, in fancy restaurants and stuff like that, These white people got plans. White people got plans, and all these white people getting off the freaking plane and when not going to Liberia, they got plans. What's on their minds, you go to Candasia and whatnot, all these white people sitting out there, sun and tanning and whatnot, they got ideas, they got plans. They see how beautiful this country is and whatnot, and they say the only thing stopping them from taking over is because Liberia had, and so we have a country that had us in mind, when it developed, when it was conceived, that black people are going to come here and settle here and contribute. Why aren't we taking advantage of this? And that's what we're doing now. We're just basically completing what our founding fathers. And also, if you want to get into Liberia, I urge you to pick up certain books. I'll tell you certain books to get. You can get them at your library. One book is called "This Our Dark Country." That's a good a book on Liberian history. It ties Liberian history with Black African American history, with Civil War and stuff like that. Another book is called Our Bitter Canaan. Our Bitter Canaan. And then another book was called Behold the Promised Land. The best book on Liberia, it's going to cost you a little bit of money, right? It's on Barnes & Noble. It's called Liberia, America's Africa Friend. When you read that book right there, your whole perspective of Liberia will change. Every stereotype you thought about Liberia and everything like that, you will be a pro-Liberia. It was published in 1953, okay? I think the guy was basically, it was written right at the end of World War II, but it was published in 1953 by a guy named R.L. Anderson, okay, called Liberia, America's Africa Friend. You know, that book right there talks about the conspiracy of the British and the French to discredit Liberia, not just to the world, but to other black people, trying to make it seem like it was a black colonizers country and they were oppressing the natives. Like all the time, they wanted Liberia's rubber and resources and everything, and they were trying to. That's what they do with propaganda. And let me tell you, break this up, and I got to get off soon because it's getting late, right? This is how the world works on propaganda, right? There was a guy named Mohammed Mossadegh, right? He was a president of a democratically elected of Iran in the 60s, I believe, right? The first thing he wanted to do was he nationalized the oil industry from the British. Okay. America goes around the world, right, saying that it basically supports democracy. America is against democracy. America is only will have people in there that do their bidding. Now, if you do their bidding and everything like that, you could be a communist, you could be a murderer, you could be a dictator, you could be whatever you want to be. And so this guy nationalized the industry. So the British basically got with the Eisenhower and the CIA, right? And this is what they did. And I want to ask this question to the audience, right? When you hear the word political prisoner, what do you think? You automatically, in our mind, they know the psyche of black people in America, right? You automatically think the person is a victim. That is the political prisoner is right. What do you think about when you think about student unions, student protests and everything? Oh, the students are rising up, right? America did this very carefully against this guy, Mossad, you know? They basically took millions of dollars, money that they could have helped fix the inner city, right? They paid off student groups, political opposition, and created people who were just like, yeah, we don't care. And they basically created anarchy in the streets. They created fake protests and everything. They paid people to show up and riot and stuff like this, right? And it looked like there was a popular uprising in Iran. And then what happened was, after a while, the country lost control of the country and everything because of propaganda going on about, oh, he's doing this. Now, the Iranians people didn't think. This man just took the oil and was developing Iran for your own benefit, right? But the propaganda of America sending newsletters and people like that, paying demagogues and everything like that, the country went into chaos and everything. And then the United States installed this guy called the Shah. And they created a whole New York Times cover piece out. He's the real descendant of Iranians, and he's from the indigenous people. And they basically like this. So they installed the Shah of Iran to be America's puppet, right? They created a fake a regime and everything. They propped it up with news articles, even films and everything about the Shah of Iran. So they got rid of the democratically elected and installed the Shah. And you know what happened, right? 1979, the students rose up, right? And they stormed the embassy of the U.S. embassy, right? And then they basically installed the Ayatollah as a supreme leader. And that's why Iranian has these clerics running the country right now. So the clerics of Iran are put there, are a direct result of the U.S. meddling in Iran. Same thing happened in Liberia, right? The Tolbert government was auditing Firestone, and all the U.S. companies were recovering millions of dollars and taking that money and building factories, farms, and all the stuff like this, right, in Liberia, right? There was so much progress. We call rally time projects. Liberia was making all this progress in the 70s because Tolbert recovered millions of dollars from Firestone and all these other companies and everything like that, and thing. And then the Tolbert regime became part of what we call the non-aligned movement, right? Which the Tolbert was the head of the OAU at the time, right? And the Tolbert basically refused to help the United States in their war in Angola. So what happened? And then in 1976, which was a mistake, Tolbert did two things. He spoke for a joint session of Congress where he basically backhandedly told the United States, you haven't done enough to help Liberia develop, because we have a close ties and everything. and that was a joint session of Congress. He addressed the first African leader to address the joint session of Congress. That same year, he went and spoke in front of the UN and condemned the Israelis in occupation of the occupied land in the Palestine. Okay, right after that, right, a man named Bacchus Matthews was sent back to Liberia to start leading this movement called the People Redemption Council, or the progressive movement in Liberia. And they basically drummed it up and everything. Then a couple of years later, you had the rice riots and everything. America then did a minute on 60 Minutes, right? Which they basically did this thing where a hit piece where Liberians were caught off guard. They had protested that 60 Minutes. They said this miracle Liberians. Liberians didn't even know they were called American Liberians. And they basically said they are the ruling elite and blah, 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 blah. And so therefore people in the black world start saying, who are these ex-slaves and they're ruling over Liberia and all stuff like that. Madam Janine Cooper was going to college with Magic Johnson in Michigan State, and people were asking her about, oh, y'all guys oppressed the nation. No, that's not our country. I don't know what 60 Minutes was talking about, right? It's propaganda. And then a year later, right, the coup happened, and the United States crowned Samuel Doe as a legitimate leader because he came from indigenous background. Samuel Doe immediately expelled the Russians, Cubans, and the Chinese and everything like that, and they basically said that the True Whig Party was disobeying America. This illiterate was basically saying that which we call was disobeying America. Liberia was disobeying America. Didn't understand Liberia was a sovereign country. Liberia didn't have to answer to America. And then Samuel Doe was invited to the White House with Ronald Reagan, which became his idol and hero, called him the great communicator, and all this kind of stuff like this. And Liberia, within 5 years, was in war. Okay.
Wow.
So the bottom line is this, these. So you have to understand propaganda, and black people are the biggest victims of propaganda.
Get them.
You'll go against your own people, right? What's in your best interest, because you fall for propaganda because they play on emotions. You reminisce about Colbert when you should focus on President Weah.
Yeah, let me post some of these that he's talked, because he has a few of them up here. There you go.
Well, I have no problem with George Weah. I just think, let me say this the right way. Say it's the right way. George Weah is okay. There's this group, his group called the CDCs and everything. They are the Samuel Doe, the Crown people, and these people that basically, now, like I said, I feel for these brothers and everything, but they don't understand running a state. The reason why Liberia is not getting the investment and the attention is because the world looks at that, right? When Tolbert and the True Whig Party was in power, do you understand the True Whig Party brokered the largest investment in Black Africa? The Bong mines opened and we played the video. Bong mines opening the Bong mines, right? In 1960, when Nigeria got independence, it could not get any investment in the country. Kwame Nkrumah could not get investment in the country. Liberia was able to get the largest investment on the African continent, which is called the Bong mine, was the largest mine operation in the world, brokered. So therefore Liberia was that level because it had proven itself as a country. It was 120 something years old, stable republic. It brokered deals. It basically had diplomatic channels. That was all lost in 1980. Liberia's connections with the world, not just to Black America, but Liberia had diplomatic channels throughout the world that helped build it. Liberia does not have those diplomatic channels that it once had, Now, Liberia, what we're trying to do is rebuild those diplomatic channels to Black America, like Liberia used to have, but that's still not enough. Liberia used to have all its presidents and leaders were educated in HBCUs in America. Most Liberians the first 8 presidents of Liberia were born in the United States. Most Liberians, Cecil Dennis graduated from Lincoln College in New Jersey. He graduated with Kwame Nkrumah after Kwame Nkrumah. Kwame Nkrumah was educated at Lincoln University. So we always had a connection with the development of Africa. This is not anything new. What we want to do is do that. You know, our HBCUs, Tennessee State University, 2 years ago sent hundreds of laptops to Liberia, Monroe, Liberia College. Why? Because it's the right thing to do. You have an African American institution, right? That's what's called Black love. You know, we have resources and everything like that. Liberians don't have to beg us for anything. It's our right, it's our duty as African Americans to basically partner with African institutions and build. That's what we're trying to do, you know?
Great point.
We're trying to build those things together. And another thing I want to talk about too is this. We have to stop educating. I mean, we have to stop being against the educated. You know, we have to put the educated and the people that are educated in the forefront.
There you go.
True educated people. I'm not talking about Umar Johnson educated. I'm talking about the true educated people that sit on HBCU boards and stuff like that, that basically can make a difference as far as like building Africa. They wanted to do this. A few years ago, before Ebola hit, Morehouse and Howard and everything had missions to Liberia. In other words, you want to graduate, you had to do a couple of years of internship in Liberia. We helped rebuild the Architectural Institute in Tubman University in Maryland County, you know, and we did all these things. So the bottom line is this, Texas Southern, you know, was partnered with Liberia, you know. So education and building those links between Liberia and Black America is going to make sure Liberia has a future that's tethered to Black America. Now, all we have to do is go there and visit and spend some time and everything, and just reclaim what's ours, you know, reclaim what's ours, you know. So I do believe Liberia is going to be a thing, you know. I say the village Indians, I'm saying that.
I mean, let's read this comment out because I mean, he's saying something. I mean, these trolls on here. I mean,
said, I never called George Weah a bush-eating savage. I never said the CDCs. I'm saying that a lot of those guys in the CDC, that senators and everything, should be in vocational school, not running. You know, I know a whole lot, right? But I do know that when I look at some of people, you look at friggin' the Liberian Senate, right? When they talking, let me stop, you know? Yeah, let me stop, you know? These guys are fighting and blah, blah, blah. So can't even hear incoherent when they're cursing each other out. We're not on the friggin' floor, throwing blows and shit like that, you know? And the bottom line is this, you know, the world is looking at it. That's why, look, I'm not the typical Pan-Africanist, right? I fully support, and I didn't like him at first, Ambassador Andrew McCarthy of Liberia. For the United States ambassador, I support that man. He actually cares about Liberia more than the leaders of Liberia. And he puts sanctions on Nathaniel McGill and all these other goofballs. When I heard Nathaniel McGill's speech speaking in, remember that, what's that girl that was on here, Roselle, whatever her name is, that was on here? Well, that's the way he speak. He's sitting there speaking in colloquy, telling the Liberians how the money that was allotted for them is gone and everything like that. I was like, this guy is a fucking basically, we stole your money. You can't do nothing about it, right? And then come to find out he buys his girlfriend a summer home. A couple of days later, the ambassador, Andrew McCarthy, put sanctions on him and several other people. So therefore, what I'm saying is this. So I fully support, you know, I'm not one of these people that's going to go there to Africa and sit there and watch Africans do bullshit and everything like that. If the United States government also, there's a lot of people in the interior complaining that money, U.S. taxpayer money allotted for clinics, for equipment and everything. The one clinic said, we don't even have a freaking fax machine, you know, and the money was there, but it was blown. So I'm supposed to be like, oh, Pan-African is black to the power and whatnot, and go along with thievery and stuff like that. No, I'm going to call it out. Pan-Africa has to evolve past emotion. If you're doing wrong, I'm going to call it, you know. If you're not doing what's right, then, hey, the United States government who's funding stuff like that, I'm going to take the side of the United States and sanction you. I know that's unheard of in the Pan-African world because too many black people in the Pan-African world have been going to Africa, right, watching the wrongdoings in Africa and not saying nothing. And this is why, like I said in my show a couple weeks ago, the chickens are coming home to roost. You can't watch corruption and everything like that, and watch corruption in Africa and everything like that, and don't expect it's going to visit on you one day. You know, if you basically are watching corruption, thievery, scamming, and stuff like that, and people misappropriating money and stuff like that, and you know they're not doing the right thing with the money, with the foreign aid and everything like that, what do you think is going to happen when your money's on the line? Because they know you're not going to say anything. You're just so happy to be in Africa that you let all kinds of shit go on and everything, and you don't say anything about it. What's going to happen when your money's missing, or your money comes up short, or you got scammed? Then you're angry and ready to come back to America, fuck Africa and everything. Well, you were sitting there participating and turning a blind eye to stuff like that. You turning a blind eye to sex trafficking on the continent, you know? You basically say nothing. I never see anybody talk about being outraged. I have yet to see a video, except for that girl, Tiffany Banner, that little sister, man. I wish she would have stayed in Tanzania. She took her to those white people that had African children sitting on her lap. She was 19 years old. She had more fortitude than any of you motherfuckers I see out there. She said, what do you know these African children for? Why are they sitting on your lap? You know, where their parents at? I never see anybody talk about the stuff you see on the African continent. We can't participate in the wrong on the continent and everything like that and be engulfed in it. We have to be better. And when you do that right, the things will start working out. You're going to be attracted to, you're going to attract people that want to do the right thing. But when you try the wrong people, when you're around the wrong and you turn a blind eye to evil, that evil is going to come back to you. I don't hear nobody talking about this child sex industry in Africa and stuff like that. I've never heard any black YouTuber talking about this.
Well, what they are talking about, brother, is this right here. Pan-Africanism stopped in the 60s to the 80s with Thomas Sankara. After that, it napped Africanism in 2023.
I don't know what about Pan never died. It's the fact of the matter is, what we have is not it's Pan-Africanism, but it's not righteous Pan-Africanism.
What people have to understand about Pan-Africanism is something that you have to participate in. So this village idiot who just made a comment, when the last time you support a black-owned business? When the last time you did? I mean, I'm talking about basic stuff. You know, just like we playing basketball. You know, the basic fundamentals is dribble, pass, shoot. You know what I mean? Things like that. You know, and in this movement, it's, are you organizing with your people, supporting black-owned business? Are you even making moves to Africa? Are you uplifting the next brother and putting them on so he can learn business and do things? You know, are you doing any of those little basic fundamental things? Or are you just on YouTube making comments and playing around? And that's what I'm saying, that, you know, to everyone that's listening out there, it's just a bunch of clowns. People just wanted us be on a live show and just texting messages, just a text message. Pan-Africanism will never die. And if anybody who speaks against Pan-Africanism, you are a coward, a loser, and you should just jump off of, you should just get rid of yourself, because you're useless in our society. Because it starts with you as a person. You know what I mean? Me and Kala, that's what we do. Me and Kala, that's the world we live in. We live a Pan-African world where we literally are involved in, you know, in moves, changes, and things like that. And for those who want to know what's going on, how about you join something productive? How about you put some energy towards something that's going to make a move? You know, if not, then shut the hell up, because you're just talking and running your mouth. You know what I mean? Pan-Africanism can only, you know, it's a vehicle, like me and Kala talk about. It's a vehicle towards nationhood. It's what we have to do, you know. So we find the best of our people in different parts of the world and we work with them.
Yeah,
just like these village idiots that I got. Just like the village idiots that I got rid of in Ghana, I'll find some people that are smarter and sharper, because, you know, that's the goal. The goal is to find high IQ, educated people to where we can do things together and make things work. And if, you know, and if nothing else, then we just raise a fresh generation of children. You know what I mean? Yeah. So we can't sit around and just say Pan-Africanism is just dead. Pan-Africanism is the only thing that we're gonna be able to use to compete with the likes of everybody else. Now talk about people from India and China and other countries. They've been there for generations. I don't have any of my family that's been living in Africa for generations, you know, but they do. and so they have a strong, firm grip on things that they're doing. And the only way we're gonna compete, is if our brothers and sisters in Africa open things up so we can get things done without us being shaken down and taken advantage of. And just like you know what I mean, our people in Africa protect the Chinese, the Lebanese, the Indians, and all these other people coming. You need to protect us because we're the only thing that's going to put you in a competitive motion. Anything other than us, you're going to be facing the same thing you've been facing in Africa for the last few hundred years. Domination by other race and nations of people. So if it's not Pan-Africanism, what is it?
I see a video in Ghana where this guy was trying to interview illegal Chinese gold mining. Man, there was these big Ghanaian fucking military police was swinging bats. Get the hell out of here, And
they're gonna protect the enemy, brother. Brother, and that's that, brother. It's me for me saying that it hurts me. It hurts me to the highest level. But that's what our people do. They protect the enemy in Africa. And then when people like me and you come and try to do business, then we get taken advantage of us. And then when we report these situations, then people make it seem like it's no big deal. Oh, go ahead and just go get some more money back again and things like that. So I'm telling people, if I just had to do this over again, I mean, I'm never going to say anything. Let me not even just put it in that direction and things like that. Because the fact of it is, I did give up my career. The fact of it, I did build business, and I did take, over 600 people to different parts of Africa. And I did literally build an energy and a movement that we can really take to another level. And we do have a nice community that we can expand into. But it's like, are we gonna have our people work with us effectively, or are we gonna have our people shake us down? So when Judea came on there, and I have a low tolerance for people like that. You already know that already, because that's why I had to find a way to unblock them, because once I just hit that ban button, you're gone, and I don't care nothing you have to say, because you don't contribute to the conversation other than frustration, and things like that. And what they try to say, and I just don't respect it. I have to go off on this other village idiot there in Ghana, talk about you people from America, y'all come here and all y'all do is talk. I was like, brother, why don't you shut the hell up? Do you know the amount of people who came here with everything that they've worked hard for and invested in the country and try to go in the country? And what do your brothers and sisters do to them? They rip them, rob them, shake them down. Some of them.
The Hebrew.
How many people? That's another situation that. But it's like I'm asking them like, how many people that we have moved from here, from America, and live in Africa, and then next they mysteriously die right after they build their house, right after certain things happen.
Happens a lot.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like you're telling people, it's like all the stuff that you're saying. That's why I told one of my stupid village idiot assistant that I fired. I tell him, don't be running your mouth telling people come to Africa and do all this stuff. I was like, that's not your job to be telling people what to do, because next people come and do certain things and you can't protect them and help them. And that's why I had to get rid of him, because he's trying to lure people to come in and do some kind of. I was like, you're not an investor. You don't have any knowledge on these business. Don't try to be talking on the side, making side deals with my people, telling them that you're going to help them start a certain business and things.
Yeah.
That's why I brought them here to connect them on what we do as tourism investment. That is not your position. That's not your job, and you have no experience in that. And what you're gonna do? Because what's gonna happen when you lure them into something and then they get messed up? Are you gonna come up with the money to take care of them? Are you gonna look out for them? Are you gonna make sure that they're good? No, you can't. None of y'all can't. So stop telling us these things. And what you can do is you can go to your government and tell your government that we have a whole bunch of Black people trying to do things in this country, and they want to work together with their own people in this specific country so we can do things together. And then the issue that they're having is the fact that when we're coming, we're getting shaken down, and we're getting, and then there's no laws to protect us. That's what I want our people in Africa to do. Don't tell me about why aren't more Black people coming. What do you want? More victims? So I'm telling my brothers and sisters, come on Africa, enjoy a great trip, have fun, have a great time. And like I even put it in writing, as part of one of a list of things to be clear on. You're gonna meet people that are nice. They're gonna rub you a certain way and make you feel good about them and everything. But at the end of the day, don't make any deals with them. Don't make any business or get into anything with them. because you're just in the country and you need to process these things. And these are things that people, well, what do Bomani know? He's only been going to Africa for the last 19 years and don't live here. Like these are the things I hear. Like I'm like, trust me, if you know what I know, you would not be living where you think it's gonna work out for you.
Yeah, and another thing I want to say is this: just because, like I said, people they want to be Pan-Africans, right? And they jump into investments. They jump into investments and they jump into it. Well, listen to a Ghanaian because William Nakmeezy said, "Yo, I will listen to him for he's an actual Ghanaian and he's on the ground." Or that don't mean shit,
Yeah, brother. I had to correct a few of my tour members, and I was like, you know what? I understand that this person live in the country, but what you have to take into consideration, just because you live in a country, don't mean that you're an expert on certain things. We're running a tourism and investment business operation. It's a lot of accountability and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And this person is not educated and trained to speak on these things. And what I tell them to do is not to engage with my members about these things, because you are going to lead them astray and confuse them. Because I can't, but I started seeing people getting shaken down when I started doing business conference. They were literally, and this is what I see a point at times. So you say some people deserve it because some people do, and then some people don't. Some people just naive, and some people just make bad decisions. But when you finish explaining to people, like I have videos up right now in our business conference, and the attorney is telling people everything not to do. And so when that attorney was brought there to do a presentation to explain to people who are coming what not to do. And trust me, when even all the times I have those things, people still do those things because someone else sweet talked them out of it, and they say, "Well, I'm from this country, and I know my country, and my father's a king up there, and so on and so on." And then there's something about when people tell people about they are king or prince. I remember when I met this guy in Cameroon, and we were networking together. A good brother in Cameroon, and he was a prince, and he used to give me a feedback of how people started acting when he told him that he was a prince. And this is one of the few people I would believe that he's closer to a prince than anything else, because I've been to his house here, and I kind of see what what was going on. But it's like he was like, oh, people say, oh, people are so excited. So that's the mindset of our people. They get excited when you tell them they're prince and things like that. And I went, and so on, and they just get confused. And I don't know, the stupidity, village idiot bug just chipping their head, and then next thing you know, they just doing foolishness. And then next thing you know, they're trying to get my staff, my crew, and other people to help them in their situation. I still have a few cases that's going on where people just have this issues with land.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just hoping that I tell people Ghana was one of those popular countries. So whatever country that we go into, I'm just telling the rest of the people in different countries, yo, none of us are coming to take over your country. None of us are coming to be disrespectful to your people. I've been to countries like Ghana, and and you have given people chances, and you have come there with your best efforts and energy. And the only thing that you're trying to do is connect with the right people so we can do things together. But when those things go wrong, you're not going to be very happy about certain things, and you're gonna speak out about it and things like that. And I'm always telling people that it's no knock on the country itself. It's just these bad elements in these countries is causing us a serious problem. It's causing us. And then when you run in the business, like I'm running this business, you start, when you start talking to people, and people like, well, I wanted to come and do this with you, man, but I just saw about 5 YouTube videos about what people did to this other person. And and so it's all connected. And that's what I was trying to explain to Judea. It's like, because the thing about people with low intelligence, they can't put things together, and that's, and so people think you're trying to insult people. I was like, no, you're just not as intelligent. You're just not very intelligent. You know what I mean? And this, the fact of it, just, you can't put things together. So you don't understand these things. You just look at this is 1 and this is 2, and you don't see the correlation and the connection. You know what I mean? You separate everything. We can't separate everything. It's just like, people want to separate the fact that we're stolen from Africa and our birthright was taken from us. Uh-huh. And it's like, and then we're just supposed to just let that go and forget about that. It's like, okay, and then now we're coming back and we're just not asking for the things that we should be getting. And we're just coming in to say, we're just going to build and do what we need to do and work together as a people. And then they turn around and say, you know what? Here they come again. Let's get them another time. And so what are we supposed to do? Just stand around and just deal with it?
Well, like I said, our ancestors, they had an answer. What was that when in Liberia? When Liberia was created, our ancestors had enough. They just had enough. They were like, man, we're forced out of America and everything. We're coming back here. All we want is a place where we can rest. Refuge, enjoy liberty and everything like that. That's all we want. So when they started building the same communities they had in America, but they didn't have to worry about white mobs and everything, they were happy. They were happy. They were basically building peaceful communities on the coast of Liberia, and they were happy. They're willing to do anything to get along with the indigenous people and everything. Say, how can we build a country where we all can benefit? And I'm never going to apologize for that. I'm never going to apologize for what our ancestors did. They came back and they built the country which they could basically rest. But anyway, it's getting late, brother.
Absolutely, brother. Get your rest. Do your thing, man. I'll close out. But this is one of the last comments that I have up right here.
Yeah.
DK said that sellout trader mentality, unfortunately, has been there for centuries now. How can we change that?
Yeah, well,
great question.
I'll say this. First of all, this is one thing Black people have to get out of their heads, right? There's nothing great about a so-called king. And when you look at history, right? Kings are nothing but tyrants, and all this royalty and all stuff like that. That means that someone's going to rule over you, someone's going to take from you, and someone, like KR said, if everyone's a king. And I remember KRS One did a song about that. He said, I don't know if he was taking a shot at Run DMC because he said we're the king of rock, right? I can remember KRS One said that. Then
the rapper himself.
Yeah, but the bottom line is this idea that somebody has royalty, somebody has this, or somebody's popular. We as Black people, right? We don't know how to friggin' say that the world, our life, and our agency belongs to us. If you want to, another thing, we don't need rulers, right? We need people that can govern, okay? We need people that can administer, people that could serve. When's the last time you ever hear anybody, even in America, right? Black politicians talk about, it's a Black rule city. Yeah, I don't want to live in a Black rule city. What about a Black administrative city, which they basically building the city, reducing crime, creating jobs and everything like that. So long as it's Black rule, right? Somebody looks like us in power, we don't care what they do once they get in office. Mm-hmm. Same thing, as long as your guy is in power, it doesn't matter. So what I'm trying to say is this: if you look at Asia, right, the Chinese Communist Party, right? I'm not a communist, right? But look how China has basically built itself, right, with no democracy. They have they're a technocracy. That means people who are smart and everything are making decisions and building what they know the average person needs. And China has a growing middle class. Look at India. On the other hand, they have the election after election, and still the same amount of people are in mass. But India has the highest number of people in extreme poverty in the world. The Ganges River India is the most polluted country in the world. Open defecation. The Ganges River is so freaking polluted, right? You go there, you get sick just for smelling the water. Because people feces and everything in the thing. An absolute shithole country. But yet they have democracy and elections. So therefore, and also it's all about their tribe, who's a Hindu and who's this and all stuff like this. We Black people, we have to change. The person that's going to basically that should head our that we elect in our communities here and in Africa and whatnot, they're not going to always say everything you want to hear. They're not going to always be popular, now since that kings, president, boss, parent, all power, bishop, yeah. But the power is invested in the people. That's the difference between the white world and our world, right? The white world and the Western world, they know that the power derives from the people. Black people, you can be in power and everything, but you think your power is divine. We're the only group of people say I was divinely sent here, or I was. People will say this person is sent by God and everything like that. I don't want any part of anybody telling me that their power over me, my life was set by God and everything. Your authority and power has to be constitutional, and it can be removed at any time. We as Black people and everything like that, we basically have to get it. That's what I love about the history of Liberia. The fact of the matter is they created a constitution. We didn't have tyrants and stuff like that. You know, people were elected to office, and you serve the people. And if you don't, you get removed from office. We don't have that in the Black world. You know, as soon as somebody basically is somebody that we like, you know, like this guy BAIO, in power for almost 50 years in Cameroon. I would like to friggin' Judah talk about that. This guy, we don't even know if this guy's alive or not.
Yeah, that's the thing about it. He don't ever want to talk about those things. You want to talk about something else. Because when I asked him to talk with him and other people, need to talk to their government to explain certain things that we're coming in, and we need safe passage, and we need help to make moves without certain things. They don't ever want to even talk about those things.
The only thing
why he's here is because his country is falling apart, and his country has no future. So he's here, and then he wants to give us expert advice about Africa.
You trying to tell me about Liberia? How you go? Look, dude, I know about Liberia. I don't need to be explained about Liberia.
That's what I'm always wondering. Like, why do you come on here? And I mean, don't you? I mean, do you just enjoy being insulted and enjoy just being educated? And do you just love the punishment? You know what I mean? It just I don't get that guy. I don't ever get any of his stupid point and things like that.
Well, I think he's just a jokester. And,
yeah, I mean,
the bottom line is this: he's living comfortable in Utah, and everything's fun.
I get a white girlfriend.
We're gonna check this out. The worst thing America could ever do is let some of these Africans live in America for an extended period of time. You know, because they have no incentive to go back to their country and build and live in their country. They stay in America and they basically live here. They're small experts from America, but when you actually get on the ground, they got to deal with a guy that's been in power for 44 years and nothing's changing and everything like that. They get frustrated. So they come back to America and everything. So therefore, it bothers them that we can voluntarily go to Africa, right? And come back home, invest, whatever we want to do, and we're not bound by the same rules that they're bound. They hate that shit, because a lot of them will never pull anything off like what you're doing, in Ghana and stuff like this. It should be Africans in America, right, that live here that should be leading this Pan-African movement in Africa, but it's us that's doing it, It's us that's doing it. And also, this idea that the government's going to get in the way, and I'm just looking at it like this, unfortunately, right? And I'm not trying to badmouth African like that, but the thing is, if everything is about money, right? The Chinese come there and they got money. An unfortunate situation just happened in Liberia, right? Where a whole huge stash of drugs was recovered, right? And these people, foreign drugglers, were caught red-handed smuggling drugs in Liberia. Do you know every one of them were acquitted? And I got this thing where they said that some of the people in the government were paid off to get those acquittals. So what I'm saying is this: as long as Africa is vulnerable to being corrupted by politics, by money, and stuff like that, and political corruption and everything, we have to just do what we have to do. So I like I said, and it just baffles my mind that we just have to keep being an example. If we start coming there and doing what we're doing, and we're attracting more people to the continent to come, and we're encouraging more Africans to return to the continent, we create this new community of Africans that lived in the West and that's coming and joining us and building and everything. We're building this new future and everything. I think Africa has a chance, but the people that's on the ground, and no shade against them and everything, they're not thinking about how trying to build it. Because you say, we're going to build this country and everything, you know? We're going to help build your country. They're not thinking that thing, you know? Liberia does not have traditional rulers, you know? They have rulers in the interior, but they really have no real power, you know? They have chiefs, but they don't have any political power. You understand? We took all that shit away from them. You know, when they signed the treaties and joined the republic, they lost all that. And we have superintendents, administrators, and senators and congressmen from the area, representatives from the area. They don't have traditional power, traditional ruler. Now, in the village, in remote villages, right, they still do trial bar deal, and you may be tried under tribal law. Certain crimes are punished under tribal law and stuff like that. But that's only if the person is part of the village and he doesn't really, he has to consent to that. But ain't no rule, no traditional rulers running around talking smack, you know? Go take that to Ghana and all these other people, you know? We got rid of that shit, you know, a century ago. You know, traditional rulers and chiefs and everything, man, please. We stopped that shit, you know? Now, some people may be descendant of chiefs and everything, and they have a lot of land and everything like that, but they're not recognized as no political, but they can't make no laws or enforce anything like that, you know? Yeah, you can call yourself a chief all you want, but that don't mean shit. They just call you a village idiot, you know?
And so, and a lot of them are village idiots, and they're not exactly, you know, that's the issue. And when we're here and we're thinking about chiefs and prince and kings, we're thinking about people on another level. But when you meet some of these people in Africa, you're like
morons.
You're like the first thing you're gonna be like, this is what Bomani's talking about.
Yeah, freaking morons, you know.
You know what I mean? You know, like yeah, like you literally have some that has like no education. Like usually, historically, you know, if you're in the lineage of this royalty, one of the highest thing that you usually have is an education.
No,
but not some of these people, man.
And people, I mean, and all of a sudden these people got land, and like, you know, and all of a sudden you go to a place, all of a sudden they drop your land deed on a piece of paper. Oh yeah. You know, then somebody else said, no, I'm the actual chief. When I next, you know, well, I just paid him. When you paid the wrong person.
And that's why you have more and more governments are putting the land in land banks, and that's why some of the best land that you can get is land that's quote unquote vested land, which is government secure land, and that's usually because of crazy stuff that the chiefs was going through. So the government, like under Kwame Nkrumah ruled, he literally, and if he lived long enough, he'd have literally made Ghana all this vested land, you know, and work those things out. And that would have been better because then you wouldn't have all these people running to issues. Because now instead of dealing with a village idiot chief and him and his siblings are trying to work you over, you don't know who is who. You go directly to the lands commission, and that's how it should be. Like if you need land, like if you need land there in Virginia, where are you going to go to get your land in Virginia? Are you going to go to a chief, or are you going to go find an Indian chief or somebody like that?
Nope.
Yeah, it's the government.
It's the government. That's how it is in Liberia. And so that's who owns this land like Peter? He said the government owns it, you know?
So then now you have less issues with dealing with the situation. And that's what I'm telling people. So this is one thing that, hear me out, family. And this is why it's important to do land research. But go for the land that's vested and sign a contract with the government. I mean, all these governments are trying to transform their country. The issue that they have is they have crooked people in their own country doing things. And most of the crooked people that's doing the things get it from the government themselves, because most of the time they're a bunch of crooks themselves. So it just trickles down, and everybody's just trying to see what they can cut and chop here and there. And then what happens is then you have to get foreigners to come into the country to develop and invest in the country, when you shouldn't have to do that because you have the financial resources. It's just being chopped and cut and sliced and diced.
Yep, and you don't want to be part of that system,
Serious business.
You don't want to be part of that, You don't want to be part of somebody chopping and whatnot. This, that, and the other thing. People see you coming,
Yes, they do, brother. Yes, they do. See, coming a million miles away.
Yeah.
Trust me.
Yeah.
Everything that you ever hear me talk about what goes on in Africa, family, is 1,000,000% of my experience, and then also along with my people, my network, and and things like that. So
This
one thing you're gonna get from here is realness about how things really work and what's really going on.
tell you, the chiefs existed before the governments, right? This is what I'm talking about. This is the these people don't want. This is what I'm saying. Where this is a problem. Africans like to resist civilization. Yeah, we know chiefs exist, but morons existed before the governments. Savages existed before the government. That's why we have a government, to get rid of all that.
That's the purpose of having a government. That's the purpose of having a constitution. That's the purpose of having laws on the books.
Another glorified friggin' gang member, glorified gang member, I'm a chief or whatnot, Where are we going to war against somebody? Was he going to drive down an SUV and ransack a village? That's what they was dealing with Liberia in the interior. They had to settle Liberia because certain groups, like out of nowhere, was just basically trying to raid another in modern times. Yeah. And Liberian government said, "Yo, look, you raid that country, we'll come there and we're going to slaughter your whole." Like they did the crew trial, executed 53 crew chiefs, right? Because what they do is they wage war and whatnot. This is the way we don't care what you always did. We're living in a modern. Africans want to use chief. When you say you're a chief, that means you have a right to virgins. You have a right to have all the harems and take somebody's virgin daughter. You have a right to take somebody's son and make them work for you. All kinds of stuff goes along with it. There's always perks. There's no such thing. When you say about a chief has perks. What? That means he sits on his ass. Everybody fucking hands him everything, So the bottom line, we don't want no part of that, We don't want no part of that shit,
No, it's not the way to go. I mean, if I could hit one button and just and all of the chieftaincy disappear in Africa.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you something right before I go. The British or the French are the one who propped up the chief because Africans were moving, saying we don't need this, right? But what happened is, like I said, just like they did to the Shah of Iran. Iran had a democratically elected government. Did you ever see pictures of Iran in the 60s? That place was beautiful. It was a beautiful country. People had nice cars, driving movie theaters, everything like that, right? And they got rid of that and put the Shah in power, That's what they did. Africa, America basically funds chieftaincies. The African Kingdoms Federation is nothing but an arm of the colonial power structure. All the way from West Africa down to the friggin' Swaziland and Zulu, KwaZulu. All these chiefs and everything like that are just paid puppets of the white supremacy system to keep Africans back. But that's why when you ask us, what happened in KwaZulu? Well, 20,000 people died. They said, was it tribal? No. It was the people who believe in the ANC and the PAC versus people who believe in Kata. And Kata were tribalists, cheap, brutal, lazy, and all the chiefs said. And then you got people who are educated and said, this is stupid. We're black people. We want to be part of a black state, a black society, and a Pan-African republic. And you got people who we think the white people were betting on. The white people created Inkatha. They funded King Goodwill. He said before he died, he wished the Afrikaners were still in power. So when you go over there talking about some chief, the Yorubas and all these people love the Queen of England. They were crying more than anybody. African chiefs, everything. Have you ever heard an African chief say anything against a European power or the Queen of England? No, they don't. Because they get invited to Buckingham Palace. Why do you think the British petroleum always be raping Nigeria's lands and everything? The chiefs.
That's funny. British Petroleum. Wow, I didn't know that they had oil in their parts of the world, but they call it British Petroleum. That's some slick stuff, man. BP.
And the bottom line, Nigeria's dared not to nationalize the oil, whatnot, And what Judah was saying on Kaizorian's show, I would ask him that. He said there's Nigerian smugglers who are smuggling oil out of pipes in Nigeria and selling in Cameroon. How the fuck they pull that shit off, And selling in the Cameroon refinery. How do you pull that shit off, man? I can get in on that shit. How do you basically go to the Delta region, whatever like that, take oil, right, and put it on a ship, you know, and go to another country and like that? How the hell, man? Africans are something else, man, you know?
Okay,
And then,
using the ships. That's a good coastal move right there.
you know, I'm like, damn, that shit's going on. You know, and the bottom of the area, the Delta is so polluted, people's lives like that,
Yeah.
all because they don't stand up to the British Petroleum and Shell and all these other people. It is what it is.
Yes, brother. So make it move, and you know we can close out. So, family, once again, appreciate you joining us for another live stream on Pan-Africanism towards nationhood and family. Everything we're talking about is about building our future together, and unfortunately, you know, not every brother is a brother, so we can't work with everybody, and we're not gonna build everything with everybody, especially if we're not, if we're all together on, on the mission, we can work together. But if people are gonna be on some other stuff, we can't work together. So you can't force. So none of you out there can force us to get along with people that we can't get along with and we can't do nothing with.
If we could read these last couple of comments by Knowledge, he said Africans, chiefs aren't concerned about government. Okay, whatever. We'll have a chiefs are African made, governments are European made. So basically, I always thought, Bomani, that Africans created the first government, Egypt. You know. So this is what I tell you. I don't believe Africans ever created ancient Egypt. I don't believe it.
Well, Chief X is about to do a show with me, and he's gonna upset a lot of people. I told him, I was like, you're my brother, man. I'm always trying to learn. We have people.
How can we reconcile that, right? Everything that we talk about, right? We're against. This guy, look at this guy talking about chiefs and all the chiefs, and the idea of the republic, right? Egypt was the first republic, and then you had Greece and all these other Athens and all these other Sparta and all these other places, right? How was it that 2,500, 3,000 years ago, they had the idea of a republic, right? And we got idiots in the chat room still talking about some chieftaincy.
Absolutely, because Egypt was very advanced. And for those who have never been there, everything that you're going to see in Egypt look just like us. Now,
look at this fool. It says American government has a chief. This is stupid, ignorant. These boys. You cannot build with these people like this, Bomani.
And that's what I'm saying to people when people say, why do y'all talk to people? Why do y'all talk about people like that? Well, I'm like, what do you say? I mean, this is a low IQ bushmeat eating village idiot savage. I mean, it's just hard to have conversations. Just like Judea was on there. It's like I can't have a conversation with these people.
Why do you think, Bomani? Why do you think I'm sticking with Liberia? I ain't going no place else, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't want to deal with nobody who thinks that chieftaincy and all that shit like that is okay. Because we have too much on the line. And that's what the Pan-African movement said. We go into countries where people think like this. People think like that, the
chiefs in Africa are a joke. The whole system of chieftaincy is a joke.
It's a joke.
It's embarrassing, as a matter of fact.
The British and all knew what they were doing. They prop these people up to make sure that democratic or modern governments don't exist. They're weak.
Yeah, what it does is cause a lot of confusion and things like that. Because when people come to me and tell me,
that's how they overthrew Kwame.
He was supposed to be the real chief, and then I went back and they told me this is the real chief. So that's the confusion that happens, family. When you have that system set up, then you can have it enables people enable them to play these kind of games to where next you're the real chief, but your brother represents you and sell fake land to somebody, and then next y'all all fight over the money, and then somebody get killed, and then that person loses their money and loses their land.
I gotta stay on a minute. This Daniel Davis, I know this is a white guy trying to like,
I know it's a white guy.
Because I know he's basically trying to be he knows this is a real Pan-African show and whatnot, so he basically find a way to put down Africans. We're not putting down Africans, we're putting down friggin' village idiots, so there's a difference.
Yeah, that's one thing that most of these low IQ people with their third grade education never understand. It's like, I'm not gonna cut me. I have 19 years of traveling experience in Africa. I'm not gonna sit around and talk about tour sites and talk about nice hotels and and partying and hanging out. I'm talking about real stuff. You know what I mean? We've had the greatest time in Africa, but the issue is we've not been able to progress as we need because we're getting sabotaged by individuals, and it's not just. And some of these are supposed to. I mean, I literally had 4 straight lawyers that was this over the period of time, different things, and all of them, to me, they're some of the worst people I've ever met. And because it's like, where's the loyalty to your job and your career and doing the right thing? You know what I mean? And do you turn around and do this to the white people and the Lebanese that they represent? The people that I'm talking about, they don't do that to them, but they're quick to do this to me. They're quick to do this to me and other people because they feel like, they can get away with those things. So it's like, these are things that's going on in Africa, and I'm one of the people that know what's going on because I'm experienced into doing business in Africa. So, you're dealing with these things. So you're telling people based on your experience. And anybody who just wanted this beyond some romanticized stuff or some fantasy Pan-Africanism, go do what you need to do. You don't got to listen to nothing I say and nothing that we're talking about. Only thing I know, I'm just trying to build an energy network of my brothers and sisters so we can be successful in Africa and we can progress without having to deal with what we're dealing. Like I remember, I remember when I was talking about us building Pan-African communities, I used to have a lot of people just hating on me, talk about you shouldn't go to Africa and do that. Well, now that I've told y'all some of the things that have happened, why you think we decided to do what we're doing? I've talked about how people have been set up, murdered, killed for their house, poisoned, all kind of things. I've talked about how people been shaken down, and things like that. So the only way we can make our move, because Africa is our birthright. There's no, we don't owe anybody we don't owe anyone in Africa anything. We never took anything from anyone in Africa. This is our birthright from our ancestors, and we're reconnecting back. And the rightful thing is, let's work together to build something.
I'm saying,
I'm not going to sit around wait for a bunch of anyone in Africa to lead us to the promised land. So it's enough of us to say, hey, we can organize our operation and build and invest just like anybody else.
You know what kills me is this. What? Frank says you don't respect African culture, so you don't have a space there. We already got a space. We got Liberia. So sorry,
Well, we have a whole town that's all of the land is vested land. So,
right, so by the way, Elsa, somebody said
what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the government and do everything legally and get land that we need to do other investment projects. I mean, that's
we're gonna do it regardless.
So we're gonna do it regardless. And am I gonna have some of my best brothers?
We're not asking any permission no more.
We're gonna have some of our best people with us. But the point of it is, I'm not trying to go anywhere in Africa to where I'm around a bunch of anyone local and think I'm gonna accomplish what I'm trying to accomplish, because it doesn't work like that in any business world. In order for you to make these moves, you need people who are on your side, understand the vision, and it's hard to find people with a vision when people are living hand to mouth, and every day is like the last day they're gonna, it's like every day is a life or death situation where they're eating things like that, and people don't plan, plan out things in time. I have to plan 5-10 years ahead of time. I got to think about my generations. I think about the future. I can't just sit here and just eat everything up and then have nothing for tomorrow. So none of us, once again, are saying anything bad about Africa. What we're doing is critical analysis, and we're explaining a serious point of view. And just like we talk about, people like R.J. Mahdi, we talk about people like the village idiot chiefs and attorneys that are traitors to their country. Because you're supposed to uphold the law of your country, uphold the law for your clients, your customers, and then you betray them, and things like that. So that's why I don't take any of these people in the chat room serious. Most of them are trolls. Most of them are like 40-year-old virgins sitting in their mama's basement, just playing around on their keyboard, and have never experienced life.
If I misunderstood Daniel Davidson, I apologize. I thought you was talking about me. Daniel Davidson, your BAIO member, big piece. Okay. But what I'm saying is this: you guys talk about, the Chiefs. You guys got to give it up. You have to see. What gets me is people will talk about chieftaincy stuff. I don't understand something, right? They'll be living in America, right? Living in the modern world, see how everything works, right? But yet they want to basically talk about chieftaincy in Africa, and then we go to Africa and say, look, this is how we have to set things up to make it work. No, you have to go by the chiefs and everything. Why is it that Africa is always mean backwards? You know, why does everything have to be backwards in Africa? What other around the world? How is it that Africa is being outpaced by countries like Central America and everything like that? You know, and South America. How the hell does that happen? You know, how is Southeast Asia? Why? Because people want to learn. They want to change and adapt. You know, these countries got chiefs and kingdoms and stuff like this, but they understood the modern world has to work. You cannot let chieftaincy and all that stuff like that make decisions, you know, and stuff like this. That cannot happen. You know, what am I speaking? Greek? You know, you cannot have somebody with a first grade education, right, having any sort of power over somebody's life, especially over my life.
This is funny, dude, yo.
Commander in chief, right? We have the chief of police, but that don't mean he's a village idiot with a grass.
Yo, I'm telling you, man, these people have nothing better to do. This guy Nalasika is just on you for hours. As a matter of fact, Nalasika, you need to send me a super chat or something, man. Don't be up here wasting our time. You know what I'm saying? Do something. Let me see who this one is. Sorry, there we go.
It says, I don't know a whole lot about the continent, although this guy, one would say, because you know, the chieftaincy in Africa is the biggest problem. If you want to rob Africa, you want to exploit the continent, you prop up chiefs and you prop up so like that. That's what has been going on for the longest time, you know?
Yeah, it's really a problem, family. So, you know, I have investors and people who want to do things, and they don't want to deal with the foolishness that I talk about. So when they ask me, Bomani, what should we do? I was like, you know, well, me and my brother Kala is working on this Liberia operation. Give us a little time, or just join in with us and see things for yourself also. But that's why we're delivering Liberia a nice connection. We're delivering Liberia as an option to our people looking to get into the.
Mike, can you explain to this idiot what the difference between the UK and the friggin' the UK is the political royal family has no real power. They're ceremonial. They have no friggin' political power, you know. And also, you don't have foreign companies digging paying off royal families to get concessions, and the country's owned by foreign concessions and everything, raping the country blind. That's the difference. You know, they have a kid. They can have a royal family. The royal family is absolutely vetted and tethered to the British Empire, you know? So when you talk about a chief and everything like that, the chief of Goodwill of South Africa, who was paying him? The government of South Africa. He was on the government payroll. Matter of fact, in Liberia, we had paramount chiefs, right? They basically kept the local people in line, you know, and they were on the government payroll. You know, that's what people don't talk about that history. In the paramount chiefs in the interior, you know, the interior that we couldn't get to and everything, where people were just walking around naked and everything like that in the interior. You know, the paramount chiefs rule that, you know, with the permission of the government. And every year they had to come to Monrovia and swear allegiance to the state. That's been going on for the longest time under Tubman. The paramount chiefs come there, Tubman read with them one night, tell them about the views of the people. As the people, with their numbers dwindled, as the people became educated, they began walking away from the chiefs and everything, moving to the cities and everything, you know. But the paramount chiefs were there, but they had no real power. You know, the only power they had was, okay, you can keep your people in line and whatever, you know. You know, so the bottom line is this idea of chieftaincy and all stuff like this, you know, that's fine. But over my life, no, you know, I don't want to hear nothing about nobody, no chief. I got this chief. No, that ain't a place I want to be. Like Amara, I don't want to be no part of where he's from. He's a chief. He's about to be a chief or whatever like that, you know. So that's why I say I'm glad we got that border with him and Sierra Leone, you know. You know. Yeah, the British have an empire. They control the British Empire. Used to cross.
These chiefs have nothing, not even paved road.
Nothing, you know. You got a chief that has to take a shit on the side of the road. You a chief and whatnot, but yeah, you got to pull over to the side of the road, take a dump and whatnot. You know. Please.
Man, I I had to educate this one village idiot chief and explain to him. I'm like, yo, you have people coming to get a presentation from you. You need to dress up and you need to make sure that your surroundings are clear. You can't have people coming in and you have clothes on the lines right by where they need to walk by. I mean, it's and I was so embarrassed, yo. And I have a few other ones we have met in the past. It's just, I mean, I mean, sometimes I have to just apologize to our people when they travel with me and things like that, and you know, because they're not expecting these things when they hear about chief, prince, and kings.
Maybe that's the next show we're going to talk about, because people like this. He says the royal family has power. No, it doesn't have any power. Royal family has no fucking power. And people are talking about abolishing the royal family altogether.
This is funny, right? Look at Parliament needs the king to commence work. That's funny.
Yeah, right. Dude, shut up. That's just a ceremonial thing. Just whatever the British or whatever. The royal family had power over you dumb Negroes in Africa. Because y'all up there crying. Remember that? You had this big dumb Nigerian guy hugging, crying like a big buffoon, crying over the Queen of England and whatnot. They stuffed all these African heads of state in a coach bus going to the Queen of England. They make sure
coach bus.
They only power the Queen.
Well, I can't believe all of them. Well, I should believe that they all showed up.
The only one that didn't was Ethiopia. Said, no, you're going to give us a real, you know what I'm saying? Like everybody else. They other African heads of state, they crushed a bus. The only power the Queen of England and all they have, the royal family, is over Africa. Because they got all y'all gold.
That was a small achievement. Yeah, if you're talking about like the Ashanti king, now that's the real king. But most of the chiefs that we talking about, family, and most of them live in areas where it's just shacks and just it's nothing developed or built, and that's where you're gonna. And most of the land in the countries that we're talking about is most of it's a rural land. So if it's all rural, then the majority of the chiefs are
Dusty.
Yeah, there we go, Dusty. So it's like, do the math. You're telling people do the math. I mean, you may have, like the Shanti King is just that's one person on a different, on a whole different level. And then you have certain chiefs that's in some of the main areas in Ghana. That's on a different level. But when we talk about the majority of them don't have anything. They don't even have, they don't have, like brother said, don't have paved road. And this is not like a joke or insulting people. I'm like dead serious. Like you should see what sometimes my tour guide try to set us up to do. Oh, put this money together and go see this chief. I was like, for what? I was like, for what? Just to, and things like that. So I'm always telling people, go to Africa and enjoy yourself. Be respectful to to the people there in the country and everything. But none of us should just be all excited. Oh my God, I'm gonna meet a chief.
Yeah, they love African Americans like that. A full a dusty chief and an African American. The synergy between those two are dangerous. I'm gonna make you a chief now.
As a matter of fact, and that's what they pull on folk. I'm gonna make you a queen mother. I'm gonna make you a chief. Whenever anybody come around me, things that I was like, yo, get away from. I was like, what? I was like, you're not gonna set me up. I was like, people take these titles. The only reason why they give people these prince, development chief, and queen mother title is for one reason. No other reason, family. Listen to me. It's the purpose of you leaving, you going out there and getting resources for that town, that community. That is it. There is no other reasons. And anybody who you can fact check me on this. So anyone who has been made a prince, a chief, or a queen mother, you can come up here and you can explain to people what have you been doing since they gave you that title, because it's not a real title. It's a title only to give you some resources. This is not a bad thing, but it's like now you're tricking me and telling me I'm a chief and all this other stuff. And I've even had some of them come here and they got their little throne. Like I've seen one dude, he has a throne.
Did you see that one dude that just became a chief in Ghana? The dude was a clown. He's like a drug dealer or whatever. He had some ugly chick up there. Yeah, you a chief. You didn't see that video?
No, no.
I didn't want to see because I thought you were mad at me for the whole week and whatnot. You weren't talking to me, so I said I don't want to piss Bomani off. You know what I'm saying? But yo,
we have a lot of work to do, man, and
yeah,
I refuse to let people try to clown us about Liberia because they've already started talking stuff. So been putting the work in, brother. Been putting the work to get the stuff done. This guy never mad at you, brother. I just have to always focus on.
I'm just kidding. But what you call this guy basically just became a chief in Ghana. This guy looks like he's just from the streets, a hood nigga, you know. And he's a chief in Ghana. Let me show you. You know, let me say this. Let me show this, man. This guy, the most dustiest shit.
If you have a video, we could play it, man.
Yeah.
This is the best time to talk about many things, man, when we're on this live show. And family, once again, no one is disrespecting chieftains or anything, but it's like it's too much fake stuff that's going on. So when you see somebody come back from Africa and they tell you that they're a chief, trust me, the only thing they want you to do is help them get and you know what? I do this thing without any title because when you see me at schools or you see me working with different organizations, we're doing the work. I don't need your fake title to do the work that we need to do. You know what I mean? And things like that. So that way, so I can come back to Kala and say, Kala, my name is Chief Development Chief Bomani, and you need to address me in this manner, and you need to and all kind of foolishness. And then it's to the point where it gets to these people's head, brother.
Mm-hmm.
It really gets to their head to where, hating on people, yet get upset when others start hating on you. What's wrong with these? Yo, brother, what's up with these clowns today, man? It's like we took a month off, and then we came back, and then all I saw in this chat is just nonstop deadly clowns.
Deadly clowns.
It's like they were just waiting for us. It's like every day they probably look up. Are they doing a live? Are they doing a live? No, we're not doing a live. And some.
Remember that one guy that got stranded in Ghana a couple years ago during COVID? Remember that heavy-set, dark-skinned brother? Kind of thick, it sounds sweet, Remember him? He got stranded. He was out. He had a GoFundMe because he had to get back to America. He bought a one-way ticket to Ghana. You remember they made him a tourism chief. Remember?
You did disrespect the chieftaincy.
You know this dude, and you know who's promoting him? Your boy Simpkins. Simpkins.
Why did you butcher? Why do you butcher people's name? I don't like that village idiot, but his name is Echo Simpson.
Echo Simpson, yeah, Echo Simpson. You know
what I'm saying? And things that me. Once you mess with my money, I have issues. This dude literally go pick up one of my customers from the airport that's supposed to be building in my community, and literally told him all kind of stuff about, well, you shouldn't be doing land over here because we got free land in Cape Coast. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of stuff. That's why I have no respect for that village idiot Echo Simpson. He's another sick person. And all that stuff they talking about with y'all can't wait till that stuff blow up on all of them with their free land. I got one chief that called me all the time and said, tell your people that if they didn't get the land through me, they have problems. I was like, brother, do whatever you want to do with them. They're not my people anymore. They betrayed an oath, they betrayed a trust, and they decided to do what they're doing over there. So you can handle them whichever way you want to handle them. Whether you want to send your villagers with machetes after them, or whether you want to deal with it in court, that's between you and them. They're no longer my associates. I don't care if
your boy, man, he's installed. Do you answer him, Bomani?
Which one?
Tourism. He's been installed as the chief of tourism in Ghana. I just sent you a video.
Yeah, let me play this video because tell you, man, these clowns, man. Oh yeah. Oh man, we just gotta play this right here. Let me get this thing loaded right here because
you remember him, right? That clown.
I'm sure I do. You know me. I know a lot of folks.
He had to go for. He got stranded in Ghana, right? He had to go for. He had to GoFundMe to get back to America. Now they made him a chief. His name is Rashad McCrory. He was a clown. He sounds sweet too.
Let's get ready to rumble. Let's see what they're talking about here. Let's look at the title. African American installed as tourism chief in Ghana. Like these dudes will just give you a title so you can be excited, so you can go back and go get them some money or some resources or something.
People over there and whatnot, It's a joke, man. It's a fucking joke.
First, I want to thank my mom and my dad, my family, my sisters, my brothers, my kids, my friends, my family in the United States. I want to thank the Omahen and the Edena Traditional Council, the royal family of Itre, the Itre community, Itrehen, for this wonderful day, for believing in me, for trusting me, for giving me opportunities to prove myself. This is only the first day of weeks, months, and years of prosperity, thanksgiving, and blessings to everyone.
Hey, what's good, everybody? Thank you for checking me out. This is Elko Simpson. If this is your first time together, you people move to the motherland, picking them at the airport, showing them, what they have to do, getting accommodation. Sometimes, like I said, it's not easy doing this because I know you're moving from one, continent or one country fastest. So today I'm going to Ghana to tour and experience the beautiful nature, the beautiful lifestyle, and the culture of the people of Ghana. A few weeks ago, like I said, he was given a traditional position. I'm using the word traditional because we are not looking at the corporate world. We are not looking at politics. We are looking at our culture, the traditional culture. So in Ghana, let me give you some tips about Ghana chiefs or the Ghanaian kingmakers when it comes to selecting who is to be crowned a chief. So basically, we believe that certain people founded certain communities. In my previous video, one of the chiefs said, we believe that some of us migrated from Egypt, then Egypt, and now in Ghana. So during that period, certain people founded certain communities, settled there, and started making a family and grew up to what they are right now. In relation to that, those people who founded that area are called the royal family. So as and when the community grows, definitely there must be one person who's supposed to be in charge of the community. So we may call them chiefs. So like I said, the first people or the first settlers of that community, that area that founded the community, do become the royal families, if I am right. Anybody who is watching and you think you have an addition to what I'm saying, kindly put it up as a comment. And by the way, I don't know how, do you have chiefs in your community? Do you have chiefs in your country? What are the names that are given to those people who are selected from a royal family to become the overseers of that community or that area? So those people who are the first settlers of that area or that community become the royal family. And so therefore, whoever becomes a chief must come from the royal family. Yes. So you realize that in our country, especially at the southern part of Ghana, which is the Akan people, we have a chief, we have the queen mother, and then we have other king makers. So what happens is that when there's time for a chief to be selected or to be installed, it is the queen mother that does the selection. And she doesn't do that by herself. I mean, she calls the other elders. In Ghana, we have clans. So we have 7 clans basically in the southern part of Ghana, which is the Akan people. So all the clans may come together and say, okay, it is time for this person to be the king or to be the chief. So then that person is selected. But it is, when it comes public, there's the duty of the queen mother to, unveil the candidate by the help of the other king makers. So basically that is how kings are selected here in Ghana, especially the Akan people. Now, aside that, other people that are not from the royal family are also given certain positions in the chieftaincy kingdom. Yes, in the Akan settings that I'm talking about, if they realize that this person or that person is performing tremendously in the community, being it development, being it giving ideas to the chiefs or giving ideas to the people that is helping develop the people or develop the community, such a person is usually crowned as a chief, but not crowned as a king or as the paramount chief. It doesn't work that way. But you may be given a chieftaincy title within the traditional area or within the traditional council. And that is how come my brother Rashad and the chieftaincy title of Nsrashe of Itre community. So Insashe in English will be chief of tourism or tourism. So Rashad McCory from the United States, who moved to Ghana 2 years ago because of his participation in the development of Itre, a community in Elmina, the chief and his elders and the queen mother and the kingmakers realized that, hey, Rashad is doing beautiful, bringing a lot of people from the diaspora to the motherland. And when they
Yeah, I can't stand listening to that fool.
Yeah,
His voice is irritating and his teeth is just disgusting looking.
He's like, oh yeah, Rashad's bringing people. I guess he's your boss now, right? He's a chief, man, Bomani. Yeah,
You're right.
You're the royal family when that, but we're going backwards.
I know that area and things like that, and and people know when they come to me about any of those things, I'm not interested. Don't want to do any of that stuff. Not into those things. But yeah, I know that exact area. I was there literally the end of last month, right there in Ghana. That same exact area where he's walking.
The area will never develop. They'll never industrialize. The people will always be poor. Men will grow old, fucking fishing in a village and everything, and everything like that. There was nothing, It was not different. Not different. Well, they're really coming at me, aren't they?
And I wonder if he really looks at and brother, I'm being honest with you. That's why I was talking with you. That's what I was talking with you when I was coming back, man. It hurts me, man. But it's a lot of people out there hoping that we fail in Liberia. People have said stupid stuff to me and really upset me, things like that, and
they're praying.
And it's just like I'm telling them, it's like whatever you want to pray or think is not gonna happen. So I was like, I'm gonna do the work, and my brother's committed to doing the work, so we're gonna get it done. And then other people that we're dealing with, they're committed to doing the work, and I know people have never seen this energy being focused on Liberia, but
building a Pan-African movement, but I have to deal with village idiots and chiefs and all this stuff like this. Imagine that.
Like when Carla started sharing this, I was like, you're onto something, brother. And I've always told you I'm with you 1,000,000% on this, and I would do beyond just my best and beyond to make certain things work, and we're gonna get it going because I just started really thinking about the nasty comments and what people were saying and things, and I was like, people really it's like, why wouldn't y'all want us to be successful? Why? It's like whenever if we were able to pull this off, it's gonna benefit the rest of us, because it's like I get tired of us getting shaken down in countries like Ghana or going to countries like Tanzania. We just don't want to accept you, or go to South Africa and you're wondering, is the South Africans gonna mistake you for a Nigerian and set you on fire and things like that, and these things trigger and they bother you, what I mean? And then when you think about all the things that have happened to your folks, and I'm like, yo, family, we have to find the best access. And I was like, you can agree or not with Kala, but everything he has said is on point. Now it's just up to us to build the market and bring the energy. Just like you mentioned earlier about bringing in investors. I mean, the marketing and all those things that we can do. And I've went out there, brother, and I recruited other people to recruit other people. That's how I've been in a role. And I'm telling people they can keep on thinking that what you want to think about. And thankful to our sister Winnie, another sister that you connected me with. And me and her talk, and we're just gonna make it happen. We're gonna build the program and make it happen. So I'm telling people, for all of you who just feel like, oh, this is the same country as every other country, I'll be able to tell the difference, because I've been all along West Africa, and none of the countries in West Africa or any parts of Africa have the same history. And they have the same momentum what Liberia have. And you may not want to give Liberia that credit, but it's enough things in place to where we can work with the situation, because I just came back from Ghana with a vengeance, man. I was just like it doesn't make no sense. I've been coming to this country for 17 years.
Yeah, Liberia is utopia,
That's I have to go through the things that I'm going through.
You think Liberia is utopia? Yeah, it was crazy to be utopia.
Yeah, so exactly, it was built in that aspect of it, and the fact that you have laws on the books and things like that. That's all we need. Because the thing of it is, I'm telling people, we can do the rest. Like example, like example, we have a whole bunch of people. We have a generation of business people here that will be open to a country as long as we can prove to them that they're not going to deal with the same shenanigans and foolishness. And people like myself, I'm usually the one presenting, and but it's like, but then when they start talking about countries like Ghana, there's nothing I can defend. I was like, what am I going to lie to them? Oh no, this doesn't happen in Ghana. I have to be real with the people and say, yeah, these things happen. Yeah, we had this situation. So now we're going to give a great opportunity to a country that our ancestors built. And I just feel like that's the right thing to do.
Look what he says. Yeah, we don't want you coming here on the internet talking bad about Liberia in a few years. That ain't going to happen. That ain't going to happen.
Even countries like Ghana, as much as I can say nasty things about it, I still don't even talk nasty about the country. You have to call out certain things that are foolishness, because it does go on, and you don't want people to come there thinking that this is a utopia and things like that. And one of the things I mark in my book all the time is be wary of people who just want to just make quick money off you and smile in your face and act like they're all nice and everything. But that's a real thing that goes on in the country. Where you're not sure who to trust, and things like that. So I'm all for it. So the best thing that we can do, family, is we can show you what we're building in Liberia, and then me and Kala's gonna be working on certain things, and we're gonna be sharing with you just as much people as we can. That's gonna tell you more about Liberia from a Liberia perspective. That's living there in the country, which we have done, on several shows, and we'll keep on doing it. But it's like you can either watch or join us, but we're gonna pull this off. And anybody who don't believe people like myself can pull it off, look what I've done. Look what I've done for a country like Ghana, and I have nothing to show for it really, other than my business name and the 15 and 60 acres of land that we have invested in and building upon. But beyond that, it's we should have been able to get a whole lot more done. But it's like that's the issue. The issue is not us. The issue it's the countries are not ready for us, and the countries don't have things in place for us. So in a case like Liberia, they have things in place for us because our ancestors built it. It's that simple. It's nothing more. It's nothing to think about difficult. Our ancestors build a republic for us, and it's just up to us now to do the other parts of the work.
Yep.
It's that simple. And the issue that we have in Ghana and other countries is the fact that these countries weren't never built for us, and we have to come there and we have to assimilate to the highest level, which is not really working for us, because then we do these things and then next, and I'm not saying that everyone goes there at failed project, because you have a lot of people that are successful without a doubt. But if we have 5% or 10% people that's going through these things, we have to acknowledge it. We can't just sweep it all on the rug and things like that. So I'm hoping that people have listened to what we're talking about and listened to the key points that we're making, because the first thing people try to say, well, you guys said this negative and you insulted this person. I was like, is that the only thing that we said? And I was like, some of these people do need to be insulted, and some of these people are low IQ and do have third grade education. So is that talking bad about somebody? That's being real.
I'm just so happy that we have
English but don't understand English. So what they say is yes, okay. And then next thing you know, the job get messed up. I've even tried writing things in English to people to where you can just click on it, and it's like almost nothing works. These are serious issues that we're having. And it's not from a standpoint of us coming into the country. It's a standpoint of our people are not prepared to deal with us.
Everybody in Liberia is English, just like you and I, just having a conversation, clear English and everything like that. No and stuff like that. People speak their colloquy, but they also speak regular English, like you and I talk and everything like that. So that's another thing. People understand stuff. You say I need this, okay, let me take care of it. And I like that people get stuff done and whatnot. Let me give you an example. The car that we had that I rented, right? The side window, the side rear view, what's it called? The side window, rear view window came off, right? And we went to this junkyard, right? And the guy was like, okay, what can you do? We got to go up to Brouville. We got to go to Brouville. The guy, no, matter of fact, yeah, we was up to go to Brouville. The guy said, okay, we do this. We got to put some hot glue on it, whatever like that. These guys, like 6 guys got out there, right? They took the thing off, sanded the thing down, and they put the glue up there and said they tied it and everything, taped it up and said like this, just leave it like that for a little while. The glue will harden and everything like that. Now be it. You know, just stopped it. We just stopped, pulled into a junkyard, and they have it. And I threw them guys like $40, and they weren't expecting that much money, you know. But I got stuff done, you know. And you know, I don't have to sit there and do sign language and like that. It's like, yo, what's up, my man? Blah blah blah. Okay, I got it. You know, I mean, I could deal with that. You know, I'm not ready for the language barrier yet. You know, I'm not ready for that. You know. I'm not ready for that. Hey, Bomani, but I gotta go, brother. It's 5 o'clock,
brother.
I gotta get up in the morning.
Always good, brother. I'll reach out and talk with you tomorrow or later on. I should say later on. So, family, the journey continues, and we're gonna get into some nice closeout music with our brother Melanie Ganji on that Sankofa bird. And family, this is what I have propped up because it's real. Those of you who don't like it, it's all good, you know. But we stand as a unit here, and we work together as a unit, and we look out for each other, and we protect each other. And so this is the poster child that we have as far as this a really sick, twisted-minded person who thinks that it's okay to do this. And it's kind of like somebody that's testing you and just thinking that it's just okay to do this to you. And RJ Madi, you mess with the wrong brother. You mess with the wrong brother. You have no idea who you're dealing with. So that's what we're doing, family. So we're educating you about this this mastermind criminal RJ Madi, and so we talk about Pan-Africanism. The guide is always to let you know that when you get into investments and things like that, because this guy will write you fraudulent contracts. The first thing he said to me when I reached out to him and tell him why how you gonna do my good brother Sam like this, and talk about he signed contracts and everything. Most of our people don't read certain things, and yes, people should take accountability, but when you have mastermind criminals pulling these things on you, sometimes you won't see it coming until it's too late. So I'm just trying to look out for the rest of our folks, because everybody needs to step their game up, and these things are unacceptable. So if you hear me talk about certain people from the beginning to now, it's what it is. You can go back and tell any of them, whether it's that fake prince or this fake king right here, and who cares? I mean, we've been holding this movement down for coming up on 2 decades, and we're not going to let a bunch of newcomers like this fake king and that fake prince come and just overshadow anything we do. Because last I remember, we really look out for our people. We really get our people connected to Africa at a high level. Like I said, family, we do professional consultations here. And I've been doing that for a long time. And we really help people live and do business in Africa. Before, while some of these guys were schoolboys, or some of them were just on their plantation, And now that they've seen this movement grow, they feel like they can just come in and just destroy it. I mean, when we work too hard to build something, we got to keep it strong. We can't just let people come in and just destroy it just because they want to make a few dollars and things like that. And so, if we know these things are going on, we don't let them keep doing it. So, my issue is always be the fact that you mess with people in our network, we're coming after you. So some people I have nothing to say to, but even though they're doing certain foolishness, but there's only so much you can do. But the direct issue that we're gonna always have is when you mess with our network of people, and when you're trying to literally just move our movement to some clown movement, to where it's not about us organizing together and building Black power and us looking out for each other. So I show up in a country, and I got my people with me, and I leave some of them in your hands, you're gonna be held accountable. So that's how it works, and things like that. So we got a whole lot more to share with you. I got a lot of things to share with you, and this is all based on my experience of traveling to Africa in the last 19 straight years, from 2004 to 2023, and all my experience. So everything that you're gonna be hearing me talk about over the this entire summer and continuously is going to be based on that experience, and based on things that things that worked out well and things that worked out good and things that just went completely wrong and why things went wrong and who's the cause of these things. And, you know, we call the names that we explained earlier. You think you're getting into business and you're doing the right thing because people are nice and people are, you know, cool with you and everything. But can they handle and execute business at the highest level? Can they do their research and their work? You know? And so you either have to become an expert at micromanagement, or you just literally have to find the best of your people to work with, you know, and that's the hard part. Yeah. So nevertheless, family, we're gonna keep it strong. We're gonna keep on doing what we're doing, and we're gonna keep on holding this movement down. And I'm one person that you always see me in and out of Africa. And when I'm in Africa, whatever country we go into, we're just showing nothing but love, and we're just supporting business at the highest level. But one thing we're not gonna do is we're not gonna let people play around with our business, be disrespectful to our business, and play around with our business to where they think it's just okay to do certain things and not be professionals and not do their job that they're getting paid to do. Yeah. So, you know, if you're used to sleeping on your job and you come and work for us, that's not acceptable. And we don't tolerate that, you know. When you work around with people like myself, you know, you better bring your work ethics. If you don't bring your work ethics, you're gonna be put to shame. And now that I've known that, now that I know that most of these men that we're dealing with are weak excuse for men, and they have little to no work ethics. Now we're gonna have to come up with a whole game plan to find the best of our people to really work with, you know. And then when we find people that don't do right, we make examples of them, yeah, and tell them that, you know, and we just gotta hold it down. So that's what we're doing, family. Africa for the Africans. All right, so now, Frank, I don't know where this this I don't know where this person think. Go to Liberia to build is good, but don't go there to change their culture and traditions. No one is trying to change anybody culture or tradition. The main thing I'm saying to folks, and if your culture and tradition is to be lazy and scam people and take advantage of them and not be respectful and not do your job, and not be committed to our people, then yes, my goal is to change that culture and tradition, because the only thing that I live by is righteousness and work ethics. We didn't get this far by just doing the wrong thing, and we're not going to build anything by, you know, by not competing. We're not going to build anything with people who are not going to commit to work and commit to getting things done. So it's a simple thing. So knowledge seekers and Frank and all you other trolls out there, you know, we're building what we're building. You know, as far as you guys, I don't know what y'all building. Maybe y'all just like listen to us, and maybe y'all just like trolling. Who knows? But what we're doing and what we're building is serious, and you know, we're gonna keep on doing what we're doing, and we're not gonna let anyone stop us. So, for my brothers and sisters out there that's real about this life and you're dedicated, let's work together, let's connect together, let's look out for our brothers and sisters together, and let's figure it out together. And with us moving strong like that, you know, nothing can stop us, you know. But if we let these savages divide us and, you know, take advantage of us like this RJ Mahdi, then what are we gonna have for our children? What are we gonna build? You know, people don't think about that. You know, you take and you destroy. You know, what we're gonna have for the future. So those of us like myself that are serious, we're gonna educate our people and share information on what not to do in Africa. And you know, I'm coming from a perspective of just sharing with you as much as possible. And if you call you for consultation, you even get a better presentation, because I'll be able to say things that I can't say in a recorded call, and I'll be able to explain things that I can't really explain in a recorded call. So those are some of the situations. All right. I was hoping to get some intelligent comments, but we're just gonna close. So family, please support the real Black people who are dedicated to us, and stop enabling these Black devils, race traders, and deadly circus clowns like fake King RJ Mahdi in Senegal. And that's what it's about, family. We talk about our guide, the Dummies Guide to Pan-Africanism and Nationhood. And what you hear us talk about, that's our guide and our analysis to get you connected and and for you to wake up and get out this fantasy Pan-Africanism mindset and work towards building a tangible energy. And the greatest thing about certain situations is life experience. So that's what got me into seeing that us building our Black Star Pan-African community is the best option for us to repatriate and make a move and live in a country like Ghana. So if things were the other way and we'd have worked out the other way, but obviously things didn't work out those other ways. So then now we have to just protect ourselves and do what we need to do for ourselves. Because this is our ancestral land and we're returning home, and with the blessing of our ancestors, we're looking to build and connect and find the right set of people in Africa to work with, because a lot of people have let us down. And not condemning everyone in every different countries. I'm just saying a lot of people have let us down and did us wrong and caused a momentum to shift. So, and I know it's a sad situation because people only think about themselves and this whole individual movement. Well, I can't get down with this whole individual movement. I mean, everything that we're building is a unit. So stay tuned for our videos and our updates on our Black Star Pan-African community. Those are the next set of videos that I'm gonna just publish out. And right now, I have a whole list of videos there that I just published recently. So those are all videos from our Ghana May 2023 Repatriation and Investment Conference. So once you get, all you have to do is click on videos, you'll see them. And our goal is to upload more, and in the next few days, upload the videos of our land updates. So one thing you're going to get from us is just consistent documentation. Some videos are, real good, some are okay, and some, it's just raw, just to share with you, the energy of what we're doing. So everything is documented, just like everything is written, everything is documented, and that's what we're here to do, is just share documentation to you, with you to the highest level. That way you can be clear about what you're going to be experiencing. So I'm telling you, family, we'll never take you out to a shack to go eat bush meat, and we never take you to one of these raggedy rundown restaurants in these countries. We're not, we don't do stuff like that fake prints out there. You know what I mean? That we need to go take a course, in tourism and business. You know what I mean? And so that's what we're doing, family. So that's what separates us from others, and our goal is always to be the best, and and nothing less. So if you want to come and connect and work with our crew and connect with us, you better put out your best effort, because we don't have time for foolishness and time for things like that. So as you can hear in our voice, we're serious about this, and we're going to keep on building on strong. So if you're ready to up your game and you want to connect with us, where we can do some things in Africa, my number, my information is there. I'm always looking for real people to connect with. But again, bring your A game, because I don't have time for foolishness. And if you're looking to travel with us, reach out. I can talk about whatever country that you're looking to travel with us on. Go through all the details, send you everything in writing, professionally, and get you all set. So family, once again, this is Bomani Tyehimba. My brother Kala Genesis just left, and this is Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, and we're going to keep on building this global Black business pipeline. And then on that note, I'm gonna play some beautiful music from our good brother Melanie Ganji and the song Kofa Bird. And then share with you some of our nice videos, nice photo gallery from our website, africafortheafricans.org. We're gonna set it off, Sons of Africa.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani in Cuba. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey!
Oh, blessing, blessing. Son, go for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. They can having cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, go bird. A message in the lesson, lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Son, go bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of djembe and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. Ahoy, 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 ahoy. It was a sun, called for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Sun, called for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing.